Beginning Latin, Lesson 1 by John Edmund Bars. Recorded for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lesson 1. Pronunciation. 1. The alphabet. The Latin alphabet is the same as the English, without J or W. 2. Letters sounded as in English. The following letters have the same sounds as in English: P, B, T, D, K, L, M, N, R, F, H, X, Q, U. 3. Long and short vowels. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U, Y. When plenty of time is taken to pronounce a vowel, the vowel is said to be long. When the pronunciation is hurried a little, the vowel is said to be short. Long vowels are marked thus: A with a macron, E with a macron, I with a macron, O with a macron, U with a macron, Y with a macron. Short vowels are marked thus, or left unmarked. The latter is the method regularly followed in this book. 4. Sounds of the vowels. The sounds of the vowels are as follows: A with a macron, like the second A in aha. A, like the first A in aha. E with a macron, like A in they. E, like E in then. I with a macron, like I in machine. I, like I in pin. O with a macron, like O in holy. O, like O in obey. U with a macron, like double O in pool. U, like U in pull. Y with a macron and Y have a sound which may be uttered by shaping the lips as if to say oo, and then making the sound e. 5. Exercise. Pronounce the following words according to the rules in 2 to 4. 1. Amabam, petebant, liber, liber. 2. Orator, quod, utebamini, quorum. 3. Tyranni, militem, rex, infero. 6. Diphthongs. The diphthongs and their sounds are as follows: AE, like AI in isle. AU, like OU in house. EI, like EI in 8. EU, like EU in feud. More exactly, like eu, pronounced rapidly, the A being sounded as in they. OE, like OI in oil. UI, like ui, or we. Other combinations of vowels, as AI, EO, etc., do not form diphthongs, each vowel being pronounced separately, as in aulai. 7. Exercise. Pronounce the following: hai, autem, deinde, heu, boina, huik. Remaining sounds. Pronounce C as in cat, G as in get, I consonant. In some books, J is written for I consonant. This is merely a matter of convenience, as Latin had no letter J. Usual sound between two vowels, or at the beginning of a word when followed by a vowel, like Y in you. S as in so, not as in has. V like W. Z like DZ. CH like K. PH like F. BS like PS. BT like PT. Doubled consonants should both be sounded, contrary to the custom of English. Thus bellum is pronounced distinctly bellum, not bellum. 9. Exercise. Pronounce the following. 1. Ketegi. Yam. Amas. Hik. Seek. 2. Godza. Zama. Chorus. Urps. 3. Philosophus. Obtineo. Caesarem. Cicero. 10 syllables. A Latin word has as many syllables as it has vowels and diphthongs. Thus, praesidium has 4 syllables. Prae, si, di, In dividing a word into syllables, a consonant between two vowels belongs to the second, as rexeramus. The last syllable of a word is called the ultima. The syllable before the last is called the penult. The syllable before the penult is called the antepenult. 11. Accent. A word of 2 syllables is accented on the penult, as illud, erat. A word of more than 2 syllables is accented on the penult if the penult is long, as amabam. Poteramus. If the penult is short, the accent falls on the antepenult, as amaveram, potuerant. 12. Rules of quantity. The quantity of a syllable, that is, its length, may often be known by means of simple rules called rules of quantity. Thus a syllable is long when it contains a diphthong, as Caesar, or when it contains a long vowel, as regina, antiquus, or when its vowel, even if short, is followed by 2 consonants, or a double consonant, x, z, as exoriuntur, catullus. B. A syllable is short when it contains a short vowel followed by a single consonant. Aberrant is a compound, ab-erant, and does not follow the rule of 10 in its division. Aberrant, confici. Or when its vowel is followed by h, or by another vowel with which it does not form a diphthong, c4, as contrahunt, subeo. 13. Exercise. Copy the following passage, marking the accent of each word according to the principles given in 11 and 12. Pronounce according to the rules in 1 to 12. Quo usque tandem abutere Catilina patientia nostra, quam diu etiam furor iste tuus nos eludet, quem ad finem sese effrenata iactabit audacia, nihil ne nocturnum praesidium palati, nihil urbis vigiliae, nihil timor populi, nihil concursus bonorum omnium, nihil hic munitissimus habendi senatus locus, nihil horum ora vultusque moverunt. Note, Beginning on page 185 will be found additional exercises and questions on each lesson, except the reading lessons. These are intended to furnish material for classroom drill. It is not necessary that they should be prepared in advance, although pupils who have the time will find them a means of testing and improving their preparation. On the other hand, it should not be forgotten that these drill exercises are an essential part of the method of this book, and that they cannot be omitted without impairing its efficiency. End of Beginning Latin, Lesson 1, by John Edmund Bars.
Bethissum Middanjerde, from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon, by Henry Sweet. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bethissum Middanjerde, Bethare Sunnan. Section 1. Seo sunne gath betweonan helvone and erdan. On die buvan erdan, and on nicht underthisse erdan. Avre hel bith irnende thas erdan, and elswa leochte skynth underthare erdan on nicht, swa hel on die death buvan havdum. Section 2. On tha helve the hel skynth thar bith die, and on tha helve the hel neskynth thar bith nicht. Section 3. We hatath anne die from sunnan uppgange oth aven, from thare sunnan uppgange oth that hel eft bekumme thar hel uppstag, on tham fake sind je telde 24 tida. Section 4. Seo sunne is swede Michael, elswa brad hel is, dass de beek sedjath, swa erdan umhurft. Ak hel thynkt us swede lytelu, for tham de hel is swede fer fram jesichtum. Section 5. Se mona and steran on fourth leocht of thare Michlan sunnan. Bethare nichte. Section 6. Nicht is jeset, mannum toreste, on thissum middanjerde. Verchte hit wunderlich dünke, nis nicht nahen thing, butan thare erdan skado, betwernan thare sunnan, and man kynne. Betham monan. Section 7. Dijhwam like, tas monan leocht, bith waxende and waniende. Simle he went his ridge to thare sunnan. Betham jare. Section 8. On tham jare sint je telde 12 månthas, and 52 wukena, 300 daga and 65 daga, and thar to akan 6 tida. Bereine. Section 9. Reinas kumath of thare lyfte. Seo lyft a ticht thonewatan of alre erdan, and of thare sa, and je gaderath toscurum, and thonne hel mare a beran nemai, thonne filthhit of dune. Section 10. Hagel kumt of tham reindropum, thonne he beoth je frorene uppe on thare lyfte, and swa sona ferlath, swa sum skjop behim jiddode. Hagel bith hui tostkorna, whirft hit of helvenes lyfte, welkath hit windes skuras, wirth hit to wateres sithan. Bethare lyfte. Section 11. Theos lyft thewe on libbath is an thara fewer yeshafta. Nis nan thing the nabbe tha fewer yeshafte him mid. That is lyft, and fyr, and erde, and water. Section 12. Lyft is swide finne. Seu overgath elne middanjerd, and up astig og thonemonan. On thare fleorath furlas, swa fiskas swimmath on watere. Ne michte hiranan fleoran, nare seu lyft the he birth. Seu lyft a birth al wolknu and alle stormas. Section 13. Seu lyft thonne hel a stured is, with wind. End of Beithissum Middanjerde, from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon, by Henry Sweet. Read by Rachel Klippenstein.
The Eighth Principle, Universal Peace, by Abdul-Baha Abbas. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. The Eighth Principle, Universal Peace. Avenue des Camons, Paris. A supreme tribunal shall be established by the peoples and governments of every nation, composed of members elected from each country and government. The members of this great council shall assemble in unity. All disputes of an international character shall be submitted to this court, its work being to arrange by arbitration everything which otherwise would be a cause of war. The mission of this tribunal would be to prevent war. One of the great steps towards universal peace would be the establishment of a universal language. Baha'u'llah commands that the servants of humanity should meet together and either choose a language which now exists or form a new one. This was revealed in the Kitabul Aqdas, the Book of Laws, 40 years ago. It is there pointed out that the question of diversity of tongues is a very difficult one. There are more than 800 languages in the world, and no person could acquire them all. The races of mankind are not isolated as in former days. Now, in order to be in close relationship with all countries, it is necessary to be able to speak their tongues. A universal language would make intercourse possible with every nation. Thus it would be needful to know 2 languages only, the mother tongue and the universal speech. The latter would enable a man to communicate with any and every man in the world. A third language would not be needed. To be able to talk with a member of any race and country without requiring an interpreter, how helpful and restful to all! Esperanto has been drawn up with this end in view. It is a fine invention and a splendid piece of work, but it needs perfecting. Esperanto as it stands is very difficult for some people. An international congress should be formed, consisting of delegates from every nation in the world, Eastern as well as Western. This congress should form a language that could be acquired by all, and every country would thereby reap great benefit. Until such a language is in use, the world will continue to feel the vast need of this means of intercourse. Difference of speech is one of the most fruitful causes of dislike and distrust that exists between nations, which are kept apart by their inability to understand each other's language more than by any other reason. If everybody could speak one language, how much more easy would it be to serve humanity? Therefore, appreciate Esperanto, for it is the beginning of the carrying out of one of the most important of the laws of Baha'u'llah, and it must continue to be improved and perfected. End of the 8th Principle, Universal Peace, by Abdul Baha Abbas. Lessons 1 to 5 from Esperanto in 20 Lessons by C.S. Griffin. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forward. Esperanto, the universal language invented by Dr. Zamenhof, is here to stay. Numerous languages have been worked out at various times with the hope of making them serve as means of communication among the civilized nations. Each failed because of its difficulty. Esperanto is based upon the common elements of the English, French, Spanish, and Italian languages. It is so simple that when properly explained, it can be mastered by anyone of normal intelligence in a few weeks. The language has gone over Europe, Australia, portions of the Orient, and it is spreading like wildfire over our own country. It is said that with the speaking knowledge of Esperanto, a person can travel all over the European continent and be understood everywhere. Nearly 100 papers are published in the language. Daily papers in every section of the United States have given lessons and extracts in it. Several weeklies have followed suit, and one of the most prominent monthly magazines recently devoted a series of articles to the subject. The Esperanto clubs are increasing in number every day. A difficulty that has heretofore been felt by English-speaking people has been the want of a suitable textbook. The treatises on Esperanto have been based upon the idea that the student was familiar with one or more modern languages in addition to his own. It is the purpose of this little book to give the student but 1 or 2 points at a time, making these perfectly clear before another is taken up. Each lesson is illustrated by simple practice exercises. There are numerous extracts for translation from Esperanto to English. In most cases, the English form follows the Esperanto to allow of careful comparison. It is prophesied, and with good reason, that ere many years have passed, all books of fiction, scientific works, and others that are likely to be of international interest will be published in 2 languages, the language in which they are written and Esperanto. The mastery of Dr. Zamenhof's language will, therefore, be the magic key that will unlock the wisdom of the civilized world. It has the endorsement of college professors all over this country and Europe. It is easily mastered and is delightfully simple. The vocabulary includes all words used in the book, with the exception of a few unusual combinations given in the Raven and other selections, which are intended for comparison of the Esperanto with the English rather than for translation. Lesson 1. Pronunciation. There are 28 letters in the Esperanto alphabet. They are A, Bo, Tso, Cho, Do, E, Fo, Go, Jo, Ho, Cho, I, Yo, Jo, Ko, Lo, Mo, No, O, Po, Ro, So, Sho, To, U, Wo, Vo, Zo. The letters are pronounced as in English, with the following exceptions. A is pronounced as A in father. E is pronounced as A in tame. E is pronounced as E in keep. O is pronounced as O in know. U is pronounced as U in rule. Tso is pronounced as TS in hats. Cho is pronounced as CH in chat. Go is pronounced as G in go. Jo is pronounced as G in gentle. Cho is pronounced as CH in loch. Yo is pronounced as Y in yet. Jo is pronounced as Z in azure. So is pronounced as S in satin. Sho is pronounced as SH in show. Ow is pronounced as OW in now. I is pronounced as I in high. Oi is pronounced as OWI in rowing. Ew is pronounced as if spelled AYOO. A is pronounced as AYI in playing. Ui is pronounced as UI in bruin. There are no silent letters in Esperanto. Every word is read as it is written, and is written as it is read. Every word is accented on the last syllable but one, as Berlino, Berlin, Berlino. Edinburgo, Edinburgh, Edinburgo. Lisabono, Lisbon, Lisabono. Madrido, Madrid, Madrido. Moskvo, Moscow, Moskvo. Neapolo, Naples, Neapolo. Noviorgo, New York, Noviorgo. Odesso, Odessa, Odesso. Pariso, Paris, Pariso. Romo, Rome, Romo. Sancta Peterburgo, St. Petersburg, Sancta Peterburgo. Vieno, Vienna, Vieno. Pronounce pano, pano. Patro, patro. Knabo, knabo. Tablo, tablo. Papero, papero. Blanca, blanca. Amanta, amanta. Teo, teo. Cremo, cremo. Besoni, besoni. Frescia, frescia. Presenti, presenti. Credi, credi. Vespero, vespero. Pri, pri. Filo, filo. Chiu, chiu. Trinchi, trinchi. Via, via. Filtri, filtri. Scribi, scribi. Cordo, cordo. Monto, monto. Donazzo, donazzo. Tombo, tombo. Producti, producti. Voci, voci. Occupi, occupi. Hundo, hundo. Pluvo, pluvo. Succhero, succhero. Fumi, fumi. Utila, utila. Puni, puni. Usi, usi. Sigaro, sigaro. Zindro, zindro. Zifero, zifero. Celi, celi. Ziconio, ziconio. Circonstanzo, circonstanzo. Civilizatio, civilizatio. Ciapo, ciapo. Ciapelo, ciapelo. Cevalo, cevalo. Cicani, cicani. Cioccolato, cioccolato. Ciarpenti, ciarpenti. Ciarma, ciarma. Cado, cado. Calono, calono. galopi, galopi, germana, germana, glazio, glazio, gimnastica, gimnastica, grammatico, grammatico, generala, generala, G, G, giusta, giusta, giui, giui, giardeno, giardeno, germo, germo, gibo, gibo, jaco, jaco, yam, yam, Junghi, Junghi, Julio, Julio, Ye, Ye, Japana, Japana, Juvelo, Juvelo, giornalo, giornalo, jongli, jongli, jatusa, jatusa, getti, getti, jus, jus, jaudo, jaudo, serci, serci, simpla, simpla, scatolo, scatolo, sentimentala, sentimentala, sorci, sorci, sub, sub, sufficia, sufficia, scherzi, scherzi, sci, sci, sciuldi, sciuldi, sveli, sveli, sciaumo, sciaumo, sciangi, sciangi, schnuro, schnuro, Augusto, Augusto, circau, circau, auditorio, auditorio, autunno, autunno, au, au, ausculti, ausculti, audi, audi, ailo, ailo, amantai, amantai, kai, kai, malmultai, malmultai, sparintai, sparintai, legantai, legantai, successontai, successontai, paperoin, paperoin, libroin, libroin, provinzanoi, provinzanoi, filoi, filoi, regidoi, regidoi, soldatoi, soldatoi, Europa, Europa, Eucaristo, Eucaristo, quireo, quireo, lerneio, lerneio, uio, uio, prunuio, prunuio, sukeruio, sukeruio. Lesson 2. Noun and Adjective. The noun. The noun in the singular always ends in o, as pano, bread, pano, floro, flower, floro, butero, butter, butero, arbo, tree, arbo. The adjective. All adjectives end in a in the singular, as granda, large, granda, bona, good, bona, varma, warm, varma, nova, new, nova. The definite article la, the, la is used as in English. There is no indefinite article, as a tree is large. Arbo estas granda. Arbo estas granda. Vocabulary. Pano, bread, pano, butero, butter, butero, salo, salt, salo, forco, fork, forco, aquo, water, aquo, floro, flower, floro, arbo, tree, arbo. violo, pansy, violo. Blanca, white, blanca. Flava, yellow, flava. Granda, large, granda. Bona, good, bona. Varma, warm, varma. Verda, green, verda. Mi, I, mi. La, the, la. Estas, is, are, estas. Read and translate into English. Butero estas bona. Butero estas bona. Pano estas bona. Pano estas bona. La arbo estas granda. La arbo estas granda. La floro estas flava. La floro estas flava. La pano estas varma. La pano estas varma. Pano varma estas bona. Pano varma estas bona. Salo estas blanca. Salo estas blanca. La arbo estas verda. La arbo estas verda. La floro estas violo. La floro estas violo. Butero estas flava. Butero estas flava. Akvo estas bona. Akvo estas bona. La granda floro estas blanca. La granda floro estas blanca. Write in Esperanto. The large tree is green. The large tree is green. The flower is yellow and kai white. The flower is yellow and kai white. The pansy is yellow. The pansy is yellow. The bread is warm and good. The bread is warm and good. The yellow butter is good. The yellow butter is good. Salt is white. Salt is white. The fork is white. The fork is white. The large tree is green and yellow. The large tree is green and yellow. The yellow pansy is large. The yellow pansy is large. Salt and pepper are good. Salt and pepper are good. The flowers are yellow. The flowers are yellow. The tree is large. The tree is large. For conversation. Kia estas la vetero? How is the weather? Kia estas la vetero? Kian tempon de jaro vi preferas? What time of the year do you prefer? Kian tempon de jaro vi preferas? Mi ne scias. I do not know. Mi ne scias. Lesson 3. Plurals. The plural of any noun is formed by adding yo to the singular, as forko, fork, forko, forkoi, forks, forkoi, floro, flower, floro, floroi, flowers, floroi. Remember that floroi is pronounced as if spelled F-L-O-R-O-Y. The objective case. The objective case, which is sometimes called the accusative case, is formed by adding no to the nominative, as mi havas libron, I have a book. Mi havas libron. Mi havas librojn, I have books. Mi havas librojn. The adjective agrees in case with the noun to which it refers. To form the objective case, therefore, no is added to the nominative, whether singular or plural, as mi havas grandan arbon, I have a large tree. Mi havas grandan arbon. Mi havas grandajn arbojn, I have large trees. Mi havas grandajn arbojn. The adjective may be placed either before or after the noun it qualifies, as mi havas bonan amikon. Mi havas bonan amikon, or mi havas amikon bonan. Mi havas amikon bonan. I have a good friend. Vocabulary: patro, father. Patro. Frato, brother. Frato. Knabo, boy. Knabo. Filo, son. Filo. Hundo, dog. Hundo. Amico, friend. Amico. Campo, field. Campo. Monto, mountain. Monto. Ceno, chain. Ceno. Strato, street. Strato. Vasta, wide. Vasta. Simila, like. Simila. Silenta, silent. Silenta. Plata, flat. Plata. Mola, soft. Mola. Yuna, young. Yuna. Sed, but. Sed. Li, he. Li. Li havas, he has. Li havas. Li estas, he is. Li estas. Exercise. Write the plural of the following: floro. Floro. Forco. Forco. Patro. Patro. Frato. Frato. Knabo. Knabo. Hundo. Hundo. Amico. Amico. Filo. Filo. Strato. Strato. Write the following in the plural objective case: monto. Monto. Arbo. Arbo. Strato. Strato. Filo. Filo. Floro. Floro. Arbo. Arbo. Forco. Forco. Hundo. Hundo. Frato. Frato. Read and translate into English. Patro. Patro. Patroi. Patroi. Frato. Frato. fratoj, fratoj, knabo, knabo, knaboj, knaboj, hundo, hundo, hundoj, hundoj, amiko, amiko, amikoj, amikoj. La patro havas fraton. La patro havas fraton. La patro havas fratojn. La patro havas fratojn. Mi havas grandajn hundojn. Mi havas grandajn hundojn. La hundo estas granda. La hundo estas granda. Mi havas bonan fraton. Mi havas bonan fraton. Li havas bonan fraton. Li havas bonan fraton. La juna hundo havas grandan ĉenon. La juna hundo havas grandan ĉenon. Li havas molajn platajn kampojn. Li havas molajn platajn kampojn. Mi havas junan hundon. Mi havas junan hundon. Write in Esperanto. I have the flowers. I have the flowers. He has a fork. He has a fork. The boy has a dog. The boy has a dog. The brothers have good friends. The brothers have good friends. I have flowers, but he has a tree. I have flowers, but he has a tree. I have friends. I have friends. Father has young sons. Father has young sons. He has yellow and white pansies. He has yellow and white pansies. I have salt, pepper, bread, and butter. I have salt, pepper, bread, and butter. The good friends have large white flowers. The good friends have large white flowers. For conversation. Bonan tagon, signoro. Good day, sir. Bonan tagon, signoro. Kiel vi sanas? How are you? How do you do? Kiel vi sanas? Tre bone. Mi dankas vin. Very well, I thank you. Tre bone, mi dankas vin. Lesson 4. Pronouns. The personal pronouns are me, I, me, vi, thou, you, vi, li, he, li, she, she, g, it, g, ni, we, ni, ili, they, ili, oni. Oni is an indefinite pronoun meaning they, we, people, it, as oni diras, they say, oni diras. Si is a reflexive pronoun of the third person. The personal pronouns form the objective case by adding no to the nominative, as mean, me, mean, vin, thee, veen, lean, him, lean, sheen, her, sheen, gene, it, gene, neen, us, neen, ilin, them, ilin. Possessive pronouns. The possessive pronouns are formed by adding "a" to the personal pronouns, as mia, my or mine, mia, via, your or yours, via, lia, his, lia, shia, her or hers, shia, gia, its, gia, nia, our or ours, nia, ilia, their or theirs, ilia, as mia patro estas en la campo, my father is in the field, mia patro estas en la campo. The possessives are sometimes followed by the article la, as mia hundo estas pli granda ol la via, my dog is larger than yours, mia hundo estas pli granda ol la via. The possessive pronouns form the objective case by the addition of no to the nominative, as mi vidis mian fraton, I saw my brother, mi vidis mian fraton. Like nouns, the possessives form the plural by adding yo to the singular, as mi amas miajn gepatrojn, I love my parents, mi amas miajn gepatrojn. Vocabulary: me, I, me, thee, thou, thee, she, she, G, it, G. Ni, we, ni. Ili, they, ili. Mia, my or mine, mia. Via, thy, thine, your or yours, via. Lia, his, lia. Shia, her or hers, shia. Gia, its, gia. Nia, our or ours, nia. Ilia, their or theirs, ilia. Deo, tea, deo. Gafo, coffee, gafo. Lacto, milk, lacto. Ovo, egg, ovo. Suquero, sugar, suquero. Supo, soup, supo. Terpomo, potato, terpomo. Fiscio, fish, fiscio. Vinagro, vinegar, vinagro. Tablo, table, tablo. En, in, en. Sub, under, sub. Kiam, when, kiam. Gai, and, gai. Ne, not, ne. Amas, love or loves, amas. Read and translate into English. Mi amas mian fraton. Mi amas mian fraton. Ni amas niajn fratojn. Ni amas niajn fratojn. Patro estas en Madrido. Patro estas en Madrido. La hundo estas sub la tablo. La hundo estas sub la tablo. Ni havas riĉan kafon. Ni havas riĉan kafon. Ni havas grandajn florojn en la tablo hodiaŭ. Ni havas grandajn florojn en la tablo hodiaŭ. Ŝi vidas, sees, grandan hundon sub la tablo. Ŝi vidas, sees, grandan hundon sub la tablo. Ili havas panon kaj buteron. Ili havas panon kaj buteron. La hundoj estas bonaj, sed la knaboj estas bonaj. La hundoj estas bonaj, sed la knaboj estas bonaj. Mi havas bonan amikon. Mi havas bonan amikon. Li havas bonajn amikojn. Li havas bonajn amikojn. Ŝi havas fratojn kaj filojn. Ŝi havas fratojn kaj filojn. Write the case, number, and meaning in English. Mia, mia, mian, mian, miai, miai, miain, miain, viain, viain, viai, viai, via, via, vian, vian, lian, lian, liain, liain, liai, liai, lia, lia, Shia, Shia, Shiain, Shiain, Shian, Shian, Shiai, Shiai, Giai, Giai, Gian, Gian, Gia, Gia, Giain, Giain, Niain, Niain, Nia, Nia, Niai, Niai, Nian, Nian, Ilia, Ilia, Iliai, Iliai, Ilian, Ilian, Iliain, Iliain. Translate into Esperanto. The dog is under the table. The dog is under the table. He has good coffee, milk, and eggs. He has good coffee, milk, and eggs. When the coffee is not good, I have tea. When the coffee is not good, I have tea. They have large trees. They have large trees. The bread is not good. The bread is not good. She is good and rich. She is good and rich. For conversation. Pasigu al mi la buteron, mi petas. Pass me the butter, if you please. Pasigu al mi la buteron, mi petas. Fermu la fenestron. Close the window. Fermu la fenestron. Kien vi iras? Where are you going? Kien vi iras? Lesson 5. The verb. There is no irregular verb in Esperanto. The ending for the infinitive is "i", as havi, to have, havi. Ami, to love, ami. Esti, to be, esti. The ending for the present tense is "as", as mi havas, I have, mi havas. The ending for the past tense is is, as mi havis, I had, mi havis. The ending for the future tense is os, as mi havos, I shall have, mi havos. The ending for the conditional mood is us, as mi havus, I should or would have, mi havus. The ending for the imperative mood is u, as havu, have, havu. Li havu, let him have, li havu. The personal pronouns are always written or spoken before the verb. The verb esti is the only auxiliary. Conjugation. Indicative present. Mi amas, I love. Mi amas. Vi amas, you love or thou lovest. Vi amas. Li amas, he loves. Li amas. Ni amas, we love. Ni amas. Vi amas, you love. Vi amas. Ili amas, they love. Ili amas. Indicative past. Mi amis, I loved. Mi amis. Vi amis, you loved. Vi amis. Li amis, he loved. Li amis. Ni amis, we loved. Ni amis. Vi amis, you loved. Vi amis. Ili amis, they loved. Ili amis. Future. Mi amos, I shall love. Mi amos. Vi amos, you will love. Vi amos. Li amos, he will love. Li amos. Ni amos, we shall love. Ni amos. Vi amos, you will love. Vi amos. Ili amos, they will love. Ili amos. Vocabulary. Esti, to be. Esti. Ami, to love. Ami. Povi, to be able. Povi. Fari, to do, to make. Fari. Admiri, to admire. Admiri. Coni, to know. Coni. Ricevi, to receive. Ricevi. Respondi, to answer. Respondi. Danki, to thank. Danki. Trinki, to drink. Trinki. Acceti, to buy. Acceti. Frappi, to knock. Frappi. Voli, to wish. Voli. Havi, to have. Havi. Doni, to give. Doni. Legi, to read. Legi. Fini, to finish. Fini. Ludi, to play. Ludi. serci, to seek, serci. Rigardi, to look at, rigardi. Read and translate into English. Mi trincas, mi trincas, mi trinquis, mi trinquis, mi trincos, mi trincos. Vi estas, vi estas, vi estis, vi estis, vi estos, vi estos. Li aĉetas, li aĉetas, li aĉetis, li aĉetis, li aĉetos, li aĉetos. Ni amas, ni amas, ni amis, ni amis, ni amos, ni amos. Ili respondas, ili respondas, ili respondis, ili respondis, ili respondos, ili respondos. Ŝi konas, ŝi konas, ŝi konis, ŝi konis, ŝi konos, ŝi konos. Vi frapas, vi frapas, vi frapis, vi frapis, vi frapos, vi frapos. Mi ludas, mi ludas, mi ludis, mi ludis, mi ludos, mi ludos. Ni serĉas, ni serĉas, ni serĉis, ni serĉis. Ni serĉos, ni serĉos. Ili rigardas, ili rigardas, ili rigardis, ili rigardis, ili rigardos, ili rigardos. Translate into Esperanto. I am, I am, I was, I was. I shall be, I shall be. You know, you know. You knew, you knew. You will know, you will know. He receives, he receives. He received, he received. He will receive, he will receive. We play, we play. We played, we played. We will play, we will play. They wished, they wished. They wish, they wish. They will wish, they will wish. He knocked, he knocked. He knocks. He knocks. He will knock. He will knock. We drink. We drink. We will drink. We will drink. We drank. We drank. I had. I had. I shall have. I shall have. I have. I have. You will buy. You will buy. You bought. You bought. You buy. You buy. You will wish. You will wish. You wish. You wish. You wished. You wished. For conversation. Ili venis la mardon proximan. They came last Tuesday. Ili venis la mardon proximan. Antau octagoi. A week ago. Antau octagoi. Post octagoi. In a week. Post octagoi. End of lessons 1 to 5 from Esperanto in 20 lessons by C.S. Griffin. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Chapter 1. Perseus, from Rich's Fabulae Facilis, a First Latin Reader, by John Kirtland. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Perseus. 1. The Ark. Haec narantur a poetis de Perseo. Perseus filius erat Iois maximi deorum. Aus eius Acrisius appellabatur. Acrisius volebat Perseum nepotem suum necare. Nam propter oraculum puerum timebat. Comprehendit igitur Perseum ad hoc infantem, et cum matre in arca lignea inclusit. Tum arcam ipsam in mare coniecit. Danae per sei mater, magnopere terita est, tempestas enim magna mare turbabat. Perseus autem in sinu matris dormiebat. 2. Jupiter saves his son. Jupiter tamen haec omnia vidit, et filium suum servare constituit. Tranquillum igitur fecit mare, et arcam ad insulam Seripum perduxit. Huius insulae polydectes tum rex erat. Postquam arca ad litus appulsa est, Danae in harena quietem capiebat. Post breve tempus a piscatore quodam reperta est, et ad domum regis polydectis adducta est. Ille matrem et puerum benigne excepit, et iis sedem tutam in finibus suis dedit. Danae hoc donum libenter accepit, et pro tanto beneficio regi gratias egit. 3. Perseus is sent on his travels. Perseus igitur multos annos ibi habitabat, et cum matre sua vitam beatam agebat. At polydectes Danaen magnopere amabat, atque eam in matrimonium ducere volebat. Hoc tamen consilium Perseo minime gratum erat. Polydectes igitur Perseum dimittere constituit. Tum juvenem ad se vocavit, et haec dixit. turpe est hanc ignavam vitam agere, iam dudum tu adolescens es, quo usque hic manebis, tempus est arma capere et virtutem praestare, hinc abi, et caput Medusae mihi refer. 4. Perseus gets his outfit. Perseus ubi haec audivit, ex insula discessit, et postquam ad continentem venit, et postquam ad continentem venit Medusam quaesivit. Diu frustra quaerebat, namque naturam loci ignorabat. Tandem Apollo et Minerva viam demonstraverunt. Primum ad Graias sorores Medusae pervenit. Ab his Talaria et Galleam magicam accepit. Apollo autem et Minerva falcem et speculum dederunt. Tum postquam Talaria pedibus induit, in aera ascendit. Diu per aera volabat. Tandem tamen ad eum locum venit ubi Medusa cum ceteris Gorgonibus habitabat. Gorgones autem monstra erant, specie horribili. Capita enim earum anguibus omnino contecta erant. Manus etiam ex aere facta erant. 5. The Gorgon's head. Res difficilima erat caput Gorgonis abscidere, eius enim conspectu homines in saxum vertebantur. Propter hanc causam Minerva speculum Perseo dederat. Ille igitur tergum vertit, et in speculum inspiciebat, hoc modo ad locum venit ubi Medusa dormiebat. Tum falce sua caput eius uno ictu abscidit. Ceterae Gorgones statim e somno excitatae sunt, et ubi rem viderunt ira commotae sunt. Arma rapuerunt, et Perseum mocidere volebant. Ille autem dum fugit, Galleam magicam induit, et ubi hoc fecit, statim e conspectu earum evasit. 6. The sea serpent. Post haec Perseus in finis Aethiopum venit. Ibi Cepeus quidam illo tempore regnabat. Hic Neptunum maris deum olim offenderat. Neptunus autem monstrum saevissimum miserat. Hoc quotidie e mari veniebat, et homines devorabat. Ob hanc causam pavor animos omnium occupaverat. Cepeus igitur oraculum Dei Hamonis consuluit, atque ad Deo iussus est filiam monstro tradere. Eius autem filia, nomine Andromeda, virgo formosissima erat. Cepeus ubi haec audivit, magnum dolorem percepit. Volebat tamen civis suos et tanto periculo extrahere, atque ob eam causam imperata Hamonis facere constituit. 7. A human sacrifice. Tum rex diem certam dixit, et omnia paravit. Ubi ea dies venit, Andromeda ad litus deducta est, et in conspectu omnium ad rupem ad ligata est. Omnes fatum eius deplorabant, nec lacrimas tenebant. At subito, dum monstrum expectant, Perseus accurrit, et ubi lacrimas vidit, causam doloris quaerit. Illi rem totam exponunt, et puellam demonstrant. Dum haec geruntur, fremitus terribilis auditur. Simul monstrum horribilis specie procul conspicitur. Eius conspectus timorem maximum omnibus iniecit. Monstrum magna celeritate ad litus contendit, iamque ad locum appropinquabat, ubi puellas stabat. 8. The rescue. Ad Perseus, ubi haec vidit, gladium suum eduxit, et postquam talaria induit, in aera sublatus est. Tum de super in monstrum impetum subito fecit, et gladio suo collum eius graviter vulneravit. Monstrum ubi sensit vulnus, fremitum horribilem edidit, et sine mora totum corpus in aquam mersit. Perseus, dum circum litus volat, reditum eius expectabat, mare autem in terrea undique sanguine inficitur. Post breve tempus bellua rursus caput sustudit, mox tamen a Perseo ictu graviore vulnerata est, tum iterum se in undas mersit, neque postea visa est. 9. The reward of valor. Perseus postquam ad litus descendit, primum talaria exuit, tum ad rupem venit, ubi Andromeda vincta erat. Ea autem omnem spem salutis deposuerat, et ubi Perseus adit, terrore paene exanimata erat. Ille vincula statim solvit, et puellam patri redidit. Cepheus ob hancrem maximo gaudio adfectus est. Meritam gratiam pro tanto beneficio Perseo retulit, praeterea Andromedam ipsam ei in matrimonium dedit. Ille libenter hoc donum accepit, et puellam duxit. Paucos annos cum uxore sua in ea regione habitabat, et in magno honore erat apud omnis Aethiopis. Magnopere tamen matrem suam rursus videre cupiebat, tandem igitur cum uxore sua e regno Cepei discessit. 10. Polydectes is turned to stone. Postquam Perseus ad insulam nauem apulit, se ad locum contulit, ubi mater olim habitaverat, sed domum invenit vacuam, et omnino desertam. 3 dies per totam insulam matrem quaerebat, tandem quarto die ad templum Dianae pervenit. Huc Danae refugerat, quod Polydectem timebat. Perseus ubi haec cognovit, ira magna commotus est, ad regiam Polydecti sine mora contendit, et ubi eo venit, statim in atrium inrupit. Polydectes magno timore adfectus est, et fugere volebat. Dum tamen ille fugit, Perseus caput Medusae monstravit, ille autem simul atque hoc vidit, in saxum versus est. 11. The oracle fulfilled. Post haec Perseus cum uxore sua ad urbem Acrisi redit. Ille autem ubi Perseum vidit, magno terrore adfectus est, nam propter oraculum istud nepotem suum ad hoc timebat. In Thessaliam igitur ad urbem Larissam statim refugit, frustra tamen, neque enim fatum suum vitavit. Post paucos annos rex Larissae ludos magnos fecit, nuntios in omnis partis dimiserat, et diem edixerat. Multi ex omnibus urbibus Graeciae ad ludos convenerunt, ipse Perseus inter alios certamen discorum init. At dum discum conicit, avum suum casu occidit. Acrisius enim inter spectatores eius certaminis forte stabat. End of chapter 1. Perseus, from Richis Fabulae Facilis, a first Latin reader, by John Kirtland.
First lesson from French Conversation Grammar by Dr. Emile Otto. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Etymology, Parts of Speech. There are in French 10 sorts of words called parts of speech, namely 1. Article, l'article; 2. Substantive or noun, le substantif; 3. Determinative adjective, l'adjectif déterminatif; 4. Qualifying adjective, l'adjectif qualificatif; 5. Pronoun, le pronom; 6. Verb, le verbe; 7. Adverb, l'adverbe; 8. Preposition, la préposition; 9. Conjunction, la conjonction; 10. Interjection, l'interjection. The first 6 are variable, the 4 others are invariable. First lesson of the article. In the French language there are only 2 genders, the masculine and feminine. This distinction applies also to inanimate objects, which are either masculine or feminine. 1. To indicate this distinction of gender, the definite article is prefixed to substantives, and has a peculiar form for each gender: le before a masculine, la before a feminine substantive. Les is the plural for both genders. Examples: masculine, le roi, the king; le père, the father; feminine, la reine, the queen; la mère, the mother. 2. The articles le and la, in the singular, lose their vowels and take the apostrophe, L', before a noun beginning with a vowel, or h mute, so as to form but one word. Example: masculine, l'ami, the friend; l'homme, the man; feminine, l'amie, the female friend; l'histoire, the history. 3. Besides this definite article, le, la, L', les, there is also an indefinite article for the singular, answering to the English a or un for the masculine, une for the feminine. Example: masculine, un roi, a king; un père, a father; un ami, a friend. Feminine, une reine, a queen; une mère, a mother; une amie, a female friend. For the declension of the article, see the following lesson. Words: le livre, the book; le pain, the bread; le cheval, the horse; le chien, the dog; l'oncle, the uncle; l'enfant, the child; l'or, the gold; un jardin, a garden; un chapeau, a hat, bonnet; la rose, the rose; la fleur, the flower; la plume, the pen, feather; la tante, the ant; une poire, a pear; une pomme, an apple; et, and. Singular: j'ai, I have; tu as, thou hast; il a, he has; elle a, she has; ai-je. Note: observe this hyphen by which the verb and pronoun are joined in interrogations. End of note. Have I? As-tu? Hast thou? A-t-il? Has he? A-t-elle? Has she? Plural: nous avons, we have; vous avez, you have; ils ont, elles ont; they have. Avons-nous? Have we? Avez-vous? Have you? Ont-ils? Ont-elles? Have they? L'enfant a-t-il? Note: when in a question, not beginning with an interrogative pronoun or adverb, the substantive is expressed, it must begin the sentence, and the pronoun still be put after the verb. End of note. Has the child? La mère a-t-elle? Has the mother? Reading exercise 1. J'ai le livre. Tu as un livre. J'ai la rose. As-tu la rose? Il a le cheval. Elle a le pain. Le père a un cheval. La mère a un jardin. L'enfant a une poire. Nous avons un chien. Avez-vous un chapeau? Ils ont un oncle et une tante. Elles ont une tante. L'enfant a-t-il une plume? La mère a-t-elle la fleur? Le roi a-t-il un cheval? Il a le cheval. Les amis, plural, ont les livres. Les enfants ont les plumes. Thème 2. I have the horse. I have a friend. Thou hast the book. He has a dog. She has the bonnet. The father has a garden. The mother has the rose. The king has the gold. The uncle has a friend. We have the bread. You have a pear. They, masculine, have an apple. They, feminine, have a flower. Has the friend a horse? The friend has a horse and a dog. Conversation. Ai-je la rose? Vous avez la rose. As-tu le pain? Oui, yes, j'ai le pain. A-t-elle la fleur? Elle a la fleur. L'enfant a-t-il le livre? Il a le livre. Avez-vous un cheval? Oui, nous avons un cheval et un chien. L'enfant a-t-il une poire? L'enfant a une poire et une pomme. End of first lesson from French Conversation Grammar by Dr. Emil Otto.
Lessons 1 to 10 from Greek Lessons, showing how useful and how easy it is for everyone to learn Greek, by W. H. Morris, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. What is the use of Greek? It has 3 very important uses. First, there are so many words in English, and new ones are daily being introduced, derived from Greek, that some knowledge of the Greek language is an essential of a sound English education, and it is, besides, of the greatest use in learning Latin and modern languages. Second, quote, there never was such a language to educate the mind of man, end quote. It is, quote, the most subtle and powerful language that ever flowed from the tongue of man, end quote. And yet it is, quote, an easy language, end quote. The Intelligent Study of Scripture by Dean Alford. Third, above all, it is the language in which, before all others, God chose to reveal his will to us, the language of the New Testament. Quote, no other language will ever express the meaning of God's Spirit as it may be seen to be expressed and known by those who read the New Testament in its original Greek. In this, the English tongue totally fails, end quote. Thus, to the everyday man, to the scholar, and especially the Christian, Greek is of practical value. I have endeavored, therefore, to produce a book suited to these 3 classes. Firstly, a book for those who may not, perhaps, have much time to give to the subject, but who merely study it to learn English. Secondly, at the same time, a book all in the right direction for those who wish to know more of that "wonderful language." Thirdly, a book especially adapted to those who desire to read the New Testament in the original Greek, and the Greek version of the Old Testament, from which our Lord and his apostles quoted. Preface to the third edition. This edition contains such slight alterations in the grammatical arrangement as were necessary to bring it into harmony with the public school Latin primer and its companion book, Parry's Greek Grammar, without in any way destroying the original plan of the work. Great care has been taken to bring prominently before the eye the rich and varied terminology of the Greek language, and at the same time to connect it in the mind with the English equivalents. For this purpose, the Greek inflections and their corresponding English signs have been printed side by side in bold type. The student will thus be enabled readily to distinguish the Greek inflection from its stem, a very important point, and will learn to regard the inflection not merely as the sign of a certain tense or case, but generally as the representative of some English word or words. When terminations have by this means acquired in the mind a distinct signification, they will immediately suggest to the English mind the same idea that they would convey to the mind of the native Greek, without any preliminary process of reasoning about cases or tenses. The adjectives and substantives in the vocabularies are arranged according to their gender in 3 columns. The genders of words will thus be learned intuitively without any effort, and a more permanent impression will be made on the memory by the locality of a word in the left, center, or right column, than by the easily forgotten M, F, and N. The verbs of each class are grouped together in distinct vocabularies so as to familiarize the ear with the rhythm of each conjugation separately, and thus fix it firmly in the mind. Some English words derived from the Greek words in the preceding vocabularies are appended to the exercises. These answer the twofold purpose of teaching the true and exact meaning of many English words, and of forming a key to remembering the Greek words from which they are derived. In the hand of an intelligent teacher they would be made a very interesting study, and the student will find from the very beginning that Greek is something practically useful. The accents have been added in this edition in deference to suggestions made to the author. The author desires to express his obligations for many valuable suggestions to N. Pocock, Esquire, M.A., E. Walford, Esquire, M.A., and to the Reverend E. St. John Parry, M.A., whose excellent grammar is recommended as being the best adapted to succeed this work. Clifton House, Ealing Road, near Brentford, April 1874. On the method of using this book. 1. The vocabularies, grammatical forms, rules, etc. should be committed to memory before attempting to translate the exercises. 2. In learning grammatical forms, it will be found advantageous to repeat the inflections in large type without as well as with the stems, and to learn the adjectives in the same way as their kindred substantives, taking each gender separately. 3. Frequent practice should be given in declining and conjugating. For very young learners, the lessons may be divided into 2 or more portions, one of which should consist entirely in committing to memory and declining the words at the heads of the exercises. 4. Repetition is recommended every 10 or 20 lessons, according to age. The object to be kept in view being rather to learn thoroughly than to proceed quickly. Greek lessons. 1. The alphabet. Alpha. A. Vita. V. Gamma. R. Delta. The. Epsilon. E. Zeta. Z. Eta. I. Theta. Th. Iota. Y. Kappa. K. Lambda. L. Mi. M. Ni. N. Xi. X. Omicron. O. P. P. Ro. R. Sigma. S. Taf. T. Ypsilon. I. Phi. F. Chi. H. H. Psi. Ps. Omega. O. Write the names of the letters in Greek characters. 2. The vowels are alpha, epsilon, eta, iota, omicron, ypsilon, omega. The consonants are divided into labials, p sounds, p, vita, phi. Gutturals, k sounds, kappa, gamma, chi. Dentals, t sounds, taf, delta, theta. Semivowels, lambda, mi, ni, ro, called liquids, and sigma. Double letters, zeta, xi, psi. Repeat first the English sounds, then the Greek names. A, alpha. L, lambda. F, phi. Z, zeta. M, mi. H, chi. I, eta. R, gamma. N, ni. Ps, psi. Th, theta. L, delta. X, xi. O, omega. I, eta. O, omicron. Y, iota. Z, zeta. P, pi. A, alpha. K, kappa. I, eta. R, ro. V, vita. L, lambda. Th, theta. S, sigma. R, gamma. M, mi. I, iota. T, taf. Th, delta. N, ni. K, kappa. H, chi. I, ypsilon. E, epsilon. Z, zeta. X, xi. S, sigma. P, pi. F, phi. S, sigma. R, ro. Ps, psi. O, omega. 3. The diphthongs are thus pronounced. Alif, iota. E, alif, ypsilon. Af, av. Epsilon, iota. I. Epsilon, ypsilon. ev, ev. Eta ypsilon, iv. Omicron iota, I. Omicron ypsilon, U. Ypsilon iota, E. An iota subscript or written under a vowel is silent, as in aim, seize. The rough breathing over a vowel or second letter of a diphthong is equal to an H placed before it, as ho, he. The soft breathing denotes the absence of the H sound. A breathing is placed over every vowel, diphthong, or ro that begins a word. There are 3 accents, acute, grave, and circumflex. These do not affect the pronunciation. Read the following words. Ye, earth, ye. Niki, victory, Niki. Onos, ass, onos. Lycos, wolf, Lycos. Rodon, rose, Rodon. Vivlion, book, Vivlion. Oti, because, Oti. Ora, hour, ora. Risa, root, risa. Ergon, work, ergon. Dendron, tree, dendron. Philos, friend, philos. Thera, door, thera. Karpos, fruit, karpos. Doxa, glory, doxa. Mahi, battle, mahi. Artos, bread, artos. Psyche, soul, psyche. Ego, I, ego. Inos, wine, inos. Ios, sun, ios. Naftis, sailor, naftis. Ne, yes, ne. Utos, this, utos. If, well, if. Dilos, fearful, dilos. 4. Good, beautiful, masculine, kalos, kalos. Feminine, kali, kali. Neuter, kalon, kalon. Bad, wicked, masculine, kakos, kakos. Feminine, kaki, kaki. Neuter, kakon, kakon. Wolf, masculine, lycos, lycos. Voice, sound, feminine, phoni, phoni. Rose, neuter, rodon, rodon. Ass, masculine, onos, onos. Earth, feminine, ye, ye. Tree, neuter, dendron, dendron. The indefinite article a or an must be supplied when necessary in the English, and the adjective taken before the substantive. Rule 1. An adjective agrees with its substantive in gender. Lycos, kakos. Kali, phoni. Dendron, kakon. Yi, kaki. Onos, kakos. Rodon, kalon. Yi, kali. Phoni, kaki. Dendron, kalon. Onos kalos. Give the derivation of rhododendron. Euphony. Phonetic. GE in geography, geology, etc. 5. Small, little, masculine. Mikros. Mikros, feminine. Mikra. Mikra. Neuter. Mikron. Mikron. Long, far distant, masculine. Makros. Makros, feminine. Makra. Makra. Neuter. Macron. Macron. Seat, masculine. Thronos. Thronos. Seat, masculine. Thronos. Door, feminine. Thera. Thera. Child, neuter. Teknon. Teknon. House, masculine. Ikos. Ikos. Lyre, feminine. Lyra. Lyra. Egg, neuter. Oon. Oon. Mikros, thronos. Mikra, lyra. On, mikron. Ikos, makros. Thera, mikra. Teknon, mikron. Phony, mikra. Lyra, kali. Thronos, kalos. Ikos, kakos. Dendron, mikron. Yi, makra. English words derived from the Greek change epsilon into y and kappa into c. Give the derivation of throne. Lyre. Omicron. Micro in microscope, microcosm, etc. 6. The. Masculine. O. O. Feminine. E. E. Neuter. Do. Do. Faithful, true, masculine. Pistos. Pistos. Feminine. Pisti. Pisti. Neuter. Piston. Piston. Slave, masculine. Doulos. Doulos. Bride, goddess, feminine. Nymphi. Nymphi. Little book, roll, neuter. Vivlion. Vivlion. Master, lord, masculine. Kyrios. Kyrios. Justice, feminine. Diki. Diki. Gift, present, neuter. Thoron. Thoron. Rule 2. When the article stands before the substantive only, the adjective is a predicate, and the copula is or are must frequently be supplied, as o doulos pistos, or pistos o doulos, the slave is faithful. Rule 3. The article is sometimes repeated before the adjective to add emphasis or force to it, as o doulos o pistos, the faithful slave, i.e., the faithful one. O likos mikros, I kali phoni, I diki I pisti, to vivlion mikron, pistos o kyrios, I hi I kali, I pisti phoni, I thira mikra, kalon torodon, ikali lira, toon tokalon, galon viblion, inimfi gali, odulos okakos, todoron galon, diki pisti, mikron doron. Give the derivation of Bible, nymph. 7. There are 3 numbers, singular, plural, and dual. The dual is used of 2 only, but the plural commonly takes its place. The auxiliary verb imi, I am, indicative mood, present tense. Singular, first person, imi, I am, imi. Second person, e, thou art, e. Third person, esti, he, she, it is, esti. Plural, first person, esmen, we are, esmen. Second person, este, ye are, este. Third person, isi, they are, isi. Dual, first person wanting, second person, eston, ye two are, eston. Eston, they two are, eston. Ni is added to esti, isi, when they are followed by a vowel. The stops in Greek are the same as in English, except the colon or semicolon and the note of interrogation. Ego, I, ego. Si, thou, si. Tis, ti, who, tis, ti. Ti, why, ti, tis, ti, a certain, someone, tis, ti. U, uk, before a vowel, uch, before a rough breathing, not. Rule 4. The verb imi takes the same case after it as before it. Doulos imi, Kyrios I, pistos esti, ti esmen, si tis I, ego Kyrios imi, si doulos I, ti galon esti, torodon esti galon, doulos tis kakos esti, tis diki esti pisti, esti nithira mikra, tis pistos esti, tis estin o Kyrios o pistos, mikros uk imi, uk isi teknon, o likos kakos esti, uch o onos. 8. Imperfect tense of imi. Singular first person, in, I was, in. Second person, istha, thou wast, istha. Third person, in, he was, in. First person, imen, we were, imen. Second person, ite, ye were, ite. Third person, isan, they were, isan. Dual, first person wanting, second person, itin, ye two were, itin. Third person, itin, they two were, itin. Pu, where, pu. Opu, where, opu. Eki, there, eki. Ode, here, ode. Ke, and, also, ke. Ke, que, both, and, que, gar, for, gar. Idu, behold, here, am, is, are, idu. Rule 5. Two or more substantives singular require a plural verb, as Puisin o Kyrios ke o doulos? Where are the lord and the slave? Pu estin o doulos o kakos? Uk estin ode? Tis eki esti? Idu ego? Ti ode este? Puisan olikos ke o onos? Eki uk isi? Opu estin olikos? Eki esti ke o onos? To vivlion doron mikron esti? To rodon mikron ke kalon in? Idu o doulos pistos gar esti? Ke o Kyrios ke o doulos isan ode. 9. Future tense of imi. Singular, first person. Esome, I shall be. Esome. Second person. Esi, or e. Thou wilt be. Esi, e. Third person. Este, he will be. Este. Plural, first person. Esometha, we shall be. Esometha. Second person. Esiste, ye will be. Esiste. Third person. Esonde, they will be. Esonde. Dual, first person. Esomethon, we too shall be. Esomethon. Second person. Esisthon, ye too will be. Esisthon. Third person. Esisthon, they too will be. Esisthon. New, masculine. Genos. Genos, feminine. Geni. Geni. Neuter. Genon. Genon. White, masculine. Lefkos. Lefkos. Feminine. Lefki. Lefki. Neuter. Lefkon. Lefkon. Bread, loaf, masculine. Artos. Artos. Robe, dress, feminine. Stoli. Stoli. Little lamb, neuter. Arnion. Arnion. Wine, masculine. Inos. Inos. Village, feminine. Komi. Komi. Work, deed, neuter. Ergon. Ergon. O artos genos in. Istoli lefki ke kali este. To arnion lefkon in. Pu esti no inos? Olikos uk esti lefkos. Idu olikos ke to arnion. To ergon kakon este. Komitis makra in. Pistos esome. Eki esonde. Ti esiste. Imi ke in ke esome. Ode esometha. Opugar estin o Kyrios. Eki este ke o doulos. 10. Holy, pure, masculine. Aios. Aios. Feminine. Aya. Aya. Neuter. Aion. Aion. Just, righteous, masculine. Dikeos. Dikeos. Feminine. Dikea. Dikea. Neuter. Dikeon. Dikeon. Song of praise, masculine. Ymnos. Ymnos. Heart, feminine. Gardia. Gardia. Apple, fruit, neuter. Milon. Milon. Law, masculine. Nomos. Nomos. Our time, feminine. Ora, ora. Oath, neuter. Orkion, orkion. Life, masculine. Vios, vios. Soul, life, feminine. Psyche, psyche. Wild beast, neuter. Therion, therion. Aios himnos. Kaki y cardia. Ovios macros uk esti. Ti esti ni psyche. Idou ode to viblion to aion. O nomos aios esti ke dikeos. To orkion aion este. Pu estin idiki. Dikeos esi. Olikos tyrion kakon esti. Ode milon kalon. Tis ora esti. Aios ke dikeos estin o Kyrios. Give the derivation of hour. Him. Psyche. Economy. Ikos, nomos. Bio in biography, etc. End of lessons 1 to 10 from Greek Lessons, showing how useful and how easy it is for everyone to learn Greek, by W. H. Morris. How to Learn a Foreign Language by Edward Granville Brown, from Chapter 1 Introductory of A Year Amongst the Persians, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now, having unburdened my mind on this matter, I will recount briefly how I came to devote myself to the study of Oriental languages. I was originally destined to become an engineer, and therefore, partly because, at any rate 16 years ago, the teaching of the modern side was still in a most rudimentary state, partly because I most eagerly desired emancipation from a life entirely uncongenial to me, I left school at the age of 15 and a half with little knowledge and less love of Latin and Greek. I have since then learned better to appreciate the value of these languages, and to regret the slenderness of my classical attainments. Yet the method according to which they are generally taught in English public schools is so unattractive and, in my opinion, so inefficient that had I been subjected to it much longer, I would probably have come to loathe all foreign languages, and to shudder at the very sight of a grammar. It is a good thing for the student of a language to study its grammar when he has learned to read and understand it, just as it is a good thing for an artist to sketch a figure or catch the expression of a face. But for one to seek to obtain mastery over a language by learning rules of accidence and syntax is as though he should regard the dissecting room as the single and sufficient portal of entrance to the academy. How little a knowledge of grammar has to do with facility in the use of language is shown by the fact that comparatively few have studied the grammar of that language over which they have the greatest mastery, while amongst all the Latin and Greek scholars in this country, those who could make an extempore speech, dash off an impromptu note, or carry on a sustained conversation in either language are in a small minority. Then, amongst other evil things connected with it, is the magnificent contempt for all non-English systems of pronunciation which the ordinary public school system of teaching Latin and Greek encourages. Granted that the pronunciation of Greek is very different in the Athens of today from what it was in the time of Plato or Euripides, and that Cicero would not understand, or would understand with difficulty, the Latin of the Vatican, does it follow that both languages should be pronounced exactly like English, of all spoken tongues the most anomalous in pronunciation? What should we think of a Chinaman who, because he was convinced that the pronunciation of English in the 14th century differed widely from that of the 19th, deliberately elected to read Chaucer in the accent and intonation of Chinese? If Latin and Greek alone were concerned, it would not so much matter. But the influence of this doctrine of Pan-Anglican pronunciation too often extends to French and German as well. The spirit engendered by it is finely displayed in these two sayings which I remember to have heard repeated. Anyone can understand English if they choose, provided you talk loud enough. Always mistrust an Englishman who talks French like a Frenchman. Apart from the general failure to invest the books read with any human, historical, or literary interest, or to treat them as expressions of the thoughts, feelings, and aspirations of our fellow creatures, instead of as grammatical treadmills, there is another reason why the public school system of teaching languages commonly fails to impart much useful knowledge of them. When any intelligent being who is a free agent wishes to obtain an efficient knowledge of a foreign language as quickly as possible, how does he proceed? He begins with an easy text, and first obtains the general sense of each sentence and the meaning of each particular word from his teacher. In default of a teacher, he falls back on the best available substitute, namely a good translation and a dictionary. Looking out words in a dictionary is, however, mere waste of time if their meaning can be ascertained in any other way, so that he will use this means only when compelled to do so. Having ascertained the meaning of each word, he will note it down either in the margin of the book or elsewhere, so that he may not have to ask it or look it out again. Then he will read the passage which he has thus studied over and over again, if possible aloud, so that tongue, ear, and mind may be simultaneously familiarized with the new instrument of thought and communication of which he desires to possess himself, until he perfectly understands the meaning without mentally translating it into English, and until the foreign words, no longer strange, evoke in his mind not their English equivalents, but the ideas which they connote. This is the proper way to learn a language, and it is opposed at almost every point to the public school method, which regards the use of cribs as a deadly sin, and substitutes parsing and construing for reading and understanding. Notwithstanding all this, I am well aware that the advocates of this method have in their armoury another and more potent argument. A boy does not go to school, say they, to learn Latin and Greek, but to learn to confront disagreeable duties with equanimity, and to do what is distasteful to him with cheerfulness. To this I have nothing to say. It is unanswerable and final. If boys are sent to school to learn what the word disagreeable means, and to realize that the most acute misery and that the most assiduous labour, if it be not wisely directed, does not necessarily secure the attainment of the object ostensibly aimed at. Then indeed does the public school offer the surest means of attaining this end. The most wretched day of my life, except the day when I left college, was the day I went to school. During the earlier portion of my school life, I believe that I nearly fathomed the possibilities of human misery and despair. I learned then, what I am thankful to say I have unlearned since, to be a pessimist, a misanthrope, and a cynic. And I have learned since what I did not understand then, that to know by rote a quantity of grammatical rules is in itself not much more useful than to know how often each letter of the alphabet occurs in Paradise Lost, or how many separate stones went to the building of the Great Pyramid. Many of my readers, even of those who may be inclined to agree with me as to the desirability of modifying the teaching of our public schools, will blame me for expressing myself so strongly. The value of a public school education in the development of character cannot be denied, and in the teaching also great improvements have, I believe, been made within the last 10 or 15 years. But as far as my own experience goes, I do not feel that I have spoken at all too strongly. End of How to Learn a Foreign Language by Edward Granville Brown. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Nouns from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon by Henry Sweet. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nouns. Gender. Section 11. Every noun has one of 3 genders, which are most easily remembered by learning each noun with the definite article the. Masculine se, neuter that, feminine seo. The gender is partly natural, partly grammatical. By the natural gender, names of male beings, such as se fader, the father, se brothor, the brother, are masculine. Those of female beings, such as seu modor, the mother, seu dochtor, the daughter, are feminine. And those of young creatures, such as that killed, the child, are neuter. But that weef, the woman, wife, is also neuter. Section 12. By grammatical gender, names of things are not only neuter, that huus, the house, that are, the eye, but also masculine and feminine. Se staan, se foot, the foot, seu hand, seu dad. Note that all nouns ending in a are masculine. Se lytla knappa, se nama, the name, se mona, the moon. Section 13. Compound nouns follow the gender of their last element, as in se goldsmith, the goldsmith, formed from that gold, the gold, and se smith, the smith. Se weefman, woman, from that weef, and se man. Number. Section 14. The definite article has in the plural tha for all genders. Nouns have a variety of endings in the plural, which depend partly on their gender. Nouns in a, which are all masculine, take an in the plural. Tha naman, tha lytlan knapan. All feminine nouns in e, together with that ere, have the same plural ending. Twa kirikyan, twa eran. Nouns that take an in the plural are called weak. All other nouns are called strong. Section 15. The commonest plural ending of strong masculine nouns is as. Thus, se kuning, Se ende have plurals kuningas, endas. Se dai has plural dagas, with vowel change. Section 16. Most strong neuters take u in the plural, or else remain unchanged. Thus, that skip, ship, that rike, kingdom, rule, sovereignty, that weapon, weapon, have plurals tha skipu, tha riku, tha wapnu, while that folk, nation, that hus, that weave, have plurals tha folk, tha hus, tha weave. Section 17. Most strong feminines take a in the plural. Thus, Seodad, Seohand, Seocaster, city, have plurals tha dada, tha handa, tha castra. Section 18. Some plurals are formed by vowel change. Seman, tha men. Sefot, tha fate. Seobok, the book, tha bake. Seoburg, fortress, city, tha buri. There are also other irregular plurals. Case. Section 19. All the nouns hitherto given in this chapter are in the nominative case. We have seen that weak masculine nouns have in the nominative singular the ending a, semona. Weak feminines and neuters the ending e, seokirike, that are. Nouns ending in u and o are always strong, such as sesunu, seoduru, plurals tha suna, tha dura, seo ildo, age, old age. Compare ald, old. Seomenio, multitude, crowd. Compare mani, many. Note that these feminines in o are generally indeclinable, as in the plural tha menio. The following are pronouns in the nominative: ich, I, thu, he, hit, it, heo, she, plurals we, we, ye, ye, he. Further examples: ich am her, I am here. Heo is min moder. Hit is lytel hus. Ye weave. Section 20. The subject of a sentence and words agreeing with it are put in the nominative. Ich am thas Königes Hunter. I am the king's hunter. Nouns have three other cases: the accusative, dative, and genitive, included under the common name oblique. Section 21. The accusative of the definite article is masculine thone, feminine tha. The neuter that and the plural all genders tha being the same as the nominative. Note that in all words, the accusative is the same as the nominative in the neuter singular, that are, and in the plural, tha kuningas. Section 22. The accusative is the direct object case, serving to show that a noun word completes the meaning of a transitive verb. Section 23. Weak masculine and feminine nouns have accusative singulars in an, the same as the plural nominative. Ik je hirde thone naman. We je sawon tha sunnan, and thone monan. Section 24. Strong masculine as well as neuter nouns have the accusative the same as the nominative in the singular as well as the plural. He grete thone kuning. Section 25. Some strong feminines have the accusative singular the same as the nominative, while others take e. Ik je sag tha undad. He je sawon tha chastre theoran. Section 26. The accusatives of the pronouns given above are me, me, the, thee, hine, him, hit, the same as the nominative, it, he, her, plurals us, us, eu, you, he, them. Observe that the modern English forms him, her, them are historically datives, not accusatives. Compare further hine with thone, he, her, with tha chastre, The following are further examples. Kanst du thisne kraft? Ik kan hine. Je sigst du tha kastre? Ik he jeseo. Section 27. The accusative is further used to express extent of space and duration of time. Ik elne way jero. He wonodon thar lange tid. Section 28. Hence, some prepositions which express extent or motion govern the accusative, such as yeond, throughout, around, about. Yeond tha helde, seo sunne irnth tha erdan. Section 29. The dative of se, that, and the plural tha is tham. Similarly, the dative of he, hit, and the plural he is him, it, them. Compare modern English to him, to them. Note also that the dative plural ending of nearly all nouns is The dative of seo is thare. Similarly, the dative of heo is hire. Compare modern English to her. The pronouns ich, thu, plurals we, ye, have the dative the same as the accusative. Me, to me, the, to thee, us, to us, eo, to you. Section 30. The dative is the indirect object case, and often corresponds to the modern English to in give it to him, similar to Sele me havok. What skjal ik thinum je brothrum sellan, sele him horse. Section 31. Weak nouns have dative singular in an. God selde tham monan leocht. Section 32. Most strong nouns have a in the dative singular. Slap bithdade je likost. He answaro de hire thus. Seo answaro je liko de thare quene. He sind tham kuninge je trewe. Section 33. The dative is used not only with verbs of giving to, speaking to, and with words expressing nearness to, likeness to, being agreeable to, faithful to, and so on, but also with many other words expressing benefiting and injuring, affecting and influencing in various ways. Elum mannum nyt. He him on bestal. He cherf him that havod off. Fiskeras breidath him net. For the instrumental dative, see section 52. Section 34. Many prepositions govern the dative, such as after, be, by, along, concerning, for, because of, mid, with, to, after his daje, he elde bethare strate, wakian for thelvum, se kuning sat mid his eldormannum, he quath to tham kuninge. Section 35. Some prepositions govern both the dative and accusative, such as on, in, on, over, under, under. When motion or extension is implied, they generally take the accusative. Se mangere a star on his skip, tha bamas hangiath over thone mere. With the dative, they generally express rest. Se fiskere is ute on thare sa on anum bate. Section 36. The genitive corresponds sometimes to apostrophe s, man's, sometimes to of the man. Section 37. The genitive of se and that is thas. Similarly, the genitive of he and hit, it, is his. The genitive of seo is thare, the same as the dative. Similarly, the genitive of heo, she, is hire. The genitive of the plural tha is thara. Similarly, the genitive of he, they, is hira. The pronouns ich, thu, plural we, ye, have genitives mean, of me, thin, of thee, ure, of us, eoer, of you. The genitives of pronouns are used also as possessives. He sind hira laverde jetrewe. The following are examples of their use as genitives. Eoer nan. He afsloog hira thriti. Section 38. Weak nouns have genitive singular an, the same as the other oblique cases, and genitive plural enna. Thas monan leocht an thara sterna. Thare sunnan hate. Section 39. Strong masculine and neuter nouns have genitive singular in is, plural in a. Thas kuninges hel. That hus is elra husa betst. Section 40. Strong feminines have genitive singular e, the same as the dative, and generally genitive plural a. Thare helle duru. Alra dada marost. Section 41. The genitive is used instead of the accusative with verbs expressing thinking of, being mindful of, remembering, and other mental states and various emotions. He je munde thara worden the he sprak. U vele swenan. He thynodon das je berskipes. Section 42. Also with some verbs of having possession or enjoyment of, striving for. Swerdes onfon, mettes brukan, tha find his echton. Section 43. Some of these verbs govern a genitive of the thing and an accusative of the person, especially those which express asking. He hine frides badon. Section 44. Some of them have a dative of the person, especially those expressing granting or denying. He him frides yetidode. He thankode hire thas. Section 45. The following table will show the chief noun inflections. Singular nominative, say dai. Singular accusative, thone dai. Singular dative, tham daie. Singular genitive, thas daies. Plural nominative, tha dagas. Plural dative, tham darum. Plural genitive, thara daga. Singular nominative, that whose, that skip. Singular accusative, that whose. Singular dative, tham whose. Singular genitive, thas whoses. Plural nominative, tha whose, tha skipu. Plural dative, tham whosum. Plural genitive, thara whosa. Singular nominative, seu caster, seu dad. Singular accusative, tha castre, tha dad. Singular dative, thare castre. Singular genitive, thare castre. Plural nominative, tha castra. Plural dative, tham castrum. Plural genitive, thara castra. Singular nominative, se vita. Singular accusative, thone vitan. Singular dative, tham vitan. Singular genitive, thas vitan. Plural nominative, tha vitan. Plural dative, tham vitum. Plural genitive, thara vitana. Singular nominative, that are. Singular accusative, that are. Singular dative, tham aran. Singular genitive, thas aran. Plural nominative, tha aran. Plural dative, tham arum. Plural genitive, thara arena. Singular nominative, seu kirike. Singular accusative, tha kirikan. Singular dative, Tharakirikan. Singular genitive, Tharakirikan. Plural nominative, Thakirikan. Plural dative, Thamkirikum. Plural genitive, Tharakirikena. Section 46. Nouns ending in a long vowel or diphthong contract their inflections. Thus, sa has sa in the oblique cases of the singular. Thare sa strand. So also, a river has dative plural alm. The weak noun yefa joy has yefan in the oblique singular cases. Mid yefan. Section 47. The body of the word undergoes various changes in inflection. Thus, sefer, life, has genitive theores. In such a word as thatfer, money, these changes necessarily result in contraction of the inflection. Genitive thasfeos. Dative thampheo. He me thasfeos yetidode. End of Nouns from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon by Henry Sweet. Read by Rachel Klippenstein.
Book 5, paragraphs 1 to 13 of On the Latin Language by Varro. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Latin Language by Marcus Terentius Varro. Book 5. On the Science of the Origin of Words, addressed to Cicero. In what way names were applied to things in Latin, I have undertaken to expound in 6 books. Of these, I have already composed 3 before this one, and have addressed them to Septimius. In them I treat of the branch of learning which is called etymology. The considerations which might be raised against it I have put in the first book; those adduced in its favor, in the second; those merely describing it, in the third. In the following books, addressed to you, I shall discuss the problem from what things names were applied in Latin, both those which are habitual with the ordinary folk, and those which are found in the poets. Inasmuch as each and every word has 2 innate features, from what thing and to what thing the name is applied, therefore, when the question is raised from what thing pertinacia, obstinacy, is, it is shown to be from pertendere, to persist. To what thing it is applied is told when it is explained that it is pertinacia, obstinacy, in a matter in which there ought not to be persistence, but there is, because it is perseverantia, steadfastness, if a person persists in that in which he ought to hold firm. That former part, where they examine why and whence words are, the Greeks call etymology; that other part they call semantics. Of these 2 matters I shall speak in the following books, not keeping them apart, but giving less attention to the second. These relations are often rather obscure, for the following reasons. Not every word that has been applied still exists, because lapse of time has blotted out some. Not every word that is in use has been applied without inaccuracy of some kind, nor does every word which has been applied correctly remain as it originally was, for many words are disguised by change of the letters. There are some whose origin is not from native words of our own language. Many words indicate one thing now, but formerly meant something else, as is the case with hostis, enemy, for in olden times by this word they meant a foreigner from a country independent of Roman laws, but now they give the name to him whom they then called perduelis, enemy. I shall take as starting point of my discussion that derivative or case form of the words in which the origin can be more clearly seen, it is evident that we ought to operate in this way, because when we say impos, lacking power, in the nominative, it is less clear that it is from potentia, power, than when we say in potem in the accusative, and it becomes the more obscure if you say pos, having power, rather than impos, for pos seems to mean rather pons, bridge, than potens, powerful. There are few things which lapse of time does not distort, there are many which it removes. Whom you saw beautiful as a boy, him you see unsightly in his old age. The third generation does not see a person such as the first generation saw him. Therefore, those that oblivion has taken away even from our ancestors, the painstaking of Mucius and Brutus, though it has pursued the runaways, cannot bring back. As for me, even if I cannot track them down, I shall not be the slower for this, but even for this I shall be the swifter in the chase, if I can. For there is no slight darkness in the wood where these things are to be caught, and there are no trodden paths to the place which we wish to attain, nor do there fail to be obstacles in the paths which could hold back the hunter on his way. Now he who has observed in how many ways the changing has taken place in those words, new and old, in which there is any and every manner of variation in popular usage, will find the examination of the origin of the words an easier task, for he will find that words have been changed, as I have shown in the preceding books, essentially on account of two sets of four causes. For the alterations come about by the loss or the addition of single letters, and on account of the transposition or the change of them, and likewise by the lengthening or the shortening of syllables, and their addition or loss. Since I have adequately shown by examples in the preceding books of what sort these phenomena are, I have thought that here I need only set a reminder of that previous discussion. Now I shall set forth the origins of the individual words, of which there are four levels of explanation. The lowest is that to which even the common folk has come. Who does not see the sources of argentifodinae, silver mines, and of viacurus, road overseer? The second is that to which old-time grammar has mounted, which shows how the poet has made each word which he has fashioned and derived. Here belongs Pacuvius's The Whistling of the Robes, here his Incurved-necked Flock, here his With his mantle he beshields his arm. The third level is that to which philosophy ascended, and on arrival began to reveal the nature of those words which are in common use, as, for example, from what oppidum, town, was named, and vicus, row of houses, and via, street. The fourth is that where the sanctuary is, and the mysteries of the high priest. If I shall not arrive at full knowledge there, at any rate I shall cast about for a conjecture, which even in matters of our health the physician sometimes does, when we are ill. But if I have not reached the highest level, I shall none the less go farther up than the second, because I have studied, not only by the lamp of Aristophanes, but also by that of Cleanthes. I have desired to go farther than those who expound only how the words of the poets are made up. For it did not seem meet that I seek the source in the case of the word which Ennius had made, and neglect that which long before King Latinus had made, in view of the fact that I get pleasure rather than utility from many words of the poets, and more utility than pleasure from the ancient words. And in fact, are not those words mine which have come to me by inheritance from King Romulus, rather than those which were left behind by the poet Livius? Therefore, since words are divided into these three groups, those which are our own, those which are of foreign origin, and those which are obsolete and of forgotten sources, I shall set forth about our own, why they are, about those of foreign origin, whence they are, and as to the obsolete I shall let them alone, except that concerning some of them I shall none the less write what I have found or myself conjecture. In this book I shall tell about the words denoting places and those things which are in them. In the following book I shall tell of the words denoting times and those things which take place in them. In the third I shall tell of both these as expressed by the poets. Pythagoras the Samian says that the primal elements of all things are in pair, as finite and infinite, good and bad, life and death, day and night. Therefore likewise there are the two fundamentals, station and motion, each divided into four kinds. What is stationary, or is in motion, is body; where it is in motion, is place; while it is in motion, is time; what is inherent in the motion is action. The fourfold division will be clearer in this way. Body is, so to speak, the runner; place is the race-course where he runs; time is the period during which he runs; action is the running. Therefore it comes about that for this reason all things in general are divided into four phases, and these universal, because there is never time without there being motion, for even an intermission of motion is time; nor is there motion where there is not place and body, because the latter is that which is moved, and the former is where; nor where this motion is, does there fail to be action. Therefore place and body, time and action, are the four-horse team of the elements. Therefore, because the primal classes of things are four in number, so many are the primal classes of words. From among these, concerning places and those things which are seen in them, I shall put a summary account in this book; but we shall follow them up wherever the kin of the word under discussion is, even if it has driven its roots beyond its own territory. For often the roots of a tree which is close to the line of the property have gone out under the neighbor's cornfield. Wherefore, when I speak of places, I shall not have gone astray, if from ager, field, I pass to an agrarius, agrarian man, and to an agricola, farmer. The partnership of words is one of many members. The wine festival cannot be set on its way without wine, nor can the Curiacalabra, announcement hall, be opened without the calatio, proclamation. End of the paragraphs 1 to 13 of Book 5 of On the Latin Language, by Varro. Book 8, paragraphs 1 to 12 of On the Latin Language, by Varro. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Latin Language, by Marcus Terentius Varro. Book 8. One book of arguments which are advanced against the existence of the principle of analogy. Speech is naturally divided into three parts, as I have shown in the previous books. Its first part is how names were imposed upon things; its second, in what way the derivatives of these names have arrived at their differences; its third, how the words, when united with one another reasoningly, express an idea. Having set forth the first part, I shall from here begin upon the second. As every offshoot is secondary by nature, because that vertical trunk from which it comes is primary, and it is therefore declined, so there is declension in words. Homo, man, is the vertical; hominis, mens, is the oblique, because it is declined from the vertical. From the manifold nature of this sort there are these causes of the differences: for what reason, and to what product, and in what way, in speaking, the words are declined. The first two of these I shall pass over briefly, for two reasons: because there will have to be a rehandling of the topics when I write of the stock of words, and because the third of them has numerous and extensive subdivisions of its own. Inflection has been introduced not only into Latin speech, but into the speech of all men, because it is useful and necessary. For if this system had not developed, we could not learn such a great number of words as we should have, for the possible forms into which they are inflected are numerically unlimited, nor from those which we should have learned would it be clear what relationship existed between them so far as their meanings were concerned. But as it is, we do see, for the reason that that which is the offshoot bears a similarity to the original. When legi, I have gathered, is inflected from lego, I gather, two things are clear at the same time, namely, that in some fashion the acts are said to be the same, and yet that their doing did not take place at the same time. But if, for the sake of a word, one of these two related ideas was called priamus and the other hecuba, there would be no indication of the unity of idea which is clear in lego and legi, and in nominative priamus, dative priamo. As among men there are certain kinships, either through the males or through the clan, so there are among words. For as from an Emilius were sprung the men named Emilius, and the clan members of the name, so from the name of Aemilius were inflected the words in the noun clan. For from that name, which was imposed in the nominative case as Aemilius, were made Aemilii, Aemilium, Aemilios, Aemiliorum, and in this way also all the other words which are of this same line. The origins of words are therefore two in number, and no more: imposition and inflection. The one is as it were the spring, the other the brook. Men have wished that imposed nouns should be as few as possible, that they might be able to learn them more quickly. But derivative nouns they have wished to be as numerous as possible, that all might the more easily say those nouns which they need to use. In connection with the first class, a historical narrative is necessary, for except by outright learning such words do not reach us. For the other class, the second, a grammatical treatment is necessary, and for this there is need of a few brief maxims. For the scheme by which you have learned to inflect in the instance of one noun, you can employ in a countless number of nouns. Therefore, when new nouns have been brought into common use, the whole people at once utters their declined forms without any hesitation. Moreover, those who have freshly become slaves and on purchase become members of a large household quickly inflect the names of all their fellow slaves in the oblique cases, provided only they have heard the nominative. If they sometimes make mistakes, it is not astonishing. Even those who first imposed names upon things perhaps made some slips in some instances, for they are supposed to have desired to designate things individually, that from these inflection might be made to indicate plurality, as homines, men, from homo, man. They are supposed to have desired that male children be designated in such a way that from these the females might be indicated by inflection, as the feminine terentia from the masculine terentius, and that similarly from the names which they set in the nominative case there might be other forms to which they could arrive by inflection. But they are supposed to have been unable to hold fast to these principles in everything, because the plural form scopai denotes either one or two brooms, and aquila, eagle, denotes both the male and the female, and vis, force, is used for the nominative and for an oblique case of the word. Why such words are not so much at fault as men think, it is in most instances not hard to explain, but it is not necessary to do so at this time, for it is not how they have been able to arrive at the words, but how they wish to express themselves, that is of import for the subject which is before us. Inasmuch as genitive scoparum can be no less easily derived from the plural scopai, which they did impose on the object as its name, than if they had given it the name scopa in the singular, and made the genitive scopai from this, and other words likewise. The reason, I say, why they made these inflected forms from the names which they had set upon things, is that which I have shown. The next point is for me to sketch by classes, but briefly, the forms at which they have wished to arrive by inflection, or have not wished to arrive. For there are two classes of words: one fruitful, which by inflection produces from itself many different forms, as for example, lego, I gather; legi, I have gathered; legam, I shall gather; and similarly other words. And the second class, which is barren, which produces nothing from itself, as for example, et, and; jam, now; wix, hardly; cras, tomorrow; magis, more; cur, why. In those things whose use was simple, the inflection of the name also was simple. Just as in a house where there is only one slave, there is need of only one slave name, but in a house where there are many slaves, there is need of many such names. Therefore also in those things which are names, because the differentiations of the words are several, there are more offshoots; and in those things which are connectives and join words, because there was no need for them to be inflected into several forms, the words generally have but one form, for with one and the same tongue you can fasten a man or a horse, or anything else, whatever it is, which can be fastened to something else. Thus, for example, we say in our talking, Tullius et, and Antonius were consuls. With that same et we can link together any set of two consuls, or, to put it more strongly, any and all names, and even all words, while all the time that one syllabled prop word, et, remains unchanged. Therefore, under nature's guidance, it has come about that we should not think that there are inflected forms from all these names which have been set upon things. In the word classes in which inflections may develop, the parts of speech are two, unless, following Dion, we divide into three divisions the ideas which are indicated by words. One division which indicates also case, a second which indicates also time, a third which indicates neither. Of these Aristotle says that there are two parts of speech: nouns, like homo, man, and equus, horse, and verbs, like legit, gathers, and currit, runs. End of paragraphs 1 to 12 of Book 8 of On the Latin Language, by Varro.
Phonology section from A Primer of Persian, containing selections for reading and composition with the elements of syntax, by G.S.A. Ranking. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Introductory. This little work has been compiled in order to provide the beginner in Persian with a varied selection of passages for reading, and also for translation from English into Persian. Each passage has its own vocabulary attached to it, and in the selection from the Golestan with which the Persian extracts begin, as also in the extracts from the Shah's diary, all vowel points have been inserted, as the author knows by experience how much time is wasted by beginners in endeavoring to read unpointed Persian. Extracts from Persian newspapers have been introduced in order to familiarize the student with the journalistic style, as also a few copies of letters which will be useful as examples of correspondence as carried on among friends. The ordinary course of instruction in Persian has been hitherto confined to so-called classical Persian, whereas, for practical purposes, a knowledge of the language of today, modified as it is by foreign elements, is essential for a serviceable acquaintance with Persian. The few pages on syntax will, it is hoped, supply sufficient material for the beginner in his early attempts at composition. Oxford, October 1907. 1. Phonology. The Persians employ the Arabic alphabet, which has been in use among them since the Arab conquest, AD 641 to 651. This alphabet consists of 32 letters, which are connected from right to left in forming words. Each letter is subject to slight modification of form according to its position in the word. If the subjoined examples are carefully studied, there will be little difficulty in recognizing the various forms of the letters. The student is requested to read the remarks which follow the alphabetical tables during his study of the alphabet. With regard to pronunciation, it should be borne in mind that in the transliteration adopted in this work, the equivalents of the vowels employed are as follow. A has a sound between a short U and a short E. For example, the word bass will be something between the English bus and bess. U has the sound of the U in the English words bull, full. I has the sound of the I in pistol. The corresponding long vowels are A with a macron, which has the sound of A in father. U with a macron, which is to be sounded like the U in June. I with a macron, like the Italian I, or the double E in beach. The diphthongs which occur are formed when either of the semi-vowels, vav or ye, is combined with the short A sound represented by the mark fatheh. O is to be pronounced between the sounds of OU in mouse and O in hose. Example, hose, a reservoir. A has a sound between AY in day and IE in die. Example, may, wine. Alphabet. Aleph. A. Transliteration. A with a macron. Initial. Ab. Medial. Mal. Final. Khoda. B. B. Transliteration. B. Initial. Bas. Medial. Abr. Final. Lab. P. P. Transliteration. P. Initial. Pol. medial, separ, final, chap, te, t, transliteration, t, initial, to, medial, setam, final, dast, se, transliteration, s with two dots underneath, initial, sabaut, medial, mesl, final, bao s, jim, j, transliteration, j, initial, joft, medial, ajam, final, kaj, che, ch, transliteration, ch underlined, initial, charch, medial, bache, final, charch, how, h, transliteration, h with a dot underneath, initial, hukm, medial, mahal, final, sol, khe, ch, transliteration, kh underlined, initial, khoda, medial, lacht, final, yach, daul, d, transliteration, d, initial, daum, medial, audam, final, daud, zaul, z, transliteration, z underlined, initial, zog, medial, razil, final, qawqaz, re, r, transliteration, r, initial, ras, medial, mard, final, maudar, z, z, transliteration, z, initial, zaman, medial, qazal, final, qaz, j, j, transliteration, zh underlined, initial, jaule, medial, mojde, final, page, sin, s, transliteration, s, initial, salam, medial, dast, final, cas, sheen, sh, transliteration, sh underlined, initial, shak, medial, doshman, final, derafsh, saud, s, transliteration, s with a dot under it, initial, sol, medial, masr, final, qors, zaud, z, transliteration, z with a dot under it, initial, zabt, medial, mazmoon, final, qarz, tau, t, transliteration, t with two dots under it, initial, telau, medial, matlab, final, bat, zau, z, transliteration, z with two dots under it, initial, zafar, medial, azim, final, haz, ain, transliteration, apostrophe, initial, elm, medial, fe'l, final, rob, qain, q, transliteration, gh underlined, initial, qam, medial, maghz, final, daruq, f, transliteration, f, initial, faul, medial, zafar, final, lauf, qawf, q, transliteration, q, initial, qabr, medial, bagar, final, dalq, kauf, k, transliteration, k, initial, kas, medial, makr, final, shak, golf, g, transliteration, g, initial, gel, medial, magas, final, rang, laum, l, transliteration, l, initial, loan, medial, bolbol, final, manzel, mim, m, transliteration, m, initial, mim, medial, samum, final, shatm, nun, n, transliteration, n, initial, noon, medial, kaniz, final, shaman, valve, v, transliteration, v, w, or u with a macron, initial, vazir, medial, mavaud, final, adu, he, her, transliteration, h, initial, heraus, medial, mehmaun, final, bande, ye, transliteration, y or I with a macron, initial, yaqeen, medial, mil, final, dari. The preceding table gives the forms of the letters as they would occur alone, or at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of a word, respectively. It must not be forgotten that certain letters are not to be joined to the letter following, i.e., to the left. These letters are marked with an asterisk in the table. They will have either the isolated or final form, as the case may be. For use as initial letters of words, the isolated form of those letters which join to the left is to be used in an abbreviated form, as will be seen by reference to the examples given above. It will be recognized that the dots in the various letters having similar ground forms, as, for example, be, pe, etc., jim, che, etc., are the distinguishing marks by which the letters are recognized, and, speaking generally, the initial form of any letter is restricted to just so much of the character as will serve to identify it. Thus, he, vav, zaud combined spell hose. Che, aleph, nun, he combined chaune. In deciphering the above examples, it will be observed that an oblique mark above the letter denotes the short a sound. An oblique mark below the line denotes a short e sound. A mark above the line denotes the short o sound. These vowel points are called respectively fathe, kasre, and zamme. Conjoined with the letters alif, ye, and vav, They form either long vowels or diphthongs, as has been noticed. Similarly, the absence of any vowel sound is denoted by the mark jazm, as in the word qabr, while a doubled consonant has the mark tashdid written over it, as in the words shak, bat. A careful study should be made of the alphabet and the examples given, special attention being devoted to acquiring an accurate knowledge of the system of transliteration. The sign is called Aleph Mamdude, the prolonged Aleph. The mark Madde is not, as is often said, another Aleph written horizontally, but is a remnant of the word Madde, a scribe's mark denoting that the Aleph above which it was written was to be pronounced with a long sound. The word Mad in Arabic means prolongation. In some works, this Aleph Mamdude is written thus, two Alephs following one another. The sign is called Aleph Hamze, and is, when found at the commencement of a word or syllable, merely a breathing. Its name indicates this quality, as the Arabic word hamaza means impelling, thus denoting the impulse necessary to the production of the sound. As example, we may take the word jur'at, pronounced jur'at, with a distinct hiatus between the two syllables and a fresh impulse, hamzeh, before the second half of the word is pronounced. When occurring as the vowel sound in words of one syllable, hamzeh is pronounced with somewhat of a bleating sound. Ras, pronounced ras. The student is recommended to practice writing the words given as examples of the alphabet, both in the Persian character and with the transliteration as shown. End of the phonology section of A Primer of Persian, containing selections for reading and composition with the elements of syntax by G.S.A. Ranking. Lessons 1 to 19 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalet. English text edited by E. G. Finch. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Preface. It is constantly asserted by Europeans that it is impossible for them to gain even a moderate knowledge of Arabic except after infinite toil. There is a considerable grain of truth in this assertion, for there exists no satisfactory textbook which a beginner can use with confidence, or which is so arranged that the student who has some acquaintance with the language can fix his ideas of the rather intricate Arabic grammar. The existing textbooks are either exhaustive treatises dealing with delicate points of the grammar of classical Arabic, or else they are merely phrasebooks of colloquial Arabic, giving, often in a faulty transliteration, a few common phrases in a particular dialect. The object of the authors of this textbook has been to provide a scientifically arranged grammar of the language, of the press, and of ordinary business life. The arrangement of the work is as follows. Part 1 deals with the Arabic alphabet. The pronunciation of the letters is explained, as far as possible phonetically, and reading lessons are given. Parts 2 and 3 provide a complete course in all the important grammatical rules, with copious vocabularies and exercises. There is an appendix of technical and administrative terms. Throughout the book, the vowel accents have been carefully inserted in the Arabic script. Perhaps the main difficulty in Arabic is that the vowel accents are hardly ever written, and each word has to be learnt by ear before it can be properly used. The authors hope that this feature of the book will prove particularly useful to the student. The lessons have been so arranged as to contain no more matter than can be conveniently mastered in a single day. It is hoped that the book will prove useful to government officials and army officers, and especially to those officials who are required to pass an examination in the Arabic language. The authors, Cairo, December 1907. Symbols and abbreviations. P. Page. M. Masculine. F. Feminine. S. or sing, singular. D. Jewel. PL or plur, plural. Brackets. In the vocabulary, Arabic words enclosed within brackets are only employed in the colloquial language. Apostrophe. This symbol, which is placed over certain letters, denotes a suppressed aleph. The following is the scheme of phonetics adopted in this book to indicate the Arabic pronunciation. A with a circumflex. English A in father. A. English first A in away. E with a circumflex. English AI in pain. E. English E in men. I with a circumflex. English I in machine. I. English I in pity. O with a circumflex. English O in glory. O. English O in top. U with a circumflex. English OU in soup. U. English double O in look. Part 1. Reading lessons. Exercises. First lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Alif. The Arabic alphabet contains 29 letters. E. E is the sound of alif. B, that of be, etc. Be, b, te, t, the, th. Pronounced like th in thin. Vowel accent. Fatha, e. Be, te, the. For the present we shall only consider the alif when it is placed in the middle or at the end of a word. Thus it serves to lengthen the vowel sound of the preceding letter, e.g., be is pronounced be and not be. These 3 columns show the form of the letters when written at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end of a word. Exercise 1. Thebe, bete, tebe, thete, tethe, bethe, tebe. Alif cannot be joined to the following letter in a word. Thebete, bebe, thebete, bete, betete. Second lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Jim. Pronounced usually like G in good. He. Cho. Pronounced like CH in the German Nacht. Vowel accent. Kesre. I. G. He. Chi. When followed by Cha, He, Jim, the letters Be, Te, The are usually written. They are also occasionally written thus, as will be seen later. Exercise 2. Jebe, Hijabi, Teji, Behe, Haje, Becha, Behethe, Khobe, Jibabi, Hijaji, Khibe, Hibabi, Khobabi, Hebe, Hejebe, Tehe, Tebehethe, Hejibi, Techobethe, Hejeti. Third lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Del, D, Vel, the. Pronounced like the in though. Vowel accent. Domme, U. The vowel accents are 3 in number. E, I, and U. Du, thu. Del and thel cannot be joined to the following letter in a word. Exercise 3. Debeje, Hede, Thetu, Decha, Jethibu, Hedethe, Dhubije, Dejeju, Hedithu, Jedebe, Jede, Hede, Jehidu, Hedibe, Judhedu, Tehedethe, Dubebu, Hidedu, Thebiju, Tejethebe. Fourth lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Ra, R, Zain, Z, Fethatan, N, Run. The sign Fethatan, which adds the sound of N to Fatha, must be followed by Alif, which, however, has no vocalic value. Zen. Ra and Zain cannot be joined to the following letter in a word. Exercise 4. Rohibe, Rotiben, Zedu, Berohen, Jerihu, Bukhoran, Birozen, Turabu, Rodhedu, Rajihan, Hajizu, Zejero, رتبا جدار خراب زجاجا بادرة جرادا جزرا جراحا. Fifth lesson, letters of the alphabet. Sin, s. Sin is pronounced like S in C. Sheen, sh. Kesraten, in. Sin, shin. Exercise 5. Shebabin, Jeseden, Khoshebu, Sajin, Sabihin, Siraju, Hasidan, Derose, Sherabu, Hasebe, Khodeshe, Harisin, Sheraran, Sahabu, Hebese, Sahirin, Teshajera, Sadisu, Sherisin, Sedaden, Shebehu, Sitarin, Shajaron, Sajidin, Dese, Hesheratin. Sixth lesson, letters of the alphabet. Thawd, th. Thawd has an emphatic pronunciation like that of S in the French song. Dod, d. Dod has an emphatic pronunciation like that of D in the French dent. Dommatain, un. Fon, ton. Exercise 6. Fobehun, Hethode, Dororon, Thawhibun, Dojaj, Hithoran, Rothorthu, Khodo, Hithothun, Khidabu, Furachin, Hathora, Fode, Doriban, Fodirun, Dobabu, Rodin, Thobirun, Dojerun, Khothibe. Seventh lesson, letters of the alphabet. Thaw. Thaw has an emphatic pronunciation like that of T in the French tombe. Wa, w. Wa has an emphatic pronunciation like that of Z in the French horizon. Sukoon. A letter over which there is sukoon is pronounced as a mute letter. T. V. Exercise 7. Toroben, Torhun, Hedor, Tordun, Khitabun, Shetotin, Torzen, Khubtun, Bisatu, Khutbin, Tubkhan, Shotbin, Wabitu, Hetabun, Sithin, Ribatun, Hiwarun, Shatirin, Khotorun, Shartin. Eighth lesson, letters of the alphabet. Ain, Ghain, Gh. Ain and Ghain. It is impossible to express these two letters phonetically with any degree of exactitude. Ain may be represented as guttural short a apostrophe and ghain as a strongly aspirated G. But the learner would do well to learn these sounds by ear from a native. Shedde. The shedde indicates that the letter over which it is placed is doubled. Exercise 8. Abdin. تعذب. غضب. ربع. عدد. عصرا. عرش. رغب. ذراع. غرر. غرد. رعد. غدار. عرب. صباغ. عزابا. غراب. تعزز. رعب. تعبا. Ninth lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Fa. F. Qaf. Q. Pronounced like a guttural Q. Fin. Qin. Exercise 9. Fakhrun. قصبا. جفاف. برق. تفاح. قصرا. شرق. ظرف. فحص. حقق. فراش. قبض. فجرا. قرار. فراق. فتش. فرح. صفق. قدح. فرجا. عفاف. رقص. سقفا. فراخ. 10th lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Kaf. Lam. Kin. Lin. Exercise 10. كتاب. قلب. تكدر. بفل. كتف. لطف. كبار. لاحظ. Lam followed by alif is written lam alif. ضاحك. لغات. شكر. جلد. حبل. جلال. شباك. حلاق. كسلا. كرب. كذاب. كلب. فاضل. شك. قال. فكك. بقال. 11th lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Mim. M. Noon. N. Me. Ne. Exercise 11. Neme. Semene. Jannatu. قطح. نظم. نجل. Noon is sometimes written or Malikun. Nadimin. Mishmishu. Nejmun. Miraran. صنف. نظام. جمل. بنان. مثل. منبر. نملا. محلا. نصر. منن. مانعا. علم. نعم. عثمان. 12th lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Ha. H. Waw. W. Hin. This is the form of final he when alone. Win. Waw is never joined to a following letter. Exercise 12. Nehrun. Teheddede. Duhuru. Waw without a vowel sign over it serves to lengthen the sound of the preceding letter, e.g., duhur, and not duhur. Maw'udun. Zehrun. Wetonun. Mawaddetu. Final hair bearing two dots is simply a te and is called te merbuta. It is almost always the sign of the feminine gender. Wahabin. Humumun. Kurhin. Jama'atan. The te merbuta bearing fathatan is never followed by the alif, which has no vocalic value. Jahlun. Weraqun. Wuthulan. Muhadhabatan. 13th lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Lam alif. La. Lam alif is only the combination of lam and alif. Ya. La. Ya. Like alif and waw, ya without a vowel sign is used to lengthen the sound of the preceding letter, e.g., fi, and not fi. Ya is sometimes written or. Exercise 13. Qati'un. Yabisu. Ala. Final alif without its two dots has no value in pronunciation and is called alif maqsura. Thus, ala is pronounced ala. Yawmin. Hilalan. Mustafa. Afiyatu. Laylan. Yaqutu. Abidan. مصري يمين عظيم كريمة شريفة. 14th lesson. Letters of the alphabet. Alif. Madda. The madda is used to lengthen the alif over which it is placed. Thus, alif madda equals 2 alif. Wethla. The wethla is placed especially on the initial alif of certain words beginning with alif lam, preceded immediately by a vowel accent or by a distinct vowel sound. It renders this alif mute and joins the preceding syllable to the following letter, e.g., min al-babi must be read as min al-babi and not mina al-babi. Anun, babin, inaban. Exercise 14. Adamu. Biljannati. Amalun. Mathir. When a word ends in an unaccented letter, the latter is pronounced as if it had over it a sukoon. If the letter is ta marbuta, it is pronounced like ha. Mathir. Min al-madrasati. Alafan. Alamu. Bil-khayri. Akhar. Kitabul waladi. When a word ending in a letter over which there is no vowel sign has dependent upon it another beginning with alif madda, the unaccented letter is pronounced with the sound of e, e.g., kitabul waladi, amana, makil, bustanu, akhadha, صباح الخير, 15th lesson. Lengthening letters. Alif, waw, ya. Hamza. The hamza is rarely written alone. It usually accompanies the alif, and is also written over the waw or the ya, which loses its two dots. This sign is placed above these letters, except when the alif is written with kesra, in which case it is placed beneath, thus I. These three letters are called weak or lengthening letters. Exercise 15. Ukhtu. The hamza renders the letter which it accompanies mute, and has only the sound of the vowel by which it is accompanied. Khati. Jaza'in. If a weak letter is preceded by a similar vowel accent, it serves to lengthen this vowel accent. Fatha is similar to alif, Dhamma to waw, and kasra to ya. Ikramen. Bi'r. Edebu. Shu'unan. Ihsan. Al-amalu. شيئا. لؤلؤ. حينئذ. مؤلفا. شاطئ. قراءة. 16th lesson. Revision of the alphabet, etc. 1. Letters of the alphabet. Alif, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, dhal, ra, zain, sin, shin, صاد ضاد طاء ظاء عين غين فاء قاف كاف لام ميم نون هاء واو ياء. 2. Vowel accents and signs. A. Vowel accents and signs which can be used with all the letters of the alphabet. Fatha, Kasra, Dhamma, Fathatan, Kasratan, Dhammatan, Sukun, Shadda. B. Signs which can only be placed over the alif. Madda, Wasla. C. Sign which can be used with alif, waw, and ya, or which can be written alone. Hamza. 17th lesson. Solar and lunar letters. Alif, lam. Ash-shams. When the particle alif, lam is joined to a word beginning with one of the 14 solar letters, the lam of this particle is not pronounced and has no sukoon over it, but a shadda is placed over the solar letter, e.g. ash-shams is pronounced ash-shams and not al-shams. The solar letters are so called from the word shams, sun, which begins with one of them, al-qamar. Before the other letters, which are called lunar from the word qamar, moon, which begins with one of them, the lam of alif lam is pronounced and carries sukoon, e.g. al-qamar, and not aq-qamar. The solar letters are ta, tha, dal, dhal, ra, zain, sin, shin, sad, dad, ta, ba, lam, noon. Exercise 16. الشمس القمر الضرورة من الأرض الأم بالدراهم الذهب في الدار العنب الظهر حقيقة الخبر مواد القانون مدينة لندن. When a word ending in te merbuta without a vowel sign has another word dependent on it, the te is pronounced, e.g. Madinatu Lundun, the city of London, is pronounced Madinatu Lundun. 18th lesson. The numerals. 0, صفر, صفر, 0, صفر. 1, واحد, واحد, 1, واحد. 2, اثنين, اثنين, 2, اثنين. 3, ثلاثة, ثلاثة, 3, ثلاثة. 4, أربعة, أربعة, 4, أربعة. 5, خمسة, خمسة, 5, خمسة. 6, ستة, ستة, 6, ستة. 7, سبعة, سبعة, 7, سبعة. 8, ثمانية, ثمانية, 8, ثمانية. 9, تسعة, تسعة, 9, تسعة. 10, عشرة, عشرة, 10, عشرة. 11, أحد عشرة, أحد عشرة, 11, أحد عشرة. 12, إثنى عشرة, إثنى عشرة, 12, إثنى عشرة. 13, ثلاثة عشرة, ثلاثة عشرة, 13, ثلاثة عشرة. 14, أربعة عشرة, أربعة عشرة, 14, أربعة عشرة. 15, خمسة عشرة, خمسة عشرة, 15, خمسة عشرة. 16, ستة عشرة, ستة عشرة, 16, ستة عشرة. 17, سبعة عشرة, سبعة عشرة, 17, سبعة عشرة. 18, ثمانية عشرة, ثمانية عشرة, 18, ثمانية عشرة. 19, تسعة عشرة, تسعة عشرة, 19, تسعة عشرة. 20, عشرون, عشرون, 20, عشرون. 21, واحد وعشرون, واحد وعشرون, 21, واحد وعشرون. From 21 onwards, we and is placed between the units and the tens. 25, خمسة وعشرون, خمسة وعشرون, 25, خمسة وعشرون. 30, ثلاثين, ثلاثين, 30, ثلاثين. 40, أربعين, أربعين 40 أربعين 40 أربعين 50 خمسين خمسين 50 خمسين 60 ستين ستين 60 ستين 70 سبعين سبعين 70 سبعين 80 ثمانين ثمانين 80 ثمانين 90 تسعين تسعين 90 تسعين 97 سبعة وتسعين سبعة وتسعين 97 سبعة وتسعين 99 تسعة وتسعين تسعة وتسعين 19th lesson, the numerals 100 مئة مئة 100 مئة. The word مئة is generally invariable, and the numbers from 3 to 10 inclusive which precede it lose their te merbuta. 1000 ألف ألف 1000 ألف 200 مئتين مئتين 200 مئتين 500 خمسمئة خمسمئة 500 خمسمئة 700 سبعمئة سبعمئة 700 سبعمئة 900 تسعمئة تسعمئة 900 تسعمئة 304 ثلاثمئة وأربعة ثلاثمئة وأربعة 304 ثلاثمئة وأربعة 685 ستمئة وخمسة وثمانون 685 685 685 2000 ألفان ألفان 2000 ألفان 3000 ثلاثة آلاف ثلاثة آلاف. The word ألف preceded by a number from 3 to 10 inclusive is put in the plural آلاف. Preceded by a higher number, it remains in the singular. 4000 أربعة آلاف أربعة آلاف 4000 أربعة آلاف 6007 ستة آلاف وسبعة ستة آلاف وسبعة 6007 ستة آلاف وسبعة 8100 ثمانية آلاف ومئة ثمانية آلاف ومئة 8100 ثمانية آلاف ومئة 9006 تسعة آلاف وستة تسعة آلاف وستة 9006 تسعة آلاف وستة 10,000 عشرة آلاف عشرة آلاف 10,000 عشرة آلاف. We shall consider later the special rules which govern the use of the numerals. Exercise 17. Write in letters the following numbers. End of Part 1. End of Lessons 1 to 19 from a Practical Arabic course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalier. English text edited by E. G. Finch.
Pronunciation from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon by Henry Sweet. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pronunciation 1. When the stress or accent falls on the first syllable of a word of more than one syllable, it is not marked. Thus, answaru, answer, has the stress on the same syllable as in modern English. If the stress falls on any other than the first syllable, it is marked by a dot preceding the letter on which the stress begins. Thus, besettan has the same stress as besetting, but we omit the dot after the prefixes be and ye, as they never take the stress. Besettan, yehieran. Vowels. 2. The vowels are either short or long. The short vowels are left unmarked. The long vowels are marked with a macron. Thus a has the sound of the first vowel in aha, and a macron has the sound of the second, on man, one man, twa handa, two hands. Ae has the sound of the English vowel in at. Ae macron having, of course, the same sound long. At home, at home. Maradada, famous deeds. E has the sound of close French e. Felemanna, many men. Dwayen feet, 2 feet. E sedi, as in men. Dwayen men, 2 men. I close, as in French fini. Fi fingras, 5 fingers. IE has the open sound of I in it. Hier waren irnende, they were running. O close, as in French bo. Godes woord, God's word. God wien, good wine. U close, as in French su. Min sunu, my son. Dwa hus, 2 houses. Y, as in French lu. Sekuning, the king. Lutel hus, a little house. Observe that the indefinite article is generally omitted. 3. There are also diphthongs, which have the stress on the first element. Ea, a, ae in at, followed by the a in man. Herdstone, a hard stone. Herwal, a high wall. Eo is pronounced as written, with 2 close vowels. Feoerswerd, 4 swords. Consonants. 4. Double consonants must be pronounced really double or long. Thus, whilst n in sunu is pronounced as in money, the nn in seo sunne, the sun, is pronounced as in penknife. 5. C has the sound of k. Kene kempa, a brave warrior. Lutel knappa, a little boy. C dot is a K formed in that part of the mouth where we form the Y in U. Seo chiriche, the church. Stuche malum, piecemeal, bit by bit. 6. G at the beginning of words and in the combination ng is pronounced as in go. That grene gars, the green grass. That langship, the warship or longship. Otherwise, that is, after vowels and L or R, it has the sound of German G in sagen. 2 dagas, 2 days. Michelburg, a great city. Sehalra, the saint or the holy one. G dot, in the combination NG dot, has a sound analogous to that of C dot, something like the G in gem, menjan, mingle, or mix. Also, in CG, which is pronounced as if written G dot G dot, wapnus edge, the edge of a weapon. Also at the beginning of words and syllables, as in Jond mitanjard, throughout the world, except that in unaccented syllables it had the sound of RY, as in Yehiran, to hear. Otherwise, that is, after all vowels and all consonants except N, it had the sound of RY in U. Holy angels. Holy angels. Avieried stutka. An accursed sprite or demon. 7. H, at the beginning of a syllable, has the same sound as now. He hath hund. He has a dog. Otherwise, it has the sound of German ch. Now, near. Seelsulch, the plow. Bercht, bright. HW, as in what, has the sound of our WH. HL, HN, and HR differ from L, N, and R respectively in the same way as HW differ from W. HL having the sound of Welsh double L. Seislavord, the Lord. Snitan, to collide. Hradlice, quickly. 8. Thorn may be pronounced as the breath th in thin at the beginning and end of words, and after breath consonants such as C or P. So thu sayest, you speak the truth. He slapth, he sleeps. Otherwise, that is, when followed by a vowel and preceded by a vowel or a voice consonant such as R, it had the voice sound in then. On helvena and on earthan. In heaven and on earth. 9. F and S have the breath sounds F or S, and the voice sounds V or Z, according to the same rules. Thus they have the breath sound in sefeond, the enemy. Sechlaf, the loaf or the bread. Swawis, so wise, and when doubled, as in lassa, less. The voice sound in helvon, heaven. Sewisa laudeo, the wise teacher. He raste on hine, he rushed on him. 10. R and W must be pronounced clearly wherever they are written. Her, here. That word, the word. Sevrecha, the exile. That treo, the tree. End of Pronunciation from First Steps in Anglo-Saxon by Henry Sweet. Reading by J.R. Omahen.
The Study of Living Languages, Part 1, by Sir Arthur Cotton. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. The learning of the living languages of foreign, semi-civilized and strange people has now become a matter of such immeasurable importance that any man may be excused who makes the poorest attempt to diminish the difficulties of such a work. Englishmen especially are at this moment employed by thousands as merchants, missionaries, magistrates, etc., in learning hundreds of different languages spoken by people in all stages of civilization, from the lowest state of society upwards, and in their speedy acquisition of a correct knowledge and free colloquial use of several tongues of those tribes, hundreds of millions of the human race are most deeply interested, as that upon which mainly depends both their temporal and eternal interests. Yet I am not aware that there is in existence a single work in which this subject is closely and systematically investigated. It must be observed that the point before us is, what is the best mode of acquiring a knowledge of the language of savage and semi-civilized nations, and that this is in some important respects quite distinct from both the acquisition of dead languages and also of the living languages of nations who have been fully civilized, and consequently have a complete system of literature, a great variety of books of instruction written by extensively informed natives, and also thoroughly educated teachers. There are difficulties in learning the languages of semi-civilized and barbarous people which do not exist in the case of languages of civilized nations, and with respect to the dead languages, the principal points to be attended to and the objects aimed at are so entirely different from those in living languages that what is applicable to the one is almost entirely inapplicable to the other. Nothing can be more deplorable than this state of things. The mischiefs arising out of it are incalculable. All without exception who require to know such a language and who make attempts to acquire it lose probably from 3/4 to 19/20 of the time so employed. A large portion lose the whole, breaking down before they have acquired any useful knowledge at all. Probably scarcely 1 in 10 acquires a tolerably correct and free use of it, and scarcely one at all such a knowledge as to make them really effective translators, an office of the highest possible importance. Because the transference of English literature for the great mass of the inhabitants of the earth must precede the formation of a national literature among each tribe. At present it may safely be said that no system whatever is followed in studying such living languages for colloquial purposes. Let any one individual of the thousands who are at this moment so employed be asked, whose system of study do you prefer, or have you any of your own, and upon what grounds do you decide upon this or that point, and his answer would generally be such as to show that he had no clear, definite, well-digested ideas on the subject. Without the least previous investigation of the subject, without spending one single day in reading a treatise on it, or considering it in his own mind, he usually blindly takes in hand a matter upon which he will perhaps employ 1 or several years, taking at a venture, as it were, any books or teachers that he may happen to fall in with, or any ideas he may happen to have got into his own head, he knows not how or whence, without any solid grounds for concluding whether the mode he is pursuing will lead to an economical or an enormously wasteful expenditure of time, and, what is of more importance, whether he is laying the foundation of a real, correct, and effective knowledge of the language, or establishing himself in a totally false use of it, which, when become habitual, will never be corrected. Matters are in respect of this study of languages just as they were in respect of road-making before the time of Mr. McAdam. Every man thought he was born a road-maker, and those holding the charge of roads did almost anything to them and called it repairs. It was a most common thing, for instance, to throw a thick layer of loose rounded gravel on the road, which at first caused almost the greatest possible resistance to the carriages, and by degrees was converted into mud, but never afforded anything approaching to a clean, hard surface. The road menders were quite satisfied because they were doing something, but if asked why they did what produced an effect exactly the opposite to that which was desired, they of course could not have given a reason. Road making has since been thoroughly investigated, and though men have not yet perhaps found out the best way of doing it, they have now a real reason for what they do, and consequently a prodigious improvement in roads has been produced. It is high time that such a change should take place in reference to this subject now before us, and any attempt at an examination of it with a view to a really sound system of study should be accepted. The thoughts contained in the following paper are the results of such a consideration of the subject as could be given to it in the midst of duties of another kind during a period of more than 30 years. Circumstances have not allowed of the writer following up the study of any language to any extent, having repeatedly moved from where one language was spoken to where another was used, and his time being too much occupied with pressing business, nor has he had any opportunity of commencing the study of a language with such materials as he here recommends, ready prepared to his hands. In the course of this long period, however, he has had an opportunity of trying his plans partially in several languages, both on himself and others, and thus of correcting in some measure his first ideas, and forming something like a digested system in his own mind. And he must state that as to the leading points in the system here proposed, he has quite satisfied himself. He has taken every opportunity of obtaining aid from others, both by reading works of teachers of languages in Europe, and also by trying to discuss the question with those who were studying and had studied such kind of living languages. From the former he has received some help, though often merely by being taught what to avoid, but from the latter he received no assistance, simply because in general they had no distinct ideas at all on the matter, nor any solid reason for anything they had done in their studies. He has, however, got various hints from observing what progress men had made in such studies when using different means. On one occasion he met with a young man who had given his whole time to Arabic for 3 years, and could not then produce a sentence in conversation, and soon after he was intimate with another who in about 8 months, and while loaded with other duties, had obtained, if not an accurate, yet such an effective, colloquial use of the same tongue that he regularly transacted extensive business in it with strangers of all sorts without the least difficulty. Again, in India, one meets every day with men who have studied most diligently for 1, 2, or 3 years, and yet all their life after speak a language that both from pronunciation and expression is almost or quite unintelligible to any native, excepting those who, from being about them constantly in an official capacity, have learnt their language, for what they used and called the native language was really a language of their own invention, and so have come to understand them. The writer cannot conclude these remarks without expressing his full assurance that the acquisition of a correct knowledge and perfectly regular colloquial use of such languages will be found to be a matter requiring very little time compared with what it does at present in most cases when a better mode of learning is adopted. On one occasion he had an opportunity of observing the progress made by children in acquiring a new language in a certain time. Out of a number that embarked in a ship in India, many did not know a word of English, having previously used nothing but some Indian language, and they were of various ages. During the 4 months of the voyage to England, every one of them had so perfectly acquired the use of English that they never were at a loss, and latterly seemed to have as good a knowledge of it as those who had always used it. Now, if children of a few years old, without the slightest assistance from teachers or study, could thus pick up a colloquial use of a new language in 4 months, and talk it exactly like one who had never talked anything else, it seems certain that adults with 100 times their power of mind, and with suitable books and teachers, and regular study, could not fail to attain to a real knowledge and ready colloquial use of a new language, and that without being years about it, unless they were altogether wrong in the method of study they adopted. In fact, he cannot help declaring it as his opinion that when the subject is fairly grappled with by men, the great supposed obstacles to intercourse of strange languages will be found, comparatively speaking, a mere bugbear, and that the acquisition of a new language for all the ordinary purposes of life, with a comparatively very small expenditure of time and labour. The study of living languages. Before proceeding to propose a system of study of living languages, it may be well to make some remarks on the mistakes that are commonly made at present, and the chief difficulties that are usually met with, as well as on the time generally expended on such study. A great many of the common mistakes can easily be traced to the circumstance that almost universally the students have previously been accustomed to study dead languages, and from their not observing that almost all their ideas have been formed from that study, while the principal points to be attended to in the study of living languages are exactly those that are of little or no consequence in that of dead ones, and vice versa. In learning Latin or Greek, for instance, the sole objects usually are to be able to read so as to understand the writings of highly educated men, and, but as very secondary, to write elegant formal essays. The following are, therefore, the leading points aimed at. First, a knowledge of the character. Second, a knowledge of the whole vocabulary of the language, including a multitude of words seldom or never used colloquially in the ordinary business of life. Third, a readiness in perceiving the meaning of long involved formal sentences, such as are found in grave prose and in poetical writings. Fourth, a thorough knowledge of the whole language, so as to be able to give a formal rule for anything when questioned. Fifth, and such a familiar knowledge of the idiom of the language as will enable one to write formal papers in a good style. The points that are of little or no consequence are: first, correct pronunciation; second, an extensive knowledge of the common expressions used in the ordinary business of life; third, a perfect readiness at recognizing the word by the sound when rapidly spoken; fourth, the same in forming sentences to express our own thoughts. Now, if we consider these things, we shall perceive that the study of the dead languages and that of the living languages of semi-civilized and barbarous nations are almost diametrically opposed in respect of the objects to be attained. The points that are essential in the one are either non-essential or of no importance whatever in the other, and vice versa. A man may talk a language most fluently, correctly, and usefully for all the ordinary business of life, without knowing the character, without being able to quote a single rule of grammar, without the knowledge of half or 3/4 of the vocabulary of a language, and without any facility in comprehending the involved sentences of formal writings of learned men, while, without an accurate pronunciation, an ample acquaintance with the common colloquial expressions of uneducated people, and a most free and ready use of them, so that strangers can readily catch his words and comprehend his meaning, and without an ear thoroughly exercised in the sounds of the language, so as at once to recognize what is spoken by a native, he has entirely missed his object, though he may know every word in the language and every rule of grammar, and be able to write an elegant essay without a mistake. Books of history, etc., do not furnish us with the expressions of ordinary conversation. Every country has its own peculiar forms, and they must be learnt individually. No rules can be given by which a student who knows the words and grammar can invent them himself. In semi-civilized countries, where not 1 in 100 has read books, there is a large proportion of the words which are never used in conversation on ordinary matters, and which therefore are so far from being of any use to the great mass of those who have to acquire the language, that they are always in his way, if he has learnt them, leading him to express himself in words not in common use, and consequently unknown to most of those with whom he has to communicate. So far, therefore, from it being sufficient to follow the ideas which a man has gathered while studying dead languages, they are in fact the very opposite to those which are correct as respects the study of such living languages as are here supposed. If we examine the mode of study adopted generally, however, it may vary in minor points. The system, so far as that can be called a system, which is indeed no such thing, is that suited to the dead languages. A man takes up a book of stories, a grammar, and a dictionary, and learning almost exclusively by the eye, he proceeds exactly as if the use of his ear were of no consequence, as if he must at once grapple with the whole vocabulary of the language, and as if when he had got the materials of words and rules of grammar, he could himself guess the forms of expression which he must compound from them, like the idiot who was found to have stored up in his box all the wheels, axles, etc. he could lay his hand upon, thinking that when he had got enough he could easily make a clock of them. The results of this proceeding are notorious. A youth in India has passed a splendid examination, knows every word of the language, and has a rule of grammar for everything, loses his way out riding, and can't get home because he is in danger of a stroke of the sun, because he can't make any native he meets understand him, nor can he understand a sentence spoken by them, and this after many months, often a year or two, of intense study from morning to night. And what is still worse, probably he is confirmed in a false pronunciation and a false mode of expression from having almost entirely neglected these two great essentials, or at least not having given them anything like due attention. The consideration of this source of many of the most serious mistakes that are made in this study will be very useful. Another great source of mistakes is that such languages are generally learnt by men at that age when they have most confidence in their own powers, and when they are consequently always disposed to take the bull by the horns. With this feeling, the student generally rushes into the midst of his enemies headlong, attempting to grapple at once with the character, the pronunciation, the whole grammar, the whole vocabulary of 20,000, or, as in Arabic, 200,000 words, the language of books and the language of conversation, etc. No wonder that such a one finds himself continually discouraged, that many give up in despair, that all waste an enormous amount of time and mental effort, and that scarcely 1 in 100 ever talks like a native. Whatever a man's powers may be, it is certainly sheer waste to set about matters in this way, and he cannot possibly receive such clear impressions on his mind as the same person would if he concentrated his attention upon one thing at a time. It may also be well here to advert to some peculiar difficulties which we necessarily encounter in the circumstances in which Europeans are ordinarily placed in semi-civilized countries, and especially in a country like India, in which caste prevails. If an Englishman wishes to learn French or German, he can go and live with a native family, or throw himself continually into the society of natives, in inns and places of public resort, where his ear will be exercised from morning to night in the true pronunciation and the real ordinary expressions of the language, and where consequently, without the least effort even, though indeed slowly, he can hardly help acquiring a correct use of the language, both as respects pronunciation and expression. But there are few countries out of Europe where a European can thus freely associate with the natives, and in India he is effectually excluded from their houses. Separate and special means must therefore be used to exercise the tongue and ear of the student, and to store his memory with a stock of bona fide expressions. Another difficulty is the great inferiority of native teachers compared with European masters. Indeed, in a great proportion of cases, a man has to learn a language with the assistance of one who is not a teacher at all by profession, and who therefore cannot give him 1/100th part of the help derived from a practised and well-instructed teacher. Further, such languages are so extremely different from the European tongues in every respect that a person is much more likely to be discouraged from the difficulties he experiences than in learning a foreign European language, and on this account it is especially necessary to adopt a system that shall, as far as possible, tend to keep up the student's courage. These are some of the leading points that should be kept in view in considering a system of study for such languages. I would now propose some fundamental principles to be taken as clues to the better understanding of the subject. It is evident that there are two fundamental points to be attended to. The first, which is by far of the greatest importance of the two, is to be careful that we lay a solid foundation. This is a universal principle, and as yet one at least as often forgotten in studying languages as in other matters. If a false foundation is laid, the erection can never be made sound. If a man once acquires a false pronunciation or a false mode of expression, he will never get over it. Whatever he learns should be perfectly correct, and not only so, he should have such a thorough knowledge of it that he shall be fully assured in his own mind that his knowledge is correct, so that he may not afterwards be in doubt and liable to give up what is right and substitute some guess of his own instead. For want of right modes of study, what numbers use all their lives some language and pronunciation of their own invention, and never find out how it is they can hardly have any intercourse with natives by means of it. The true value and true pronunciation of every word encountered should be fully ascertained, and its use in a great variety of forms of expression should be made thoroughly familiar before proceeding to other words, and no imperfect acquaintance with a word or expression should be allowed. The second great principle is, of course, to save time, but this must always be subordinate to the former. In the main, however, the two principles are not only compatible, but inseparable. Nothing causes so much waste of time as imperfectly learning things, receiving indistinct and shallow impressions of them, because such things are always forgotten and have to be learnt over again. This is the grand reason why such enormous time is wasted in this study. A man attempts so much at once that everything is partially learnt, and forgotten probably at least 100 times over. He begins with a book containing hundreds, more likely thousands of words, and long sentences involving innumerable rules of grammar, and before he gets to the end of it has learnt it in a sort of way, and forgotten every word in it and every expression over and over again, and has probably in the end thoroughly apprehended and acquired a familiar knowledge of not 1/20th part of the words he has met with. He perhaps makes lists of the words that he meets with, and learns many hundreds by heart at once. But he has no useful knowledge of 1 in 20 of them. No word is effectually known till it is so thoroughly familiar that it is ready in his mouth at any moment, without the slightest effort of memory, and till it can be used in a considerable variety of expressions. In fact, till it is just to the student like one of the words of his native tongue, and so wrought in his mind that it cannot be forgotten again. It may, however, often appear that time would be gained by adopting some plan which would endanger the soundness of the foundation, and in this case such a plan must be rejected. The third great principle is to have such a system as shall encourage people both to commence upon and go through with the study of native languages. It is of exceeding importance to encourage all persons, whatever their situations or occupations are, when remaining for a time, however short or uncertain in such countries, to make themselves acquainted, as far as possible, with the language of the people. Numbers at present never attempt it, solely because the usual mode of study cuts them off from all hope of ever attaining to the smallest useful knowledge of it, without such an expenditure of time and labour as they are afraid to encounter, or their circumstances absolutely prevent. A system which shall afford some useful results to every one who enters upon it, and those in some degree proportioned to the time and labour expended, is an immense desideratum. It would lead numbers to make a beginning who now never attempt it, and many such, if they once began, would not rest till they had obtained some considerable knowledge of it. An encouraging system is equally required for those who do at present set themselves to the study with the purpose of going through with it. Nothing can be more discouraging than the means usually pursued at present, whereas if a man were pursuing a system in which he felt at every step that he was making real, useful progress, he would go on with tenfold spirit, always feeling too that, stop where he could, his labour had not been thrown away. In endeavouring to accomplish the first object, the following rules may be laid down. First, the student is really to learn the language, and not to attempt to teach himself. For instance, nothing is more common than for a man, as soon as he has learnt a few words, with the help of his grammar, to begin to try and form sentences. In this way he may certainly make a new language of his own, but it won't be the language he proposes to learn. Thus numbers attempt to communicate with natives by English sentences made up of foreign words, which consequently are not merely scarcely intelligible, but often convey no meaning at all, though perfectly correct as regards both words and grammar. The student must not at first attempt to take the smallest step alone. He must not pronounce a word nor put two words together by himself. He must be content to learn everything, and that thoroughly, from a native, sound by sound, word by word, expression by expression, and not attempt to go beyond this, till he has become so established in correct pronunciation, in his knowledge of the correct value of words, and in the actual forms used by the natives, that there is no danger of his substituting something of his own for the real language. It is by no means sufficient to learn a sound or expression once or 10 times. It can only be correctly acquired by exercise, by thousands of repetitions, referring each time immediately to a correct standard. If a man reads for an hour with a teacher, and then goes on attempting to pronounce the words by himself for the rest of the day, he will inevitably acquire a false pronunciation, unless he is so thoroughly established in a correct pronunciation that there is no danger of his losing it. And then indeed abundant exercise of his tongue, when alone, will be of the utmost use, but this at first is ruinous. Suppose a child were shown the form of a letter, and then as soon as he had a rough idea of it, should go on writing repetitions of it without a standard before him. Anybody can tell what would be the consequence. At the end of a month he would be thoroughly confirmed in writing such a letter as had never been seen before, and if he had occasionally the standard put before him, the consequence would be that 9/10 of his time would be passed in learning to recede further from the original, and the other 10th in trying to get rid of the habit of writing wrong and to bring himself back to what was correct. The same is the case with the student of languages, and in general they are thus constantly employed in partially learning and then unlearning, and the consequence is that even when an approach is made to a correct use of the language, 9/10 of the time employed is needlessly lost. A third point is to learn one thing at a time. If a number of things are pressing upon the attention at once, it is impossible that a distinct and permanent impression can be received by any mind, whatever its powers. Let us consider a person learning a language in the way so commonly followed. He is grappling with a sentence of many words. Here he has at once to consider the character, the meaning of many new words, the pronunciation of them all, the inflections of the nouns and verbs, the syntax, the mode of expression, etc. The consequence is, his attention is so overwhelmed and distracted that his mind is incapable of receiving a clear impression on any one point. No wonder that so little progress is made, that the knowledge acquired is so imperfect and incorrect, and that the student is so constantly discouraged. Often his progress is one continued effort to bear up against the most depressing feeling that he can never master the difficulties, as a man wears himself out sometimes in trying to carry a load beyond his strength, when if he would divide it and carry a portion of it at a time, he would not only accomplish his task, and that comfortably, but would gain strength by the exercise. How many, especially in hot climates, are so injured in their health, not by learning a language, but by the way in which they learn it, that when they have some use of it, they are obliged to lay by for a time. Whereas, if they would learn one thing at a time, they would attain to such a clear and sound knowledge, and go on so comfortably, that they would be in no danger of ending without an effective use of the language. A fourth point is to take care to give the whole strength to the really essential parts of the subject. What are the things that constitute a sound knowledge in this case? Certainly not a loose, imperfect idea of the value of almost all the words of the language, with a rough guess at their pronunciation and the mode of putting them together, the power of reading the character, of understanding a book with the help of time for consideration, of recognizing the words by sight, etc. This is the foundation that is usually laid. Such a student now commences to apply his knowledge of the language to the principal, perhaps the only purpose for which he has studied it, namely conversation. He finds, of course, that his being able to recognize the words when he sees them is of no use to him. He has no facility in recognizing them by the ear, which was the only thing he required. He says the native he is attempting to talk with speaks too fast. The fact is, he has not been learning the one grand thing he has to learn, the use of his ear. Next, he finds his knowing all the words in the language in a certain way is of little or no use to him, because what he needs is the perfectly ready, familiar use of 1 in 10 of them. But he cannot put a dozen together in that ready way which is necessary for conversing. Next, when he has, with much difficulty, put a sentence together, he is paralyzed by seeing a civil, inquiring stare on the countenance of his companion, in consequence of the imperfection of his pronunciation, and the English mode of expression he uses. His failure usually produces utter discouragement, unless he has such a good opinion of himself that he attributes it entirely to the stupidity of the native. In reality, he has been giving the whole of his attention to matters that are of little or no use to him, while he has almost entirely neglected those that are essential. This brings us to the 5th principle, that the language must be learnt by the ear and not by the eye. This is one of the great fundamental mistakes made almost universally in studying living languages. The student never for a moment studies without seeing the words, though he knows that his whole object is to recognize them by his ear, without any assistance from the eye. A man might just as well attempt to train himself for a walking journey by sitting down for a year and turning a winch with his arms, or try to strengthen his limbs by moving for 6 months on crutches. Everybody knows the consequence of this system, but everybody pursues it. From the first, the ear must be the main medium of receiving instruction, and though the eye may be used a little at first, with some advantage, just to help the memory, yet after a little time the ear should be employed alone in conversation. A man may consider he has laid a sound foundation when he has made the following acquisitions. First, the perfectly accurate pronunciation and thoroughly familiar knowledge of a certain number of the most generally used words, however small, so that they are to him exactly as words of his own language. That is, that he has not to search about in his memory for them when he wants them, but that they will come of themselves, and these pronounced so that a native cannot but recognize them. Second, the power of putting these together in a good number of real, bona fide native expressions, however short, without any effort, expressions which he can confidently use, because he knows they are real, as he actually learnt them from a native, and not ones he has invented, and which consequently may or may not convey the meaning he intended, or any meaning. One will often hear a native who has learnt English at a school use a sentence which is unexceptionable as to grammar, etc., but which is objectionable as conveying no meaning whatever to an Englishman. Thus a Tamil man may say in English, "If you see this, that's good," and the Englishman to whom it is addressed cannot even guess what he means to express, though the same expression conveys a clear idea to the Tamulian. Third, an ear so exercised in the sounds of the language that the words spoken by a native, if they have been learnt, are at once recognized by the student, so that what is said within the limit of the student's vocabulary can be apprehended at once without seeing the words written, and without a moment's consideration. Fourth, the knowledge of so much grammar as is necessary to form sentences of a few words only. This is the sort of knowledge of a language that a child of 3 or 4 years old has. He doesn't know a single rule of grammar. He can't perhaps read or write a letter. His whole vocabulary probably consists of 1,000 words. But within the limits of the matters he has to converse about, he can say with perfect freedom and almost perfect correctness anything he wants without a moment's hesitation, and he understands on the instant everything that's said to him, and that even though some of the words used are unknown to him. He has in fact a sound foundation. What he knows is real, and he has only to go on adding to his stock of words and expressions, and to correct some unimportant errors, which, however, are such as do not in the least prevent his being understood. An adult student who has such a knowledge is in a right position, because he can converse within certain limits, and therefore he is in the way of exercising himself in contact with a correct standard, and he has nothing of consequence to unlearn. His progress is not stopped by established habits of false pronunciation and false expression, nor by habitual dependence upon his eyes to assist his memory. His only care then in conversation should be, not to attempt too much, but to content himself with common subjects and simple expressions, and only giving himself more liberty, as by learning he increases his stock of words, expressions, etc. The knowledge of the character has nothing to do with this foundation. It is not in any way an assistance in acquiring it, and it is a great hindrance. A child uses his language freely and correctly without knowing a letter. The character has no connection with the pronunciation of a language, which must be learnt by the ear alone, and the sounds so acquired are just as well represented by the student's own letters as by any others. Neither is a knowledge of almost the whole language necessary to it. The words in common use about ordinary matters form only a very small proportion of the words of a language, and 3/4 of the words which occur in the books ordinarily read are of no use whatever to the beginner. They are, on the contrary, the greatest hindrance to him by preventing his thoroughly learning those that he ought to have a familiar use of. Let us recapitulate the things necessary to form a sound foundation. First, a small vocabulary, thoroughly known and become as familiar as the words of one's mother tongue. Second, an accurate pronunciation of these and the organs of speech thoroughly exercised in them, so that they can be spoken with perfect freedom. Third, so much grammar as is necessary to put these words together in short simple forms of expression. Fourth, an ear so thoroughly exercised in the sounds of the commonest words as spoken by a native that they can be instantly recognized when heard. Fifth, the knowledge of a considerable stock of the commonest expressions of the language, so that the words known can be made into bona fide sentences. When such a foundation has been laid, the student has only to proceed to add more words, more grammar, and more expressions by degrees, only taking care to learn nothing but what is immediately wanted, and to learn thoroughly whatever is learnt at all. When considerable progress has thus been made, he may proceed to learn the character if he requires it, and to read books, etc. Let us now consider more particularly the second main point, namely, to save time. As in other matters, the right way of acquiring a correct knowledge of a language will be found to be suitable for the attainment of this main object also. The things that are necessary to ensure a sound foundation are equally so to secure the saving of time. But we will now consider the details, especially with reference to the latter. The first thing then is to do one thing at a time. Surely this is a principle that will at once commend itself to everyone. We have to learn the character, the words, pronunciation, the grammar, the expressions, etc. Our plan, therefore, should be as far as possible to separate these, and have the attention concentrated upon one of them at a time. This certainly cannot be fully accomplished, but it can be sufficiently for practical purposes. The second is to learn thoroughly whatever is learnt. How can there be any question about the waste of time produced by partially learning things and so forgetting them over and over again? We may safely say that, as ordinarily studied, the meaning of every word, its pronunciation, points of grammar, expressions, etc., are partially learnt and forgotten again hundreds of times over. Everything that is learnt should be so followed up that it may be indelibly fixed in the memory, and be as much part of the student himself as anything in his own language. Third, learn only what is really wanted. Surely this also is most obvious. To learn at first words which will either never be of any use to him, or not till he is far advanced in the language, is entire waste of time. The same with forms of expression, etc. An Englishman never thinks it necessary to learn all the words of his own language. He never knows half of them, much as he reads. And how much must there be in every language that he need never know? The student should first begin with such words as are of universal use in common life, and then, when he has made some progress in the language, commence upon those which are necessary for his particular profession. Even in English there are numbers of words which, though common in books, are never used in ordinary conversation. But this is much more the case in languages in which 99/100ths of the people scarcely ever read a book at all. To the beginner such book words, as he cannot distinguish them from others, are nothing but a serious hindrance to him. Bishop Heber remarks that to make himself intelligible to the great mass of his hearers, who were uneducated persons, he used to find it advisable to to confine himself as far as possible to words of Saxon derivation, that is, to words commonly used in conversation. If such a precaution were necessary in England, how much more in semi-civilized countries? Can there be any question but that a system of study based upon these principles, by far the largest part of the time usually spent upon acquiring a colloquial use of a foreign language, may be saved? Look at the progress a child makes in a really useful knowledge of a language, whether his first or one picked up afterwards, from being associated with those who speak it with such extremely small powers of mind, without any effort and without any materials. Can it be supposed that an adult with such enormous advantages, with properly prepared materials, and with diligent study, could not make much more rapid progress if he pursued a right system? The system that I would now propose, founded on these principles, is as follows. First, the language is to be learnt through the medium of the English character. The object of this is to get rid of anything which is not absolutely necessary to be learned at first. It may be said that it takes a very little time to learn the native character, and so it does to learn it in a certain way, that is, so that by fixing the thoughts upon a letter and taking a little time for consideration, it may be recollected to represent a certain sound. But it will be a long time before the character is so familiar as to not occupy the attention most seriously, and that at the time when there is the greatest demand upon it. But not only is a known character preferable at first on this account, but it is also superior as a medium to the native character, as being less liable to lead to mistakes. In an Indian language, for instance, in which there are 2 or 3 N's and as many L's, the beginner is always liable to forget which is which. But the plan of noting the sound by English letters, with 1 or 2 dots under those that represent peculiar native sounds, effectually prevents any such mistakes. The dots remind the reader in the readiest manner that they represent such sounds as are those upon which the attention should be especially concentrated. Every letter in the native language must be represented by one certain letter of English, so that the proper spelling may be known. As to the learning of the native character ultimately, if the student should require it, it's the easiest thing in the world when the language is known in other respects, and the whole attention is available for the letters only. The time required for this is most trifling, but even were it considerable, it would still be necessary to learn at first through the medium of the English character on account of the enormous loss of time arising from having the attention overburthened at first. I therefore reject the native character as being, first, quite unnecessary for learning the language, second, as being a most serious hindrance, absorbing a great deal of the attention when its utmost efforts are required for those things which are essential, third, as not being required at all by a great proportion of those who need to acquire a foreign language, fourth, as a thing that can be acquired with 100th part of the time which would be consumed at first, after the other parts of the study have been matured, fifth, as being more liable to be mistaken by the beginner than the English character. If it be said, but how can it be avoided when there are no elementary books of the language in the English character? I answer, first, that I am here proposing a new system, and of course would have books prepared suitable to it. Second, that in many languages, as in those of Bengal, many books have already been prepared in this way. Third, that in many situations the student could, with the assistance of a native, easily provide himself with the first elementary books. without much loss of time, and certainly with much less expenditure of time, than by studying in the commonest ways with such books as are already provided. And fourthly, that if there is no alternative, we must of course begin by learning the native character, but still, if we follow out the other parts of the system here proposed, it will be much less a hindrance to him than to those who adopt the usual means, because he will seldom have to read any words but those which he knows, and then the strange character is comparatively a small hindrance. Of course, in applying the English character, the value of each letter must first be defined, as is now fully recognized as an essential principle, and which is always acted upon in the Bengal books. The letter A, for instance, has in English 7 distinct sounds, as in the words hat, mast, all, many, America, yacht, make. In all the East Indian languages, the letter which represents the sound of RA in mast or long R, somewhat modified, represents the sound of RA in amuse or short A, and therefore this letter, with and without a long mark over it, should represent these two sounds, and be used whenever the corresponding characters are used or implied in the foreign word. With respect to the other sounds of it, some are unknown in certain languages, as for instance, the sounds of that letter in the words hat and yacht are unknown in any Asiatic language. No native Indian can pronounce the words hat and hot, but are under the necessity of substituting some other vocal sound for them, till they have learnt the true pronunciation. The other sounds of it will of course be represented by those English vowels which most properly represent them, only taking care to use the same letter to represent the long and short sound, distinguishing the former by a long mark over it. Thus the sound of E in hen and fet, which are properly the same sound pronounced long or short, are represented in the Indian languages by modifications of the same letter, and should therefore both be represented by E. With respect to the sounds which are either unknown in English or not represented by any one English letter, they should either be represented by a combination of English letters if possible, or if not by a letter or letters distinguished by a mark, as for instance one or more dots under them. There are, for instance, 4 letters that represent in the Tamil language the sound of our N, or some modification of it. One is precisely the sound of it, the tongue being placed in the same position as by us. This will be represented, of course, by Rn. The second is the same in sound, though represented by a different character, but it occurs only when preceding and combined with a certain other consonant. This may also be represented by a simple English N, as the sound is the same. The third has the sound of ny in English, and therefore should be represented by those consonants. The sound is that of rn in new. The fourth is a sound unknown in English. It is pronounced by the tongue being turned entirely back, so that the under part of its tip touches the roof of the mouth. An N sounded with the tongue in this position is the sound required. This, therefore, should be represented by an N with a dot under it, the dot or dots being the invariable mark of a sound quite strange to an Englishman, so as to be the readiest warning to the student that the tongue must be placed in a position which is new to him. This is much preferable to the native character itself, because there can be no mistake about it, without any effort of memory, whereas the foreign character will always require the student to consider which of the several sounds of N it represents. It may be observed here that in general, probably in all cases, the languages of semi-civilized people that are written have an invariable sound for each character, so that there is no such difficulty in representing them by the English characters as there would be in representing English by some foreign character, on account of the vocal sounds being represented in different words by different vowels, as hat, yacht, many, all, etc., and grief, leaf, seed, previous, marine, receive, and homeopathy. In writing English, therefore, in a foreign character, there would be no alternative but to use a certain letter for each sound, however that sound is represented in English writing, and correct English spelling must be learnt afterwards. But these difficulties do not exist in applying the English character to represent the sounds of most of the written languages of semi-civilized nations. End of the Study of Living Languages, Part 1, by Sir Arthur Cotton. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater, recorded in London, England. The Study of Living Languages, Part 2, by Sir Arthur Cotton. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Second, begin with a restricted vocabulary. In the first place, reject, of course, all words which will never be required, such as those used only in learned works. Next, reject all those that hardly ever occur even in books. Next, let alone those that are chiefly in use only in certain particular lines of life, and are more or less technical. Again, have nothing to do with any words that are not commonly used in the ordinary matters of life. What can be gained but clear loss by burthening the young beginner with a multitude of words, by far the greater part of those in the language, that will thus be rejected when they have nothing whatever to do with his acquiring a useful knowledge of the language, and when, if required, they can afterwards be added in a 10th part of the time that they would require at first. Probably, out of 20,000 words in a language, the knowledge of 5,000 would set him so perfectly at liberty in all ordinary conversation that neither he himself nor those he converses with would be reminded that he does not know all. And if occasionally a person used one of the remaining words, probably he could not mistake the meaning of it in the midst of so many known ones, and if he could not perceive what it must mean, he could have no difficulty in asking the meaning or understanding the explanation. Having thus relieved our student from such a mass of useless labour, let us next divide these 5,000 words, or whatever the number is, into several portions, taking out first 1,000, and then another of the least common and least immediately necessary words, till we have only 1,000 left. Out of these again take 250 3 times, and then 150 in the same way, so that to begin we have only 100 of the commonest words in the language, but consisting of all the different parts of speech, so that little sentences may be formed out of them. The learner then deals with only one of these batches of words at a time, not troubling himself with the others till he knows the first batch as well as he does so many words of his own language. This is one of the great essentials of the system proposed. Words should never be partially learnt and forgotten again, nor imperfectly, that is, so that their true value and use are not thoroughly known. When once a word is taken up, it should of course be thoroughly secured, both as respects the meaning of it and its use, and it must be particularly observed that it is not the bare knowledge of a word that is wanted, so that a person, by more or less thought, can recall it to his mind. It must, to be of any use in conversation, be perfectly familiar, and it must have been repeated aloud so many times that the organs of speech have been thoroughly exercised in it, and that it may be pronounced both correctly and with the utmost freedom. Nothing but multiplied repetitions of it aloud, with continued reference to a correct standard and in connection with various other words, can accomplish this. It must take some time thus to appropriate new words, and especially the first 100 words of a language. But the process cannot possibly be hastened, but on the contrary indefinitely delayed, by attempting thousands of others before the first are secured. The number 100 is chosen for the first batch as being about the smallest number that can enable one to take up some variety of short sentences, so that each word may be seen in a variety of situations and in its various inflections, and they are sufficient to provide for exercising the student in the first rudiments of grammar. Third, to each of these batches of words a set of sentences is to be added. These are all to be the commonest colloquial expressions. They should consist of a certain number written on each word in the batch, and contain no words that are not in it. It is essential that they should be written by natives, and those who cannot speak English would be preferable, in order that there may be a security for the sentences being true native expressions. It is also essential that the writers should not be highly educated men, but ordinary intelligent men of the middle classes, otherwise the sentences would be almost sure to be full of fanciful things. The list of words should be given to several different persons in order to secure a good variety of expressions, and some selection should be made. The first set ought not to consist of less than 1,000 sentences, that is, 10 to each word, in order that by means of this batch of words the first rudiments of grammar may be quite familiar, and some considerable notion obtained of the general style of expression peculiar to the language, keeping throughout the grand object in view, which is to arrange that, so far as possible, the attention may be concentrated on one thing at a time. When 100 words have been acquired, all the use possible should be made of them as the vehicle for conveying instructions in other respects before the attention is encumbered by new words, in order that when new words are taken in hand, the student may have his attention in a great measure released from the pressure of the elementary points of grammar, peculiar style of expression, etc. It is also most essential that these sentences should consist of only 2 or 3 words, never more than the latter. It is astonishing how very little new matter overloads the attention of a beginner, and the utmost care is necessary that no more should ever be placed before him at a time than that he can receive a distinct impression of it. A sentence of 4 or 5 words is quite too much at first, and nothing is gained by attempting more than the student is equal to. Comparatively speaking, a very considerable time to the first set of sentences, for there is a great deal to be learnt by them. It is evident that they involve almost all the pronunciation, the inflections of the nouns and verbs, the mode of combining the different parts of speech, the exercise of the organs of speech, and that of the ear on the sound of the language, etc. The first progress of a student in a new language, at least in one entirely dissimilar to his native tongue, is indeed astonishingly slow, and it is of no use attempting to push him on faster than he can go. We constantly meet with what are called easy books for beginners, but probably there is not one published in any language that is 1/100th part easy enough, or that does not seem to suppose a progress at first 100 times more rapid than any student makes. The sentences must of course be translated into English, but it is essential that they should not be written originally in English and then translated into the foreign language. We do not want to teach a man to speak English sentences in foreign words, but to use the foreign expressions. The second set of words, consisting of 150, may perhaps contain 10 sentences for each word, or 1,500 in all. These may be a little longer than the first, as the student will be able to obtain a clear impression of a greater number of words together, but probably they should not exceed 5. After this, the sets of sentences may consist of fewer upon each word, and perhaps only one upon each of the last 2 batches, and they may be lengthened gradually, the last being of any length. The essential points of these sentences are therefore, first, that they should be bona fide expressions commonly used in the language, and consequently that they should be originally written in the language by a native. Second, that they should be simple, ordinary, colloquial expressions, and therefore that they should not be written by learned men who would probably spoil them. Third, that they should be extremely short, the first set not exceeding 3 words, and the others very gradually lengthened. Fourth, that there should be a large number of them in the first set of words, so as to make as much use as possible of those words before proceeding to new ones. Fifth, that there should be as great a variety of expressions in the sentences as possible. In printing the sentences, there should be, first, the native words separately and in the proper character. Second, under each of them, the same word in the English character. Third, the most exact English meaning of each individual word. And fourth, the full power of the sentence freely given in English. The use of the native character is to enable a native to teach from the book, who does not know English. As one great point in preparing these materials is to provide for a person having to learn the language with the help of natives who do not understand English or who are not thoroughly qualified teachers, it is desirable, if possible, that these sentences should have numerous notes subjoined, giving all the information that can be suggested by each sentence, and that can, in any way, help to give the student an intelligent knowledge of the language. These notes should, if possible, be written by an intelligent Englishman, who will know from his own experience what misapprehensions beginners are liable to form on account of their English ideas, and what points are likely to be difficulties to them. If the first 2 sets of words had 10 sentences in each, and the last 1,000 words 4 on each, the whole of the sentences on suppose 2,000 words would amount to about 10,000, which would be sufficient to make the student thoroughly at home in expressing himself freely on all common subjects. Besides these general words and sentences, each student, according to his profession, ought to have a separate set of words and expressions belonging to his peculiar occupations, whether those of a magistrate, a merchant, a missionary, an engineer, etc. But it would be of no use his acquiring this information till he was in some good measure grounded in the more general use of the language, and therefore he should not perhaps take such a list of words in hand till he had gone through the first 2,000 general words with their sentences. The professional sentences should contain, of course, only those words already learnt in addition to the technical words. With these sets of words and sentences, there should be a short grammar containing only the first rudiments in the simplest possible form, so that it can be referred to without loss of time on any point. This, however, in fact, should be made comparatively very little use of. Rules of grammar are not wanted. A man in conversation cannot possibly stop to form the participle of a verb from the root by considering the rules. If it does not come of itself into his mouth, nothing can make amends for that defect. What is wanted is such a knowledge of grammar as a child of 4 years old possesses, that is, a knowledge which enables him to speak correctly, intelligibly, and without hesitation, though he does not know a single rule for anything he says. His speaking must be independent of any rules, whether he has learnt any or not. Yet a short grammar, to be looked into occasionally, at first may be of some little assistance in acquiring the inflections of the nouns and verbs, etc., but the grand means of acquiring a grammatical use of the language must be simply the repetition multiplied of a good variety of correct forms of expression. Nothing can be more absurd than insisting upon knowing the rules of grammar before a student can be allowed to know a language. If a man talks English grammatically, that is, correctly, he is never examined as to whether he knows any rules. Perhaps he never learnt a line of any English grammar, but it makes no difference. But it is always expected that a man studying a foreign language should be able to stand an examination of a kind neither he nor his examiner could stand in his mother tongue. The same man who meets a stranger in the street and knows well by the first sentence that he utters whether he is perfectly acquainted with English or not, is perhaps on his way to some place where he will pass hours in ascertaining whether a student has a good knowledge of a language foreign to him. These are, therefore, the materials which I would put into any man's hands who wants to study a foreign language for colloquial purposes, namely, a vocabulary of perhaps 2,000 words divided into sets of from 100 to 250, with about 10,000 common forms of expression composed only of each set of words and those words previously learnt. These printed both in the native and English character, with a verbal and a free translation, the sentences to be aided, if possible, by copious notes giving all the collateral information possible, and to these to be added a very short rudimental grammar. It will not perhaps be necessary to give the verbal translations of any but the first 2,000 or 3,000 sentences. As to the student's further study, he may of course now with perfect ease follow the ordinary plan, that is, take up any book that contains the sort of words and matter most suited to his line of life, with an ordinary dictionary and grammar, to which, however, he will have very seldom to refer. He will know so large a portion of the words that the context will generally show the meaning of any new word he meets with, and he will lose very little of his time in that which usually occupies about 3/4 of all the time expended in such studies, namely in turning over the leaves of a large dictionary and guessing which of the several meanings there found for a word is compatible with those of the other words of the sentence before him, many of which he has also yet to ascertain. But his great business should of course be to converse as constantly as possible in order further to exercise his tongue and his ear, and to add to his stock of forms of expression. It is to be remembered that, in using books, a principal exercise should be reading aloud and having them read aloud to him by a native. If his occupation will require formal writing or translating, of course he must exercise himself a good deal with books. It is well known that the most easy and certain way of acquiring a correct and easy style in writing in any foreign language is to make or procure accurate translations of native books, and then retranslate them, comparing such retranslation with the original, and thoroughly considering the difference between them. This can be done with the greatest ease and economy of time, when such a good fundamental knowledge has been acquired as is supposed to be obtained through the system now proposed. The next point to be considered is the mode of using these materials. The student begins with the English letters representing the sounds. The teacher sounds each letter and the student repeats it immediately after. This is done many times with those letters which represent sounds entirely strange to the learner. The most essential thing is to learn where to place the tongue in these last sounds, without doing which it is impossible he should utter them correctly. And this must be most patiently and diligently practiced, because this new motion of the tongue must be acquired to the same degree of facility as he has in pronouncing the sounds of his own language. This cannot possibly be effected except by long continued use of the organs of speech. At first, each of these letters should be pronounced perhaps 10 times over by the teacher, and repeated by the student instantly, the latter always observing correctly the difference between his own pronunciation and that of the teacher's, which immediately follows. The grand means to attain a correct pronunciation must always be thus for the learner to attempt to both immediately after and immediately before hearing it correctly pronounced by a native, just as in learning to write it is not sufficient first to look at the original and then try to imitate it, but after writing it to look again at the original to see in what respect the copy has failed. Of course, it will only be necessary to do this with the new sounds, which will generally be only very few. The student next takes the first list of 100 words, which are all written in the shortest form, that is, the radical form of the verb, etc., as we should write in English: good, go, little, come, etc. The teacher should then pronounce the first word deliberately, and the student should repeat it, followed by the English meaning of it, when it should again be repeated by the teacher, and this suppose 5 times at first. In this way, the whole 100 words would be gone over many 100 times before the student ventures to attempt pronouncing them by himself. The teacher and student should sit at some distance apart, so that it may be necessary to speak pretty loud. In these first exercises, the student should have the printed words before him, that he may have the assistance of sight in addition to that of hearing in impressing them on his memory. It will of course be at first tiresome to continue this exercise long, nevertheless the longer the better, and if a person could arrange to do it for 1 or 2 hours at 3 or 4 different times in the day, it would probably be best. But he should not attempt to learn them by heart, because his pronunciation will not be sufficiently confirmed. When he has become tolerably familiar with the words of the first set of sentences, both as to pronunciation and meaning, by thus repeating them with his teacher several times and with his book before him, he should put down his book and go over them again in the same way several times, without seeing the words, so as to be wholly dependent upon the ear. From the first, the ear must be exercised as far as possible without any aid from the eye. It must be kept continually in mind that the sight is to be used as little as possible for the reasons before given. The sentence should not be read together the first time of going over, because the student is not yet able to receive any distinct impression from more than one word at a time. The student should not yet trouble himself about the mode of framing the inflections that he meets with, but be content to take the word with its exact English meaning as he finds it. In this way he should go through the first 1,000 sentences with his teacher, which will perhaps take him 15 hours, or suppose 3 days' study, during which time he would have repeated every word of the first 100 words on an average about 150 times, including the separate readings of the list of words. Less than 3 times repetition of each word is not sufficient to ensure the student's correcting himself when he pronounces it imperfectly the first time. After the first and second reading of the sentences, repeating each word by word, the whole sentence should be repeated in the same way at least 3 times over, the student repeating the free English translation after the foreign sentence. The readings should be repeated till every word has been heard and uttered, suppose 600 times. During these readings, the grammar of the nouns and verbs may be looked into a little, and, lastly, the sentence should be learnt by heart, and when the student is well exercised in the pronunciation by these means, so that he can trust himself to utter it without first hearing it spoken, the sentence should be again gone over in the same way, but the teacher beginning by repeating first the English word when the student gives the foreign one, the teacher immediately repeating it again, and so on. But if it is found that the student cannot yet remember the word and pronounce it with perfect ease, they should be read over again in the former way. When able to do it, the whole set of sentences should be again gone through without the words being repeated individually, the teacher the first time giving the foreign sentence and the next time giving first the English sentence. It may be supposed that all this will not be necessary, and it certainly is not, in order to obtain such a knowledge as is usually supposed to be sufficient, that is, a knowledge which, when brought to the trial of conversation, is found to be of little or no use. But it will be found that, to obtain a really familiar acquaintance with the first set of words and their easy and correct pronunciation and use, these multiplied repetitions are absolutely necessary. Nothing but a long continued exercise of the ear and the organs of speech upon a great variety of actual expressions can give either that quickness at hearing and pronouncing, or that facility of correctly combining the words which are essential to their effective colloquial use. It must be particularly observed that this first set of sentences thus acquired implies much more than might appear from the first glance, namely, there is involved in it, as it were, the whole pronunciation of the language. For a man who can pronounce freely and correctly 100 words will have little difficulty in pronouncing all the rest. Second, a knowledge of all the inflections of the nouns and verbs. Third, the mode of combining and arranging the different parts of speech. Thus, though only 100 words are used, some real and considerable progress has already been made in the knowledge of the language. This first set of sentences should not be laid aside till they are so perfectly familiar that almost any one of them can be repeated with the utmost readiness, on the English translation being uttered. Nothing whatever will be gained by meddling with new materials till these first are thoroughly wrought into the student, and made as much part of himself as the words and expressions of his own language. The second set of words and sentences must be read over and thoroughly appropriated in the same way as the first. Probably these first 250 words with their sentences may be mastered in a month of steady study of 3 or 4 hours a day, and 750 additional words with about 3,000 longer sentences in another month, completing the first 1,000 words in 2 months. After the thorough grounding which this will give in every respect, in pronunciation, in expression, in hearing, in grammar, etc., the additions will be made with much greater rapidity. Everything depends upon this first grounding being thorough and complete. Nothing but such repetitions will accomplish this object. There is no other way of doing it. A soldier may be shown how to march, and he may be made to move his legs in the manner shown in a few steps, but nothing but long, continued practice can possibly enable him to do it both correctly and with ease, and it is the same with the muscles of the tongue, the ear, and the brain, as it is with the limbs. A girl may have the finest ear possible, but that will not enable her fingers to run over the notes of a piano, or her throat to produce the notes of a song, without long exercise of those organs. After the first month, the teacher will be required much less, because the student can be trusted to pronounce, provided he exercises with the teacher for some time daily. He should also read aloud by himself, just as when he reads with the teacher, both because the great point is the exercise of the organs of speech and hearing, and also because the pronouncing of the word is so great a help to remember the meaning. It must, however, be remembered that in this solitary study as little use as possible should be made of the eye. The word or sentence should be merely glanced at when necessary, and the repetition should then be made without looking at the book. With respect to the time required, I cannot speak certainly, because I have never had an opportunity of seeing the study commenced with such materials properly prepared beforehand, but so far as I have seen it tried with imperfect materials, the result was certainly excellent. In the only case where an approach was made to a fair trial, a gentleman studied irregularly, but equal to about 2 months of continuous study of 5 hours a day, and from that time he went out and performed all his duties without an interpreter, having constantly to converse with the middling and lower classes, most of whom had never spoken to a European before. This was a real practical and effective acquaintance with the language, though within small limits as to his number of words and expressions at first starting. But then his ear and tongue having been well exercised, he could both make himself understood and he could recognize the words spoken to him, and consequently he was in a position to make steady progress in the correct use of the language from his intercourse with the people, and this he accordingly did. It would of course have been much better if he could have continued the same course of study, though it were only for an hour or two a day, by which he would have far more rapidly added to his stock of words and expressions. An educated native who had, I believe, helped to teach this gentleman, lately told me that he had overheard natives speaking of him, who said that if they had not seen him, they should not have known that it was not a native who was speaking Telugu. It is very probable that many persons will complete the appropriation of the first 1,000 words and their sentences in 1 month. I would now only ask, which is preferable as a foundation, such a really effective use of a language, though within small limits, or such a loose, vague, and useless knowledge of a vast number of words with the rules of grammar as is usually acquired after at least many months of hard study, during the whole of which time, too, the attention has been kept in a very injurious state of tension by the overwhelming load of new things that has continually been laid upon it at one and the same time. I believe that in general little effective colloquial use of such a language is acquired within a year of hard study, and that often 2 or 3 years or more pass before the student can talk it tolerably, and that often 2 or 3 years or more pass before the student can talk it tolerably, though only a portion of that time, of course, is actually employed in study. On one occasion I was acquainted with 2 men who studied intensely about 10 hours a day for 9 months, after which, upon trial, they found that they could scarcely hold the slightest communication with natives. A remarkably apposite passage from the life of Dr. Hope may here be quoted, which I have just met with, and in which a part of the very means here proposed is stated to have been used by him with the most remarkable success, though he did not begin upon this plan, but merely learnt the colloquial use of a language after he had acquired a considerable stock of words. He had already picked up a good knowledge of French and Italian, so far as mere reading went, and he imagined, like many others, that a little practice on the road would enable him to speak the language sufficiently to carry him through his tour. But it was a very different thing to hear the lessons of professors and to converse with the natives of the country. Of this he found a very humiliating proof. He went to engage apartments at a private hotel, but after a pantomimic performance of 20 minutes between himself and the landlady, it was found that neither could in the slightest degree understand the other, and after laughter and reciprocal bows he returned in despair. Having settled at another hotel, he now determined to devote 12 hours a day to the mere practice of speaking French. His first step was to engage a French master for 12 lessons, and to make him go through the drudgery of reading 3 words at a time, while he mimicked them as closely as he could. This was singularly disagreeable to the master, but it was all that Dr. Hope wanted, and he was inflexible. He thus secured himself against any gross error in pronunciation. He happened to possess a Vanustrocht's grammar with a key to it, a grammar which is remarkable for the great number of simple exercises which illustrate each rule. He now translated these exercises from English to French, correcting himself by constant reference to the key. In this way he went 2 or 3 times through the grammar in the course of a month, gaining flexibility of tongue and losing the fear of hearing his own voice. He at the same time adopted another device. He went to dine daily at a small and crowded restaurant, frequented by the garde du corps, where the company was so closely packed that he could not help hearing the conversation of 2 or 3 contiguous talkers. In this way his ear got familiarized with all the sounds of the French language, whether quick or slow, correct or provincial. At the end of a month he ventured to sally forth, and having a fancy for the rooms of the private hotel to which he had originally gone, he waited on the landlady. On entering, he addressed her in fluent French, explained his wishes, etc. The landlady, the meanwhile, with upraised hands and a look of utter amazement, exclaiming, "Voilà un miracle! You cannot be the same gentleman that came here a month ago and could not speak a word of French." This case has no reference to the principles here proposed, so far as the use of a restricted vocabulary is concerned, but it shows how perfectly ineffectual the knowledge of book language and the exercise of the eye was for colloquial purposes, and how complete the success was, both in respect of time and effect, when the means here proposed were used, namely, thorough appropriation of a good stock of simple familiar sentences, and the diligent exercise of the ear and tongue. He was totally without the colloquial use of the language, so that he could neither understand a word spoken nor speak one intelligibly when he began to adopt the means he did, and in 1 month he found himself perfectly at liberty in conversation. In the same memoir it is afterwards related, having had a lesson in France on the occasion of not being able to speak the language of a country in which one is travelling and studying, Dr. Hope guarded against a similar inconvenience in Italy. Before leaving Paris, he improved his pronunciation of Italian by taking 12 lessons, as he had formerly done in French, and he provided himself with a brief practical Italian grammar, with exercises referring to the rules and a key to them. During a tour in Switzerland, it was agreed that he should walk in advance of his friend for an hour daily, to give him an opportunity of practicing these exercises viva voce. This plan answered perfectly. At the end of the time, he spoke Italian fluently. It may perhaps help to show, yet more distinctly, how far the principles here advocated differ from or agree with some of the commonly received notions on the subject, if I place my views side by side with those lately advanced in an elementary book for helping the student of an Indian language. The first principle laid down is, don't proceed too quickly. An entirely new language requires great accuracy in the mastering of its elements. In this I agree, but I consider the book itself implies a progress in the learner immeasurably beyond the reality. Second, write down everything from the beginning. Read always with pen or pencil in hand. This is directly opposed to 2 of my principles, one an essential one, the other one of great importance. The first, that everything is to be learnt through the ear and not through the eye, because it is the ear that is to be employed in using the language and not the eye. The other, that the foreign character should not be used by the beginner, because time must be saved in learning one thing at a time, and the character is not necessary to enable one to learn the language itself. Third, read aloud all the exercises with a Tamil teacher, and be very careful in ascertaining the correctness of what you have written. Here it is evident that there was some sort of loose notion about the exercise of the tongue, but it also shows that there was nothing like a real apprehension of the essential importance of this, nor to the extent to which that exercise should be carried, nor is anything at all said about that which I insist upon as the main point, namely the impossibility of learning to pronounce correctly and the certainty of being established in a false pronunciation unless, for some considerable time, no word is pronounced without referring at the time to a correct standard, without the student hearing one word at a time pronounced both immediately before and immediately after himself by a native. As to the latter clause of this hint, I urge that the only possible way to secure the correctness of what one learns is not to attempt to invent anything, but to be content to learn everything, every sound, every word, every expression from a native. Fourth, at first, whenever you meet with a new word, look for it in the vocabulary and decline and conjugate it in full. My rule is, never meet with a new word, and never lose a minute in looking for a word in a vocabulary, or in guessing which of the different meanings that may be there given is the right one, and never lose time in declining and conjugating a word in full. Use only limited lists of words, and thoroughly appropriate every one by hearing it applied in a great variety of short sentences, in the course of which exercises the grammar will necessarily be picked up long before the pronunciation and value and use of the word are fully acquired. Yet it will be of some use to look occasionally into a short grammar containing the inflections of words. Fifth, begin to talk, though with stammering lips, as soon as possible, the very first day. Never speak English to a native if you can help it. Why say salt when you know the word uppu? Do not be afraid of making mistakes. This rule contains the very essence of the ordinary system, or rather of the old notions. It is diametrically opposed to the universally acknowledged and universally applicable principle. Whatever is habitual is easy. It is always easier to do a thing the second time than the first. My principle is, be afraid of one thing, making mistakes. Every time that a mistake is made, one step more is taken towards a confirmed habit of making that mistake. Why do men, in talking English as their own language, go on putting H's in the wrong places and leaving them out all their lives, in spite of their getting into a different class of society, where they continually hear the correct pronunciation in this respect, without ever being corrected? Because, by habit, their perceptions have been so blunted that they never perceive that they make a mistake. Do we not keep this principle of avoiding mistakes in view in almost all other cases excepting this? Do we set a child to make a rude imitation of some letter and then leave him to repeat it without a standard? Or do we insist upon his incessantly looking at a standard and never making one written letter without trying to imitate that standard which is placed before his eyes? My principle, therefore, is, never attempt to guess at anything, whether it is a sound or word or an expression. Take the most effective steps you can to prevent you ever making a mistake. Is there not enough work to do to learn the real language that you must take measures to oblige yourself to add to it the unlearning of your own mistakes? Every time you pronounce a word wrong, you have that to unlearn. On no account, therefore, attempt to speak in the proper sense of that word till you are established in, first, a sound pronunciation, second, in the knowledge of the true value of a stock of words, third, in that of a good amount of grammar, fourth, in that of a large stock of bona fide native expressions. Is not this principle undeniable? Does a drawing master tell his pupil, go and make rude and absurd drawings of a hand or a foot, and then occupy yourself in unlearning the habit you have been acquiring? Or does he set before his pupil a true representative of a thing, and say, imitate this, with the most earnest and close attention, and never make a line without referring to the standard? Which pupil would make the greatest progress, and which would be most likely to attain to perfection in his study? One who was always trying to make rude drawings of a foot out of his own imagination, and then labouring to correct them, or one who did not attempt to invent at all, but kept exercising himself in imitating a correct representation of a foot? Sixth, be very careful in noting down differences in idiom between your own language and Tamil. If you hear much Christian or Kutchery Tamil, beware of thinking all you hear to be really Tamil. Try to cultivate a Tamil ear, so as to detect an unidiomatic expression as you would a false note in music. You should understand all you hear. You need not use any expression that is not good Tamil. I would only ask how a student can possibly learn to distinguish between true language and false, except by learning the true and taking care as far as possible not to come in contact with false language, whether coming from himself or anybody else, till he has acquired a sound taste and judgment by a confirmed knowledge of the true language. The simple rule is, learn the true language, and then you will not waste your time in acquiring and trying to unlearn a false one. Sow clean wheat in your ground, and not wheat and weeds mixed together, and then you will not require to employ all the season in trying in vain to root out the weeds which you have yourself sown. It is this sort of instructions continually inserted in books of instruction in languages, and which are directly opposed to well-known general principles, which show so plainly how entirely undigested the subject still is, and how people in general are still acting upon notions that they have never examined, and which will not bear the least examination. In the book which is prefaced by these rules, the materials provided to assist the learner of Tamil are all prepared upon the usual false principles. First, an unlimited vocabulary is used, so that every word must be learnt and forgotten 100 times over. Second, all sorts of words are introduced, words perfectly useless to a beginner, words derived from Sanskrit and scarcely ever used in conversation, words used only in books translated from English by Englishmen, etc. Third, the sentences are certainly not all written by a native, so that the learner takes up the book with the encouraging feeling that he does not know which are true Tamil sentences and which are not. Fourth, almost all the sentences are much too long for a beginner. Fifth, many of the sentences are such as it is quite useless for a beginner to learn. Sixth, English sentences are given without the corresponding Tamil. How is the learner to discover what the proper Tamil would be unless he is told? Seventh, the same with the Tamil sentences. What can be the use of leaving the learner to guess what the English meaning is, knowing that when he has guessed it, it may be either right or wrong? Suppose a Tamil man were learning English. How could he find out the expression we use when we ask who a certain person is? How could he ever guess the expression, "Who's that?" Or could he find out of himself these expressions: "What's the matter?" "Where has he been?" "Come away." "I'd rather not." "Never mind." "Whether or no." "I can't help it." You might as well set a man to guess at the words of a language as at its common expressions. When I put this book into a munshi's hand, the first thing he said was, "Many of these expressions are not common Tamil expressions, and many of the words are not commonly used in conversation." This might be said of almost any book, I suppose every book of the kind. What is a learner to do who has no better materials? It is destructive for a learner to use a book when he is not sure whether the sentences are Tamil or not. I mention these particulars of this book as illustrative of the mistakes and undigested ideas that are current on the subject. End of the study of living languages, Part 2. End of the study of living languages by Sir Arthur Cotton. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Part 1 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Grammar of the English Tongue. A dictionary of the English language, in which the words are deduced from their originals, explained in their different meanings, and authorized by the names of the writers in whose works they are found. Abstracted from the folio edition by the author, Samuel Johnson, LL.D., to which is prefixed Dr. Johnson's preface to the original folio edition, and his Grammar of the English Language, 1812. A Grammar of the English Tongue. Grammar, which is the art of using words properly, comprises 4 parts: orthography, etymology, syntax, and prosody. In this division and order of the parts of grammar I follow the common grammarians, without inquiring whether a fitter description might not be found. Experience has long shown this method to be so distinct as to obviate confusion, and so comprehensive as to prevent any inconvenient omissions. I likewise use the terms already received, and already understood, though perhaps others more proper might sometimes be invented. Silbergius and other innovators, whose new terms have sunk their learning into neglect, have left sufficient warning against the trifling ambition of teaching arts in a new language. Orthography is the art of combining letters into syllables, and syllables into words, It therefore teaches previously the form and sound of letters. The letters of the English language are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. To these may be added certain combinations of letters universally used in printing, as FL, FF, FI, FFI, FFL, and ampersand. Our letters are commonly reckoned 24, because anciently I and J, as well as U and V, were expressed by the same character. But as those letters, which had always different powers, have now different forms, our alphabet may be properly said to consist of 26 letters. Vowels are 5: A, E, I, O, U. Such is the number generally received. But for I, it is the practice to write Y in the end of words, as thy, holy; before I, as from die, dying; from beautify, beautifying. In the words says, days, eyes, and in words derived from the Greek and written originally with Greek Y, as sympathy, Greek sympathia; system, Greek systema. For U we often write W after a vowel to make a diphthong, as raw, grew, view, vow, flowing, lowness. The sounds of all the letters are various. In treating on the letters, I shall not, like some other grammarians, inquire into the original of their form, as an antiquarian, nor into their formation and prolation by the organs of speech, as a mechanic, anatomist, or physiologist, nor into the properties and gradation of sounds, or the elegance or harshness of particular combinations, as a writer of universal and transcendental grammar. I consider the English alphabet only as it is English, and even in this narrow disquisition I follow the example of former grammarians, perhaps with more reverence than judgment, because by writing in English I suppose my reader already acquainted with the English language, and consequently able to pronounce the letters of which I teach the pronunciation. And because of sounds in general it may be observed that words are unable to describe them. An account, therefore, of the primitive and simple letters is useless, almost alike to those who know their sound and those who know it not. Of vowels. A. A has 3 sounds: the slender, open, and broad. A slender is found in most words, as face, main, and in words ending in ation, as creation, salvation, generation. The A slender is the proper English A, called very justly by Erpenius in his Arabic grammar A Anglicum cum emistum, as having a middle sound between the open A and the E. The French have a similar sound in the word pays, and in their E masculine. A open is the A of the Italian, or nearly resembles it, as father, rather, congratulate, fancy, glass. A broad resembles the a of the German, as all, wall, call. Many words pronounced with a broad were anciently written with au, as salt, malt, and we still say fault, vault. This was probably the Saxon sound, for it is yet retained in the northern dialects, and in the rustic pronunciation, as maun for man, hond for hand. The short a approaches to the a open, as grass. The long a, if prolonged by e at the end of the word, is always slender, as graze, fame. A forms a diphthong only with I or Y, and U or W. AI or AY, as in plain, wane, gay, clay, has only the sound of the long and slender a, and differs not in the pronunciation from plane, wane. AU or AW has the sound of the German a, as raw, naughty. AE is sometimes found in Latin words not completely naturalized or assimilated, but is no English diphthong, and is more properly expressed by single e, as Caesar, Aeneas. E. E is the letter which occurs most frequently in the English language. E is long, as in seen, or short, as in cellar, separate, celebrate, men, then. It is always short before a double consonant or two consonants, as in vex, perplexity, relent, meddler, reptile, serpent, cellar, cessation, blessing, fell, felling, debt. E is always mute at the end of a word, except in monosyllables that have no other vowel, as the, or proper names as Penelope, Phoebe, Derby. Being used to modify the foregoing consonants, as since, once, hedge, oblige, or to lengthen the preceding vowel, as ban, bane, can, cane, pin, pine, ton, tune, rub, rube, pop, pope, fur, fire, cur, cure, tub, tube. Almost all words which now terminate in consonants ended anciently in e, as year, yeare, wildness, wildnesse, which e probably had the force of the French e feminine and constituted a syllable with its associate consonant. For in old editions words are sometimes divided thus: cleare, fel, le, knowled, ge. This e was perhaps for a time vocal or silent in poetry as convenience required, but it has been long wholly mute. Camden, in his Remains, calls it the silent e. It does not always lengthen the foregoing vowel, as glove, live, give. It has sometimes in the end of words a sound obscure and scarcely perceptible, as open, shapen, shotten, thistle, participle, meter, lucre. This faintness of sound is found when e separates a mute from a liquid, as in rotten, or follows a mute and liquid, as in cattle. E forms a diphthong with a as near, with I as deign, receive, and with u or w as new, stew. Ea sounds like e long, as mean, or like ee, as dear, clear, near. Ei is sounded like e long, as sees, perceiving. Eu sounds as u long and soft. E, a, u are combined in beauty and its derivatives, but have only the sound of u. E may be said to form a diphthong by reduplication, as agree, sleeping. EO is found in yeoman, where it is sounded as o short, and in people, where it is pronounced like ee. I has a sound long, as fine, and short, as fin. That is eminently observable in I, which may be likewise remarkable in other letters, that the short sound is not the long sound contracted, but a sound wholly different. The long sound in monosyllables is always marked by the e final, as thin, thine. I is often sounded before r, as a short u, as flirt, first, shirt. It forms a diphthong only with e, as field, shield, which is sounded as the double e, except friend, which is sounded as friend. I is joined with eu in lieu, and ew in view, which triphthongs are sounded as the open u. O is long, as bone, obedient, corroding, or short, as block, knock, oblique, doll. Women is pronounced wimen. The short o has sometimes the sound of close u, as sun, come. O coalesces into a diphthong with a, as moan, groan, approach. OA has the sound of O long. O is united to E in some words derived from Greek, as oeconomy, but as being not an English diphthong, they are better written as they are sounded, with only e, economy. With I, as oil, soil, moil, noisome. This coalition of letters seems to unite the sounds of the two letters, as far as two sounds can be united without being destroyed, and therefore approaches more nearly than any combination in our tongue to the notion of a diphthong. With o, as boot, hoot, cooler, u has the sound of the Italian u. With u or w, as hour, power, flower, but in some words has only the sound of o long, as in soul, bowl, sow, grow. These different sounds are used to distinguish different significations, as bow, an instrument for shooting; bow, a depression of the head; sow, the she of a boar; sow, to scatter seed; bowel, an orbicular body; bowl, a wooden vessel. OU is sometimes pronounced like O soft, as quart; sometimes like O short, as cough; sometimes like you close as could, or you open as rough, tough, which use only can teach. OU is frequently used in the last syllable of words which in Latin end in OR and are made English, as HONOUR, LABOUR, FAVOUR, from honor, labor, favor. Some late innovators have ejected the U, without considering that the last syllable gives the sound neither of OR nor UR, but a sound between them, if not compounded of both. Besides that, they are probably derived to us from the French nouns in EUR, as honneur, faveur. U. U is long in use, confusion, or short as us, concussion. It coalesces with A, E, I, O, but has rather in these combinations the force of the W consonant, as quaff, quest, quit, quite, languish. Sometimes in UI the I loses its sound, as in juice. It is sometimes mute before A, E, I, Y, as guard, guest, guise, by. U is followed by E in virtue, but the E has no sound. UE is sometimes mute at the end of a word, in imitation of the French, as prorogue, synagogue, plague, vague, harangue. Y. Y is a vowel, which, as Quintilian observes of one of the Roman letters, we might want without inconvenience, but that we have it. It supplies the place of I at the end of words, as thy, before an I, as dying, and is commonly retained in derivative words where it was part of a diphthong, in the primitive, as destroy, destroyer, betray, betrayed, betrayer, pray, prayer, say, sayer, day, days. Y being the Saxon vowel Y, which was commonly used where I is now put, occurs very frequently in all old books. General rules. A vowel in the beginning or middle syllable, before two consonants, is commonly short, as opportunity. In monosyllables, a single vowel before a single consonant is short, as stag, frog. Many is pronounced as if it were written manny. Of consonants. B. B has one unvaried sound, such as it obtains in other languages. It is mute in det, debtor, subtle, doubt, lamb, limb, dumb, thumb, climb, comb, womb. It is used before L and R, as black, brown. C has before E and I the sound of S, as sincerely, centric, century, circular, cistern, city, cicity. Before A, O, and U, it sounds like K, as calm, concavity, copper, incorporate, curiosity, concupiscence. C might be omitted in the language without loss, since one of its sounds might be supplied by S, and the other by K, but that it preserves to the eye the etymology of words, as face from facies, captive from captivus. ch has a sound which is analyzed into tsh, as church, chin, crutch. It is the same sound which the Italians give to the c simple before I and e, as città, cero. Ch is sounded like k in words derived from the Greek, as chemist, scheme, collar. Arch is commonly sounded arc before a vowel, as archangel, and with the English sound of ch before a consonant, as archbishop. Ch, in some French words not yet assimilated, sounds like sh, as machine, chaise. C, according to English orthography, never ends a word. Therefore we write stick, block, which were originally sticke, blocké. In such words, c is now mute. It is used before l and r, as clock, cross. D is uniform in its sound, as death, diligent. It is used before r, as draw, dross, and w, as dwell. F, though having a name beginning with a vowel, is numbered by the grammarians among the semivowels, yet has this quality of a mute, that it is commodiously sounded before a liquid, as flask, fry, freckle. It has an unvariable sound, except that of is sometimes spoken nearly as ov. G has two sounds, one hard, as in gay, go, gun, the other soft, as in gem, giant. At the end of a word it is always hard, as ring, snug, song, frog. Before e and I the sound is uncertain. G before e is soft, as gem, generation, except in gear, geld, geese, get, gewgaw, and derivatives from words ending in g, as singing, stronger, and generally before er at the ends of words, as finger. G is mute before n, as nash, sign, foreign. G before I is hard, as give, except in giant, gigantic, gibbet, jibe, giblets, giles, gill, gilliflower, gin, ginger, jingle, to which may be added Egypt and gypsy. GH in the beginning of a word has the sound of the hard G, as ghostly. In the middle and sometimes at the end it is quite silent, as though, right, sought. Spoken tho, rite, soute. It has often at the end the sound of f, as laugh, whence laughter retains the same sound in the middle. Cough, trough, sough, tough, enough, slough. It is not to be doubted but that in the original pronunciation gh has the force of a consonant deeply guttural, which is still continued among the Scotch. G is used before h, l, and r. H is a note of aspiration, and shows that the following vowel must be pronounced with a strong emission of breath, as hat, horse. It seldom begins any but the first syllable, in which it is always sounded with a full breath, except in air, herb, ostler, honor, humble, honest, humor, and their derivatives. It sometimes begins middle or final syllables in words compounded, as blockhead, or derived from the Latin, as comprehend. J. J consonant sounds uniformly like the soft G, and is therefore a letter useless, except in etymology, as ejaculation, jester, jocund, juice. K. K has the sound of hard C, and is used before E and I, where, according to English analogy, C would be soft, as kept, king, skirt, skeptic, for so it should be written, not sceptic, because sc is sounded like s, as in seen. It is used before n as nell, not, but totally loses its sound in modern pronunciation. K is never doubled, but c is used before it to shorten the vowel by a double consonant, as cockle, pickle. L. L has in English the same liquid sound as in other languages. The custom is to double the L at the end of monosyllables, as kill, will, full. These words were originally written kille, wille, fulle. And when the e first grew silent, and was afterward omitted, the ll was retained to give force, according to the analogy of our language, to the foregoing vowel. L is sometimes mute, as in calf, half, halves, calves, could, would, should, psalm, talk, salmon, falcon. The Saxons, who delighted in guttural sounds, sometimes aspirated the l at the beginning of words, as hlaf, a loaf, or bread, hlaford, a lord, but this pronunciation is now disused. Le, at the end of words, is pronounced like a weak el, in which the e is almost mute, as table, shuttle. M. M has always the same sound, as murmur, monumental. N. N has always the same sound, as noble, manners. N is sometimes mute after M, as damn, condemn, hymn. P. P has always the same sound, which the Welsh and Germans confound with B. P is sometimes mute, as in psalm, and between M and T, as tempt. PH is used for F in words derived from the Greek, as philosopher, philanthropy, Philip. Q. Q, as in other languages, is always followed by U, and has a sound which our Saxon ancestors well expressed by CW, as quadrant, queen, equestrian, quilt, inquiry, choir, quotidian. QU is never followed by U. QU is sometimes sounded in words derived from the French, like K, as conquer, liquor, risque, checker. R. R has the same rough, snarling sound as in the other tongues. The Saxons used often to put H before it, as before L at the beginning of words. RH is used in words derived from the Greek, as myrrh, murrhine, catarrhus, rheum, rheumatic, rhyme. re at the end of some words derived from the Latin or French is pronounced like a weak er, as theater, sepulcher. S has a hissing sound, as sibilation, sister. A single s seldom ends any word, except in the third person of verbs, as loves, grows, and the plurals of nouns, as trees, bushes, distresses. The pronouns this, his, ours, yours, us, the adverb thus, and words derived from Latin, as rebus, surplus, the close being always either in se, as house, horse, or in ss, as grass, dress, bliss, less, anciently grasse, dresse. S single at the end of words has a grosser sound, like that of z, as trees, eyes, except this, thus, us, rebus, surplus. It sounds like z before ion if a vowel goes before it, as intrusion, and like s if it follows a consonant, as conversion. It sounds like z before e mute, as refuse, and before y final, as rosy, and in those words bosom, desire, wisdom, prison, prisoner, present, present, damsel, casement. It is the peculiar quality of s that it may be sounded before all consonants, except x and z, in which s is comprised, x being only ks, and z a hard or gross s. This s is therefore termed by grammarians sua potestatis littera, the reason of which the learned Dr. Clarke erroneously supposed to be that in some words it might be doubled at pleasure. Thus we find in several languages, Greek, spanimi, scatter, stegno, strucciolo, spaviare, Greek, sphinx, scombrare, scranare, shake, slumber, smell, snipe, space, splendor, spring, squeeze, shrew, step, strength, stramen, stripe, sventura, swell. S is mute in isle, island, domain, viscount. T has its customary sound, as take, temptation. Ti before a vowel has the sound of si, as salvation, except an s goes before, as question, excepting likewise derivatives from words ending in ty, as mighty, mightier. Th has two sounds, the one soft, as thus, whether, the other hard, as thing, think. The sound is soft in these words, then, thence, and there, with their derivatives and compounds, and in that, these, thou, thee, thy, thine, their, they, this, those, them, though, thus, and in all words between two vowels, as father, whether, and between r and a vowel, as burthen. In other words, it is hard, as thick, thunder, faith, faithful. Where it is softened at the end of a word, an e silent must be added, as breath, breathe, cloth, clothe. V has a sound of near affinity to that of f, as vain, vanity. From F in the Icelandic alphabet, V is only distinguished by a diacritical point. W. Of W, which in diphthongs is often an undoubted vowel, some grammarians have doubted whether it ever be a consonant, and not rather, as it is called, a double U, or OU, as water may be resolved into OUATER. But letters of the same sound are always reckoned consonants in other alphabets, and it may be observed that W follows a vowel without any hiatus or difficulty of utterance, as frosty winter. WH has a sound accounted peculiar to the English, which the Saxons better expressed by HW, as what, whence, whiting. In whore only, and sometimes in wholesome, WH is sounded like simple H. X. X begins no English word. It has the sound of KS, as axle, extraneous. Y. Y, when it follows a consonant, is a vowel. When it precedes either a vowel or a diphthong, is a consonant, as ye, young. It is thought by some to be in all cases a vowel, but it may be observed of Y, as of W, that it follows a vowel without any hiatus, as rosy youth. The chief argument by which W and Y appear to be always vowels is, that the sounds which they are supposed to have as consonants cannot be uttered after a vowel, like that of all other consonants. Thus we say tu, ut, do, od, but in wed, do. The two sounds of W have no resemblance to each other. Z. Z begins no word originally English. It has the sound, as its name Izzard or S hard expresses, of an S uttered with a closer compression of the palate by the tongue, as freeze, froze. In orthography, I have supposed orthoepy, or just utterance of words, to be included, orthography being only the art of expressing certain sounds by proper characters. I have therefore observed in what words any of the letters are mute. Most of the writers of English grammar have given long tables of words pronounced otherwise than they are written, and seem not sufficiently to have considered that of English, as of all living tongues, there is a double pronunciation, one cursory and colloquial, the other regular and solemn. The cursory pronunciation is always vague and uncertain, being made different in different mouths by negligence, unskilfulness, or affectation. The solemn pronunciation, though by no means immutable and permanent, is yet always less remote from the orthography, and less liable to capricious innovation. They have, however, generally formed their tables according to the cursory speech of those with whom they happened to converse, and concluding that the whole nation combines to vitiate language in one manner, have often established the jargon of the lowest of the people as the model of speech. For pronunciation, the best general rule is, to consider those as the most elegant speakers who deviate the least from the written words. There have been many schemes offered for the emendation and settlement of our orthography, which, like that of other nations, being formed by chance or according to the fancy of the earliest writers in rude ages, was at first very various and uncertain, and is yet sufficiently irregular. Of these reformers, some have endeavored to accommodate orthography better to the pronunciation, without considering that this is to measure by a shadow, to take that for a model or standard which is changing while they apply it. Others, less absurdly indeed, but with equal unlikelihood of success, have endeavored to proportion the number of letters to that of sounds, that every sound may have its own character, and every character a single sound. Such would be orthography of a new language, to be formed by a synod of grammarians upon principles of science. But who can hope to prevail on nations to change their practice, and make all their old books useless? Or what advantage would a new orthography procure equivalent to the confusion and perplexity of such an alteration? Some ingenious men, indeed, have endeavored to deserve well of their country by writing honor and labor for honour and labour, red for read in the preter tense, sais for says, repete for repeat, explane for explain, or declame for declaim. Of these it may be said that as they have done no good, they have done little harm, both because they have innovated little, and because few have followed them. The English language has properly no dialects. The style of writers has no professed diversity in the use of words, or of their flexions and terminations, nor differs but by different degrees of skill or care. The oral diction is uniform in no spacious country, but has less variation in England than in most other nations of equal extent. The language of the northern counties retains many words now out of use, but which are commonly of the genuine Teutonic race, and is uttered with a pronunciation which now seems harsh and rough, but was probably used by our ancestors. The northern speech is therefore not barbarous, but obsolete. The speech in the western provinces seems to differ from the general diction rather by a depraved pronunciation than by any real difference which letters would express. Etymology. Etymology teaches the deduction of one word from another, and the various modifications by which the sense of the same word is diversified, as horse, horses; I love, I loved. Of the article. The English have two articles, an or a, and the. An, a. A has an indefinite signification, and means one, with some reference to more; as, this is a good book, that is one among the books that are good. He was killed by a sword, that is some sword. This is a better book for a man than a boy, that is, for one of those that are men than one of those that are boys. An army might enter without resistance, that is, any army. In the senses in which we use a or an in the singular, we speak in the plural without an article, as these are good books. I have made an the original article because it is only the Saxon an, or aen, one, applied to a new use, as the German ein, and the French un, the n being cut off before a consonant in the speed of utterance. Grammarians of the last age direct that an should be used before h, whence it appears that the English anciently aspirated less. An is still used before the silent h, as an herb, an honest man, but otherwise a, as a horse my kingdom for a horse. Shakespeare. An or a can only be joined with a singular. The correspondent plural is the noun without an article, as, I want a pen, I want pens; or with the pronominal adjective, some, as I want some pens. The has a particular and definite signification. The fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world. Milton. That is, that particular fruit and this world in which we live. So, he giveth fodder for the cattle, and green herbs for the use of man, that is, for those beings that are cattle, and his use that is man. The is used in both numbers. I am as free as nature first made man, ere the base laws of servitude began, when wild in woods the noble savage ran. Dryden. Many words are used without articles, as 1. Proper names, as John, Alexander, Longinus, Aristarchus, Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, London. God is used as a proper name. 2. Abstract names, as blackness, witchcraft, virtue, vice, beauty, ugliness, love, hatred, anger, good nature, kindness. 3. Words in which nothing but the mere being of any thing is implied. This is not beer, but water. This is not brass, but steel. End of Part 1 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read by Bill Borst. Part 2 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Of nouns substantive. The relations of English nouns to words going before or following are not expressed by cases, or changes of termination, but, as in most of the other European languages, by prepositions, unless we may be said to have a genitive case. Singular. Nominative: magister, a master, the master. Genitive: magistri, of a master, of the master, or masters, the masters. Dative: magistro, to a master, to the master. Accusative: magistrum, a master, the master. Vocative: magister, master, o master. Ablative: magistro, from a master, from the master. Plural. Nominative: magistri, masters, the masters. Genitive: magistrorum, of masters, of the masters. Dative: magistris, to masters, to the masters. Accusative: magistros, masters, the masters. Vocative: magistri, masters, o masters. Ablative: magistris, from masters, from the masters. Our nouns are therefore only declined thus: master, genitive, masters, plural, masters. Scholar, genitive, scholars, plural, scholars. These genitives are always written with a mark of elision, master''s, scholar''s, according to an opinion long received that the apostrophe s is a contraction of his, as the soldier's valor, for the soldier his valor. But this cannot be the true original, because ''s is put to female nouns: woman's beauty, the virgin's delicacy, haughty Juno's unrelenting hate; and collective nouns, as women's passions, the rabble's insolence, the multitude's folly. In all these cases, it is apparent that his cannot be understood. We say likewise the foundation's strength, the diamond's luster, the winter's severity. But in these cases his may be understood, he and his having formerly been applied to neuters in the place now supplied by it and its. The learned and sagacious Wallace, to whom every English grammarian owes a tribute of reverence, calls this modification of the noun an adjective possessive. I think with no more propriety than he might have applied the same to the genitive in equitum desus, trohe oris, or any other Latin genitive. Dr. Lowth, on the other part, supposes the possessive pronouns mine and thine to be genitive cases. This termination of the noun seems to constitute a real genitive indicating possession. It is derived to us from the Saxons, who declined smith, a smith, genitive smither, of a smith, plural smither or smithar, smiths, and so in 2 other of their 7 declensions. It is a further confirmation of this opinion that in the old poets both the genitive and plural were longer by a syllable than the original word, knitis for knights in Chaucer, leavis for leaves in Spenser. When a word ends in s, the genitive may be the same with the nominative, as Venus temple. The plural is formed by adding s, as table, tables, fly, flies, sister, sisters, wood, woods, or es where s could not otherwise be sounded, as after ch, s, sh, x, z. After c sounded like s and g like j. The mute e is vocal before s, as lance, lances, outrage, outrages. The formation of the plural and genitive singular is the same. A few words still make the plural in n, as men, women, oxen, swine, and more anciently ion, shun. This formation is that which generally prevails in the Teutonic dialects. Words that end in f commonly form their plural by ves, as loaf, loaves, calf, calves. Except a few: muff, muffs, chief, chiefs, sow, hoof, roof, proof, relief, mischief, puff, cuff, dwarf, handkerchief, grief. Irregular plurals are teeth from tooth, lice from louse, mice from mouse, geese from goose, feet from foot, dice from die, pence from penny, brethren from brother, children from child. Plurals ending in s have no genitives, but we say women's excellencies, and weigh the men's wits against the ladies' hairs. Dr. Willis thinks the Lord's house may be said for the House of Lords, but such phrases are not now in use, and surely an English ear rebels against them. They would commonly produce a troublesome ambiguity, as the Lord's house may be the House of Lords or the house of a lord. Besides that, the mark of elision is improper, for in the Lord's house nothing is cut off. Some English substantives, like those of many other languages, change their termination as they express different sexes, as prince, princess, actor, actress, lion, lioness, hero, heroine. To these mentioned by Dr. Lowth may be added arbitress, poetess, chauntress, duchess, tigress, governess, tutress, peeress, authoress, traitress, and perhaps others. Of these variable terminations we have only a sufficient number to make us feel our want. For when we say of a woman that she is a philosopher, an astronomer, a builder, a weaver, a dancer, we perceive an impropriety in the termination which we cannot avoid. But we can say that she is an architect, a botanist, a student, because these terminations have not annexed to them the notion of sex. In words which the necessities of life are often requiring, the sex is distinguished not by different terminations, but by different names, as a bull, a cow, a horse, a mare, equus, equa, a cock, a hen, and sometimes by pronouns prefixed, as a he-goat, a she-goat. Of adjectives. Adjectives in the English language are wholly indeclinable, having neither case, gender, nor number, and being added to substantives in all relations without any change, as a good woman, good women, of a good woman, a good man, good men, of good men. The comparison of adjectives. The comparative degree of adjectives is formed by adding er, the superlative by adding est to the positive, as fair, fairer, fairest, lovely, lovelier, loveliest, sweet, sweeter, sweetest, low, lower, lowest, high, higher, highest. Some words are irregularly compared, as good, better, best, bad, worse, worst, little, less, least, near, nearer, next, much, more, most, many for moe, more for moer, most for most, late, later, latest, or last. Some comparatives form a superlative by adding most, as nether, nethermost, outer, outermost, under, undermost, up, upper, uppermost, for, former, foremost. Most is sometimes added to a substantive, as topmost, southmost. Many adjectives do not admit of comparison by terminations, and are only compared by more and most, as benevolent, more benevolent, most benevolent. All adjectives may be compared by more and most, even when they have comparatives and superlatives regularly formed, as fair, fairer, or more fair, fairest or most fair. In adjectives that admit a regular comparison, the comparative more is oftener used than the superlative most, as more fair is oftener written for fairer than most fair for fairest. The comparison of adjectives is very uncertain, and being much regulated by commodiousness of utterance, or agreeableness of sound, is not easily reduced to rules. Monosyllables are commonly compared. Polysyllables, or words of more than 2 syllables, are seldom compared otherwise than by more and most, as deplorable, more deplorable, most deplorable. Dissyllables are seldom compared if they terminate in some, as fulsome, toilsome; in ful, as careful, spleenful, dreadful; in ing, as trifling, charming; in ous, as porous; in less, as careless, harmless; in ed, as wretched; in id, as candid; in al, as mortal; in ent, as recent, fervent; in ain, as certain; in ive, as missive; in dy, as woody; in fy, as puffy; in ky, as rocky, except lucky; in my, as roomy; in ny, as skinny; in py, as ropy, except happy; in ry, as hoary. Some comparatives and superlatives are yet found in good writers formed without regard to the foregoing rules; but in a language subjected so little and so lately to grammar, such anomalies must frequently occur. So shady is compared by Milton: "She in shadiest covert hid, tuned her nocturnal note." Paradise Lost. And virtuous: "What she wills to say or do seems wisest, virtuousest, discreetest, best." Paradise Lost. So trifling by Ray, who is indeed of no great authority: "It is not so decorous, in respect of God, that he should immediately do all the meanest and triflingest things himself, without making use of any inferior or subordinate minister. Ray on the Creation. Famous, by Milton. I shall be named among the famousest of women, sung at solemn festivals. Milton's Agonistes. Inventive, by Ascham. Those have the inventivest heads for all purposes, and roundest tongues in all matters. Ascham's Schoolmaster. Mortal, by Bacon. The mortalest poisons practised by the West Indians have some mixture of the blood, fat, or flesh of man. Bacon. Natural, by Wotton. I will now deliver a few of the properest and naturalest considerations that belong to this piece. Wotton's Architecture. Wretched, by Johnson. The wretcheder are the contemners of all helps, such as presuming on their own naturals, deride diligence, and mock at terms when they understand not things. Ben Jonson. Powerful, by Milton. We have sustained one day in doubtful fight. What heaven's great King hath powerfulest to send against us from about his throne? Paradise Lost. The termination in ish may be accounted in some sort a degree of comparison, by which the signification is diminished below the positive, as black, blackish, or tending to blackness; salt, saltish, or having a little taste of salt. They therefore admit no comparison. This termination is seldom added but to words expressing sensible qualities, nor often to words of above one syllable, and is scarcely used in the solemn or sublime style. Of pronouns. Pronouns, in the English language, are I, thou, he, with their plurals we, ye, they; it, who, which, what, whether, whosoever, whatsoever; my, mine, our, ours; thy, thine; your, yours; his, her, hers; theirs; this, that; other, another; the same, some. The pronouns personal are irregularly inflected. Singular nominative, I; plural nominative, we. Accusative and me, us; other oblique cases. Nominative, thou, ye; oblique, thee, you. You is commonly used in modern writers for ye, particularly in the language of ceremony, where the second person plural is used for the second person singular. You are my friend. Singular nominative, he; plural nominative, they, applied to masculines. Oblique, him, them; nominative, she, they, applied to feminines. Oblique, her, them; nominative, it, they, applied to neuters or things. Oblique, its, them. For it the practice of ancient writers was to use he, and for its, his. The possessive pronouns, like other adjectives, are without cases or change of termination. The possessive of the first person is my, mine, our, ours; of the second, thy, thine, your, yours; of the third, from he, his; from she, her, and hers; and in the plural, their, theirs, for both sexes. Ours, yours, hers, theirs are used when the substantive preceding is separated by a verb, as these are our books; these books are ours. Your children excel ours in stature, but ours surpass yours in learning. Ours, yours, hers, theirs, notwithstanding their seeming plural termination, are applied equally to singular and plural substantives; as, this book is ours; These books are ours. Mine and thine were formerly used before a vowel, as mine amiable lady, which, though now disused in prose, might be still properly continued in poetry. They are used as ours and yours when they are referred to a substantive preceding; as thy house is larger than mine, but my garden is more spacious than thine. Their and theirs are the possessives likewise of they, when they is the plural of it, and are therefore applied to things. Pronouns relative are who, which, what, whether, whosoever, whatsoever. Nominative, who. Genitive, whose. Other oblique cases, whom. Nominative, which. Genitive, of which, or whose. Other oblique cases, which. Who is now used in relation to persons, and which in relation to things, but they were anciently confounded. At least it was common to say, the man which, though I remember no example of the thing who. Whose is rather the poetical than regular genitive of which. The fruit of that forbidden tree, whose mortal taste brought death into the world. Milton. Whether is only used in the nominative and accusative cases, and has no plural, being applied only to one of a number, commonly to one of two; as whether of these is left I know not. Whether shall I choose? It is now almost obsolete. What, whether relative or interrogative, is without variation. Whosoever, whatsoever, being compounded of who or what and soever, follow the rule of their primitives. Singular, this. Plural, these. In all cases, that, those. Other, others. Whether. The plural others is not used but when it is referred to a substantive preceding; as, I have sent other horses. I have not sent the same horses, but others. Another, being only an other, has no plural. Here, there, and where, joined with certain particles, have a relative and pronominal use: hereof, herein, hereby, hereafter, herewith, thereof, therein, thereby, thereupon, therewith, whereof, wherein, whereby, whereupon, wherewith, which signify of this, in this, etc., of that, in that, etc., of which, in which, etc. Therefore and wherefore, which are properly therefor and wherefor, for that, for which, are now reckoned conjunctions, and continued in use. The rest seem to be passing by degrees into neglect, though proper, useful, and analogous. They are referred both to singular and plural antecedents. There are two more words used only in conjunction with pronouns: own and self. Own is added to possessives, both singular and plural, as my own hand, our own house. It is emphatical, and implies a silent contrariety or opposition; as, I live in my own house, that is, not in a hired house. This I did with my own hand, that is, without help or not by proxy. Self is added to possessives, as myself, yourselves; and sometimes to personal pronouns, as himself, itself, themselves. It, then, like own, expresses emphasis and opposition, as I did this myself, that is, not another; or it forms a reciprocal pronoun, as we hurt ourselves by vain rage. Himself, itself, themselves, are supposed by Wallace to be put by corruption, for his self, itself, their selves, so that self is always a substantive. This seems justly observed, for we say, he came himself. Himself shall do this, where himself cannot be an accusative. Of the verb. English verbs are active, as I love, or neuter, as I languish. The neuters are formed like the actives. Most verbs signifying action may likewise signify condition or habit, and become neuters, as I love, I am in love, I strike, I am now striking. Verbs have only two tenses inflected in their terminations, the present and simple preterite. The other tenses are compounded of the auxiliary verbs have, shall, will, let, may, can, and the infinitive of the active or neuter verb. The passive voice is formed by joining the participle preterite to the substantive verb, as I am loved. To have. Indicative mood. Present tense. Singular. I have, thou hast, he hath, or has. Plural. We have, ye have, they have. Has is a termination connoted from hath, but now more frequently used both in verse and prose. Simple preterite. Singular. I had, thou hadst, he had, plural. We had, ye had, they had. Compound preterite. Singular. I have had, thou hast had, he has or hath had. Plural. We have had, ye have had, they have had. Preterpluperfect. Singular. I had had, thou hadst had, he had had. Plural. We had had, ye had had, they had had. Future. Singular. I shall have, thou shalt have, he shall have. Plural. We shall have, ye shall have, they shall have. Second future. Singular. I will have, thou wilt have, he will have. Plural. We will have, ye wilt have, they will have. By reading these future tenses may be observed the variations of shall and will. Imperative mood. Singular. Have, or have thou, let him have. Plural. Let us have, or have ye, let them have. Conjunctive mood. Present. Singular. I have, thou have, he have. Plural. We have, ye have, they have. Preterite simple as in the indicative. Preterite compound. Singular. I have had, thou have had, he have had. Plural. We have had, ye have had, they have had. Future. Singular. I shall have as in the indicative. Second future. Singular. I shall have had, thou shalt have had, he shall have had. Plural. We shall have had, ye shall have had, they shall have had. Potential. The potential form of speaking is expressed by may, can, in the present, and might, could, or should in the preterite, joined with the infinitive mood of the verb. Present. Singular. I may have, thou mayest have, he may have. Plural. We may have, ye may have, they may have. Preterite. Singular. I might have, thou mightst have, he might have. Plural. We might have, ye might have, they might have. Present. Singular. I can have, thou canst have, he can have. Plural. We can have, ye can have, they can have. Preterite. Singular. I could have, thou couldst have, he could have. Plural. We could have, ye could have, they could have. In like manner, should is united to the verb. There is likewise a double preterite. Singular. I should have had, thou shouldst have had, he should have had. Plural. We should have had, ye should have had, they should have had. In like manner, we use I might have had, I could have had, etc. Infinitive mood. Present. To have. Preterite. To have had. Participle present. Having. Participle preterite. Had. Verb active. To love. Indicative. Present. Singular. I love, thou lovest, he loveth, or loves. Plural. We love, ye love, they love. Preterite simple. Singular. I loved, thou lovedst, he loved. Plural. We loved, ye loved, they loved. Preterperfect compound. I have loved, etc. Preterpluperfect. I had loved, etc. Future. I shall love, etc. I will love, etc. Imperative. Singular. Love or love thou, let him love. Plural. Let us love, love or love ye, let them love. Conjunctive. Present. Singular. I love, thou love, he love. Plural. We love, ye love, they love. Preterite simple, as in the indicative. Preterite compound. I have loved, etc. Future. I shall love, etc. Second future. I shall have loved, etc. Potential. Present. I may or can love, etc. Preterite. I might, could, or should love, etc. Double preterite. I might, could, or should have loved, etc. Infinitive. Present. To love. Preterite. To have loved. Participle present. Loving. Participle past. Loved. The passive is formed by the addition of the participle preterite to the different tenses of the verb to be, which must therefore be here exhibited. Indicative. Present. Singular. I am, thou art, he is. Plural. We are or be, ye are or be, they are or be. The plural be is now little in use. Preterite. Singular. I was, thou wast, or wert, he was. Plural. We were, ye were, they were. Wert is properly of the conjunctive mood, and ought not to be used in the indicative. Preterite compound. I have been, etc. Preterpluperfect. I had been, etc. Future. I shall or will be, etc. Imperative. Singular. Be thou. Let him be. Plural. Let us be. Be ye. Let them be. Conjunctive. Present. Singular. I be, thou beest, he be. Plural. We be, ye be, they be. Preterite. Singular. I were, thou wert, he were. Plural. We were, ye were, they were. Preterite compound. I have been, etc. Future. I shall have been, etc. Potential. I may or can. Would, could or should be, could, would, or should have been, etc. Infinitive, present, to be, preterite, to have been, participle present, being, participle preterite, having been. Passive voice, indicative mood, I am loved, etc. I was loved, etc. I have been loved, etc. Conjunctive mood, if I be loved, etc. If I were loved, etc. If I shall have been loved, etc. Potential mood, I may or can be loved, etc. I might, could, or should be loved, etc. I might, could, or should have been loved, etc. Infinitive, present, to be loved, preterite, to have been loved, participle, loved. There is another form of English verbs in which the infinitive mood is joined to the verb do in its various inflections, which are therefore to be learned in this place. To do, indicative, present. Singular, I do, thou dost, he doth. Plural, we do, ye do, they do. Preterite, singular, I did, thou didst, he did. Plural, we did, ye did, they did. Preterite, etc. I have done, etc. I had done, etc. Future, I shall or will do, etc. Imperative, singular, do thou, let him do. Plural, let us do, do ye, let them do. Conjunctive, present, singular, I do, thou do, he do. Plural, we do, ye do, they do. The rest are as in the indicative. Infinite, to do, to have done, participle present, doing, participle preterite, done. Do is sometimes used superfluously, as I do love, I did love, simply for I love, or I loved. But this is considered as a vicious mode of speech. It is sometimes used emphatically, as I do love thee, and when I love thee not, chaos is come again. Shakespeare. It is frequently joined with a negative, as I like her, but I do not love her. I wished him success, but did not help him. This, by custom at least, appears more easy than the other form of expressing the same sense by a negative adverb after the verb, I like her, but love her not. The imperative prohibitory is seldom applied in the second person, at least in prose, without the word do, as stop him, but do not hurt him. Praise beauty, but do not dote on it. Its chief use is in interrogative forms of speech, in which it is used through all the persons, as, do I live? Dost thou strike me? Do they rebel? Did I complain? Didst thou love her? Did she die? So likewise in negative interrogations. Do I not yet grieve? Did she not die? Do and did are thus used only for the present and simple preterite. There is another matter of conjugating neuter verbs, which, when it is used, may not improperly denominate them neuter passives, as they are inflected according to the passive form, by the help of the verb substantive, to be. They answer nearly to the reciprocal verbs in French, as, I am risen, surrexi, Latin; je me suis levé, French; I was walked out, exeram; je me toi promené. In like manner, we commonly express the present tense, as, I am going, eo. I am grieving, doleo. She is dying, illa moritur. The tempest is raging, furit procella. I am pursuing an enemy, hostem insequor. So the other tenses, as we were walking, Greek, entincenomen peripatuntis. I have been walking, I had been walking, I shall or will be walking. There is another manner of using the active participle, which gives it a passive signification, as, the grammar is now printing, grammatica jam nunc chartis imprimatur. The brass is forging, ara excuduntur. This is, in my opinion, a vicious expression, probably corrupted from a phrase more pure, but now somewhat obsolete. The book is a-printing. The brass is a-forging. Being properly at, and printing and forging verbal nouns signifying action, according to the analogy of this language. The indicative and conjunctive moods are by modern writers frequently confounded, or rather the conjunctive is wholly neglected, when some convenience of versification does not invite its revival. It is used among the purer writers of former times after if, though, ere, before, till, or until, whether, except, unless, whatsoever, whomsoever, and words of wishing, as, doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not. Of irregular verbs. The English verbs were divided by Ben Jonson into 4 conjugations, without any reason arising from the nature of the language, which is properly but 1 conjugation, such as has been exemplified, from which all deviations are to be considered as anomalies, which are indeed in our monosyllable Saxon verbs, and the verbs derived from them, very frequent. But almost all the verbs which have been adopted from other languages follow the regular form. Our verbs are observed by Dr. Wallace to be irregular only in the formation of the preterite and its participle. Indeed, in the scantiness of our conjugations, there is scarcely any other place for irregularity. The first irregularity is a slight deviation from the regular form, by rapid utterance or poetical contraction. The last syllable ed is often joined with the former by suppression of e, as lov''d for loved. After c, ch, sh, f, k, x, and after the consonants s, th, when more strongly pronounced, and sometimes after m, n, r, if preceded by a short vowel. T is used in pronunciation, but very seldom in writing rather than d, as plac''t, snatch''t, fish''t, wak'T, dwel'T, smel''t, for plac'd, snatch'd, fish'd, wak'd, dwel'd, smel''d, or placed, snatched, fished, waked, dwelled, smelled. Those words which terminate in l or ll or p make their preterite in t, even in solemn language, as crept, felt, dwelt. Sometimes after x, ed is changed into t, as vexed. This is not constant. A long vowel is often changed into a short one, thus kept, slept, wept, crept, swept. From the verbs to keep, to sleep, to weep, to creep, to sweep. Where d or t go before, the additional letter d or t, in this contracted form, coalesce into one letter with the radical d or t. If t were the radical, they coalesce into t, but if d were the radical, then into d or t, as the one or the other letter may be more easily pronounced; as read, led, spread, shed, shred, bid, hid, chid, fed, bled, bred, sped, strid, slid, rid. From the verbs to read, to lead, to spread, to shed, to shred, to bid, to hide, to chide, to feed, to bleed, to breed, to speed, to stride, to slide, to ride. And thus cast, hurt, cost, burst, eat, beat, sweat, sit, quit, smit, writ, bit, hit, met, shot. From the verbs to cast, to hurt, to cost, to burst, to eat, to beat, to sweat, to sit, to quit, to smite, to write, to bite, to hit, to meet, to shoot. And in like manner, lent, sent, rent, girt. From the verbs to lend, to send, to rend, to gird. The participle preterite or passive is often formed in en instead of ed, as been, taken, given, slain, known. From the verbs to be, to take, to give, to slay, to know. Many words have two or more participles, as not only written, bitten, eaten, beaten, hidden, chidden, shotten, chosen, broken, but likewise writ, bit, eat, beat, hid, chid, shot, chose, broke, are promiscuously used in the participle. From the verbs to write, to bite, to eat, to beat, to hide, to chide, to shoot, to choose, to break, and many such like. In the same manner, sown, shewn, hewn, mown, loaden, laden, as well as sowed, showed, hewed, mowed, loaded, laded. From the verbs to sow, to show, to hew, to mow, to load, to lade. Concerning these double participles it is difficult to give any rule, but he shall seldom err who remembers that when a verb has a participle distinct from its preterite, as write, wrote, written, that distinct participle is more proper and elegant, as the book is written, is better than the book is wrote. Wrote, however, may be used in poetry, at least if we allow any authority to poets, who, in the exultation of genius, think themselves perhaps entitled to trample on grammarians. There are other anomalies in the preterite. 1. Win, spin, begin, swim, strike, stick, sing, sting, fling, ring, ring, spring, swing, drink, sink, shrink, stink, come, run, find, bind, grind, wind, both in the preterite imperfect and participle passive, give won, spun, begun, swum, struck, stuck, sung, stung, flung, rung, rung, sprung, swung, drunk, sunk, shrunk, stunk, come, run, found, bound, ground, wound. And most of them are also formed in the preterite by a, as began, sang, rang, sprang, drank, came, ran, and some others. But most of these are now obsolete. Some in the participle passive likewise take en, as stricken, strucken, drunken, bounden. 2. Fight, teach, reach, seek, beseech, catch, buy, bring, think, work, make, fought, taught, wrought, sought, besought, caught, bought, brought, thought, wrought. But a great many of these retain likewise the regular form, as teached, reached, beseeched, catched, worked. 3. Take, shake, forsake, wake, awake, stand, break, speak, bear, shear, swear, tear, wear, weave, cleave, strive, thrive, drive, shine, rise, arise, smite, write, bide, abide, ride, choose, choose, tread, get, beget, forget, seethe, make in both preterite and participle, took, shook, forsook, woke, awoke, stood, broke, spoke, bore, shore, swore, tore, wore, wove, clove, strove, throve, drove, shone, rose, arose, smote, wrote, bode, abode, rode, chose, trode, got, begot, forgot, sod. But we say likewise thrive, rise, smit, writ, abid, rid. In the preterites some are likewise formed by a, as break, spake, bear, share, swear, tear, wear, clave, gat, begat, forgat, and perhaps some others, but more rarely. In the participle passive many of them are formed by en, as taken, shaken, forsaken, broken, spoken, born, shorn, sworn, torn, worn, woven, cloven, thriven, driven, risen, smitten, ridden, chosen, trodden, gotten, begotten, forgotten, sodden. And many do likewise retain the analogy in both, as waked, awaked, sheared, weaved, cleaved, abided, seethed. 4. Give, bid, sit, make in the preterite gave, bade, sate. In the participle passive given, bidden, sitten, but in both bid. 5. Draw, know, grow, throw, blow, crow like a cock, fly, slay, see, lie. Make their preterite drew, knew, grew, threw, blew, crew, flew, slew, saw, lay. Their participles passive by n, drawn, known, grown, thrown, blown, flown, slain, seen, lean, lain. Yet from flee is made fled, from go, went, from the old wend. The participle is gone. End of Part 2 of A Grammar of the English Language, by Samuel Johnson. Read by Bill Borst. Part 3 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of derivation. That the English language may be more easily understood, it is necessary to inquire how its derivative words are deduced from their primitives, and how the primitives are borrowed from other languages. In this inquiry, I shall sometimes copy Dr. Wallace, and sometimes endeavor to supply his defects and rectify his errors. Nouns are derived from verbs. The thing implied in the verb, as done or produced, is commonly either the present of the verb, as to love, love, to fright, a fright, to fight, a fight, or the preterite of the verb, as to strike, I strick or strook. a stroke. The action is the same with the participle present, as loving, frighting, fighting, striking. The agent, or person acting, is denoted by the syllable er added to the verb, as lover, frighter, striker. Substantives, adjectives, and sometimes other parts of speech are changed into verbs, in which case the vowel is often lengthened, or the consonant softened, as a house, to house, brass, to braise, glass, to glaze, grass, to graze, price, to prize, breath, to breathe, a fish, to fish, oil, to oil, further, to further, forward, to forward, hinder, to hinder. Sometimes the termination en is added, especially to adjectives, as haste, to hasten, length, to lengthen, strength, to strengthen, short, to shorten, fast, to fasten, white, to whiten, black, to blacken, hard, to harden, soft, to soften. From substantives are formed adjectives of plenty, by adding the termination y, as a louse, lousy, wealth, wealthy, health, healthy, might, mighty, worth, worthy, wit, witty, lust, lusty, water, watery, earth, earthy, wood, a wood, woody, air, airy, a heart, hearty, a hand, handy. From substantives are formed adjectives of plenty by adding the termination ful, denoting abundance, as joy, joyful, fruit, fruitful, youth, youthful, care, careful, use, useful, delight, delightful, plenty, plentiful, help, helpful. Sometimes, in almost the same sense, but with some kind of diminution thereof, the termination some is added, denoting something, or in some degree, as delight, delightsome, game, gamesome, irk, irksome, burden, burdensome, trouble, troublesome, light, lightsome, hand, handsome, alone, lonesome, toil, toilsome. On the contrary, the termination less added to substantives makes adjectives signifying want, as worthless, witless, heartless, joyless, careless, helpless. Thus comfort, comfortless, sap, sapless. Privation, or contrariety, is very often denoted by the participle un prefixed to many adjectives, or in before words derived from the Latin, as pleasant, unpleasant, wise, unwise, profitable, unprofitable, patient, impatient. Thus unworthy, unhealthy, unfruitful, unuseful, and many more. The original English privative is un, but as we often borrow from the Latin, or its descendants, words already signifying privation, as inefficacious, impious, indiscreet, the inseparable particles un and in have fallen into confusion, from which it is not easy to disentangle them. Un is prefixed to all words originally English, as untrue, untruth, untaught, unhandsome. Un is prefixed to all participles made privative adjectives, as unfeeling, unassisting, unaided, undelighted, unendeared. Un ought never to be prefixed to a participle present to mark a forbearance of action, as unsighing, but a privation of habit, as unpitying. Un is prefixed to most substantives which have an English termination, as unfertileness, unperfectness, which, if they have borrowed terminations, take in or im, as infertility, imperfection, uncivil, incivility, unactive, inactivity. In borrowing adjectives, if we receive them already compounded, it is usual to retain the particle prefixed, as indecent, inelegant, improper. But if we borrow the adjective and add the privative particle, we commonly prefix un, as unpolite, ungallant. The prepositive particles dis and mis, derived from the des and mes of the French, signify almost the same as un. Yet dis rather imports contrariety than privation, since it answers to the Latin preposition de. Mis insinuates some error, and for the most part may be rendered by the Latin words male or purpuram. To like, to dislike, honor, dishonor, to honor, to grace, to dishonor, to disgrace, to deign, to disdain, chance, hap, mischance, mishap, to take, to mistake, deed, misdeed, to use, to misuse, to employ, to misemploy, to apply, to misapply. Words derived from Latin written with de or dis retain the same signification, as distinguish, distinguo, detract, detraho, defame, defamo, detain, detenao. The termination ly added to substantives and sometimes to adjectives forms adjectives that import some kind of similitude or agreement, being formed by contraction of lick or like. A giant, giantly, giant-like, earth, earthly, heaven, heavenly, world, worldly, God, godly, good, goodly. The same termination ly added to adjectives forms adverbs of like signification, as beautiful, beautifully, sweet, sweetly, that is, in a beautiful manner, with some degree of sweetness. The termination ish added to adjectives imports diminution, and added to substantives imports similitude or tendency to a character, as green, greenish, white, whitish, soft, softish, a thief, thievish, a wolf, wolfish, a child, childish. We have forms of diminutives in substantives, though not frequent, as a hill, a hillock, a cock, a cockerel, a pike, a pickerel. This is a French termination. A goose, a gosling. This is a German termination. A lamb, a lambkin. A chick, a chicken. A man, a mannikin. A pipe, a pipkin. And thus Halkin, whence the patronymic Hawkins, Wilkin, Tomkin, and others. Yet still there is another form of diminution among the English, by lessening the sound itself, especially of vowels, as there is a form of augmenting them by enlarging or even lengthening it, and that sometimes not so much by change of the letters as of their pronunciation, as sup, sip, soup, sop, sippet, where, besides the extenuation of the vowel, there is added the French termination et, top, tip, spit, spout, babe, baby, booby, Greek, boupes. Great pronounced long, especially if with a stronger sound, great. Little pronounced long, leetle. Ting, tang, tong, imports a succession of smaller and then greater sounds, and so in jingle, jangle, tingle, tangle, and many other made words. Much, however, of this is arbitrary and fanciful, depending wholly on oral utterance, and therefore scarcely worthy the notice of Wallace. Of concrete adjectives are made abstract substantives, by adding the termination ness, and a few in hood or head, noting character or qualities, as white, whiteness, hard, hardness, great, greatness, skillful, skillfulness, unskillfulness, godhead, manhood, maidenhead, widowhood, knighthood, priesthood, likelihood, falsehood. There are other abstracts, partly derived from adjectives, and partly from verbs, which are formed by the addition of the termination th, a small change being sometimes made, as long, length, strong, strength, broad, breadth, wide, width, deep, depth, true, truth, warm, warmth, dear, dearth, slow, sloth, merry, mirth, heal, health, well, weal, wealth, dry, drought, young, youth, and so moon, month. Like these are some words derived from verbs: die, death, till, tilth, grow, growth, mow, later moth, after moth. Commonly spoken and written later: math after math, steal, stealth, bear, birth, rue, ruth, and probably earth, from to ear or plow, fly, flight, weigh, weight, fray, fright, draw, draft. These should rather be written flyth, fryth, only that custom will not suffer h to be twice repeated. The same form retain faith, spite, wreath, wrath, broth, froth, breath, sooth, worth, light, white, and the like, whose primitives are either entirely obsolete or seldom occur. Perhaps they are derived from fay or foy, spry, rye, reek, brew, mow, fry, bray, say, work. Some ending in ship imply an office, employment, or condition, as kingship, wardship, guardianship, partnership, stewardship, headship, lordship. Thus worship, that is, worth, ship, whence worshipful, and to worship. Some few ending in dom, rick, wick, do especially denote dominion, at least state or condition, as kingdom, dukedom, earldom, princedom, popedom, Christendom, freedom, wisdom, whoredom, bishopric, bailiwick. ment and age are plainly French terminations, and are of the same import with us as among them, scarcely ever occurring, except in words derived from the French, as commandment, usage. There are in English often long trains of words allied by their meaning and derivation, as to beat, a bat, battoon, a battle, a beetle, a battledore, to batter, batter, a kind of glutinous composition for food, made by beating different bodies into one mass. All these are of similar signification, and perhaps derived from the Latin battuo. Thus take, touch, tickle, tack, tackle, all imply a local conjunction from the Latin tango, tetigi, tactum. From two are formed twain, twice, 20, 12, twins, twine, twist, twirl, twig, twitch, twinge, between, betwixt, twilight, twibble. The following remarks, extracted from Wallace, are ingenious, but of more subtlety than solidity, and such as perhaps might in every language be enlarged without end. SN usually imply the nose, and what relates to it. From the Latin nasus are derived the French nez and the English nose, and ness, a promontory as projecting like a nose. But as if from the consonants ns taken from nasus and transposed that they may the better correspond, sn denote nasus, and thence are derived many words that relate to the nose, as snout, sneeze, snore, snort, sneer, snicker, snot, snivel, snite, snuff, snuffle, snaffle, snarl, snudge. There is another sn which may perhaps be derived from the Latin sinuo, as snake, sneak, snail, snare, so likewise snap and snatch, snib, snub. Bl imply a blast, as blow, blast, to blight, and metaphorically to blast one's reputation. Bleat, bleak, a bleak place, to look bleak, or weather-beaten. Black, blay, bleach, bluster, blurt, blister, blab, bladder, blue, blabber-lipped, blubber-cheeked, bloated, bloat-herrings, blast, blaze, to blow, that is, blossom, bloom, and perhaps blood and blush. In the native words of our tongue is to be found a great agreement between the letters and the thing signified, and therefore the sounds of the letters smaller, sharper, louder, closer, softer, stronger, clearer, more obscure, and more stridulous do very often intimate the like effects in things signified. Thus words that begin with str intimate the force and effect of the thing signified, as if probably derived from Greek stronimi, or strenuous, as strong, strength, strew, strike, streak, stroke, stripe, strive, strife, struggle, strout, strut, stretch, straight, strict, straight, that is narrow, distrain, stress, distress, string, strap, stream, streamer, strand, strip, stray, struggle, strange, stride, straddle. St in like manner implies strength, but in a less degree, so much only as is sufficient to preserve what has been already communicated, rather than acquire any new degree, as if it were derived from the Latin sto. For example, stand, stay, that is, to remain, or to prop, staff, stay, that is, to oppose, stop, to stuff, stifle, to stay, that is, to stop, a stay, that is, an obstacle, stick, stut, stutter, stammer, stagger, stickle, stick, stake, a sharp pail, and anything deposited at play, stock, stem, sting, to sting, stink, stitch, stud, stuncheon, stub, stubble, to stub up, stump, whence, stumble, stalk, to stalk, step, to stamp with the feet, whence to stamp, that is, to make an impression and a stamp, stow, to bestow, steward, or stoward, stead, steady, steadfast, stable, a stall, to stall, stool, stall, still, stall, stallage, stage, still, adjective, and still adverb, stale, stout, sturdy, stead, stoat, stallion, stiff, stark dead, to starve with hunger or cold, stone, steel, stern, stanch, to stanch blood, to stare, steep, steeple, stare, standard, a stated measure, stately. In all these, and perhaps some others, st denotes something firm and fixed. Thr imply a more violent degree of motion, as throw, thrust, throng, throb, through, threat, threaten, thrall, throws. Wr imply some sort of obliquity or distortion, as wry, to wreathe, to rest, wrestle, ring, wrong, wrench, wrangle, wrinkle, wrath, reek, rack, wretch, wrist, wrap. Sw imply a silent agitation, or a softer kind of lateral motion, as sway, swag, to sway, swagger, swerve, sweat, sweep, swill, swim, swing, swift, sweet, switch, swinge. Nor is there much difference of sm in smooth, smug, smile, smirk, smite, which signifies the same as to strike, but is a softer word. Small, smell, smack, smother, smart. A smart blow properly signifies such a kind of stroke as with an originally silent motion, implied in sm, proceeds to a quick violence, denoted by ar suddenly ended, as is shown by t. Cl denote a kind of adhesion or tenacity, as in cleave, clay, cling, climb, clamor, clammy, clasp, to clip, to clinch, cloak, clog, close, to close, a clod, a clot, as a clot of blood, clouted cream, a clutter, a cluster. Sp imply a kind of dissipation or expansion, especially a quick one, particularly if there be an r, as if it were from spargo or separo. For example, spread, spring, sprig, sprout, sprinkle, split, splinter, spill, spit, sputter, spatter. Sl denote a kind of silent fall, or a less observable motion, as in slime, slide, slip, slipper, sly, slate, slit, slow, slack, slight, sling, slap. And so likewise ash in crash, rash, gash, flash, clash, lash, slash, plash, trash, indicates something acting more nimbly and sharply. But ush in crush, rush, gush, flush, blush, brush, hush, push, implies something as acting more obtusely and dully. Yet in both there is indicated a swift and sudden motion, not instantaneous, but gradual, by the continued sound sh. Thus in fling, sling, ding, swing, cling, sing, ring, sting, the tingling of the termination ng and the sharpness of the vowel I imply the continuation of a very slender motion or tremor, at length indeed vanishing, but not suddenly interrupted. But in tink, wink, sink, clink, chink, think, that end in a mute consonant, there is also indicated a sudden ending. End of Part 3 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read by Bill Borst. Part 4 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If there be an L, as in jingle, tingle, tinkle, mingle, sprinkle, twinkle, there is implied a frequency or iteration of small acts, and the same frequency of acts, but less subtle by reason of the clearer vowel a, is indicated in jangle, tangle, spangle, mangle, wrangle, brangle, dangle, as also in mumble, grumble, jumble. But at the same time the close u implies something obscure or obtunded, and a congeries of consonants, mbl, denotes a confused kind of rolling or tumbling, as in ramble, scamble, scramble, wamble, amble. But in these there is something acute. In nimble, the acuteness of the vowel denotes celerity. In sparkle, sp denotes dissipation, or an acute crackling; k, a sudden interruption; l, a frequent iteration; and in like manner in sprinkle, unless in may imply the subtlety of the dissipated gutules. Thick and thin differ in that the former ends with an obtuse consonant, and the latter with an acute. In like manner, in squeak, squeak, squeal, squall, brawl, rawl, yawl, spawl, screek, shriek, shrill, sharp, shrivel, wrinkle, crack, crash, clash, gnash, plash, crush, hush, hiss, fiss, whist, soft, jar, hurl, curl, whirl, buzz, bustle, spindle, dwindle, twine, twist, and in many more, we may observe the agreement of such sort of sounds with the thing signified; and this so frequently happens, that scarce any language which I know can be compared with ours; so that one monosyllable word, of which kind are almost all ours, emphatically expresses what in other languages can scarce be explained but by compounds, or decompounds, or sometimes a tedious circumlocution. We have many words borrowed from the Latin, but the greatest part of them were communicated by the intervention of the French, as grace, face, elegant, elegance, resemble. Some verbs which seem borrowed from the Latin are formed from the present tense, and some from the supines. From the present are formed spend, expend, expendo, conduce, conduso, despise, despicio, approve, approbo, conceive, concipio. From the supines, supplicate, supplico, demonstrate, demonstro, dispose, dispono, expatiate, expatior, suppress, supprimo, exempt, eximo. Nothing is more apparent than that Wallace goes too far in quest of originals. Many of these which seem selected as immediate descendants from the Latin are apparently French, as conceive, approve, expose, exempt. Some words purely French, not derived from the Latin, we have transferred into our language, as garden, garter, buckler, to advance, to cry, to plead, from the French jardin, jartier, bouslier, avancer, crier, plaider, though indeed even of these part is of Latin original. As to many words which we have in common with the Germans, it is doubtful whether the old Teutons borrowed them from the Latins, or the Latins from the Teutons, or both had them from some common original, as wine, vinum, wind, ventus, went, veni, way, via, wall, vallum, wallow, volvo, wool, vellus, will, volo, worm, vermis, worth, virtus, wasp, vespa, de, dies, draw, traho, tame, domo, Greek dameo, yoke, jugum, Greek zugos, over, upper, super, Greek hyper, sum, Greek aimi, break, frango, fly, volo, blow, flow. I make no doubt but the Teutonic is more ancient than the Latin, and it is no less certain that the Latin, which borrowed a great number of words not only from the Greek, especially the Aeolic, but other neighboring languages, as the Oscan and others, which have long become obsolete, received not a few from the Teutonic. It is certain that the English, German, and other Teutonic languages retained some derived from the Greek, which the Latin has not, as axe, ox, mit, ford, ferd, daughter, toctor, mickle, mingle, moon, seer, or, grave, graph, to scrape, whole, from Greek asini, Greek meta, Greek porthmos, Greek thigator, Greek megalos. Greek mignio, Greek mene, Greek zeros, Greek grapho, Greek holos. Since they received these immediately from the Greeks, without the intervention of the Latin language, why may not other words be derived immediately from the same fountain, though they be likewise found among the Latins? Our ancestors were studious to form borrowed words, however long, into monosyllables, and not only cut off the formative terminations, but cropped the first syllable, especially in words beginning with a vowel, and rejected not only vowels in the middle, but likewise consonants of a weaker sound, retaining the stronger, which seemed the bones of words, or changing them for others of the same organ, in order that the sound might become the softer, but especially transposing their order, that they might the more readily be pronounced without the intermediate vowels. For example, in expendo, spend; exemplum, sample; excipio, scape; extraneous, strange; extractum, stretched; excrucio, to screw; exscorio, to scour; exscorio, to scourge; excortico, to scratch; and others beginning with x, as also emendo, to mend; episcopus, bishop; in Danish, bisp; epistola, epistle; hospitale, spittle; Hispania, Spain; historia, story. Many of these etymologies are doubtful, and some are evidently mistaken. The following are somewhat harder: Alexander, Sander; Elizabetha, Betty; Apis, bee; aper, bar; p passing into b as in bishop, and by cutting off a from the beginning, which is restored in the middle. But for the old bar or bear, we now say bore. As for lang, long; for bane, bane; for stain, stone; aprugna, brawn; p being changed into b, and a transposed, as in aper; and g changed into w, as in pignus, pawn; lege, law; Greek, alopex; fox, cutting off the beginning, and changing p into f, as in pellis; a fell; pullus; a foal; pater, father; pavor, fear; polio, file; pleo, impleo; fill, full; piscus, fish; and transposing o into the middle, which was taken from the beginning, apex, a piece; peak, pike; Zephyrus, frise; mustum, stum; defensio, fence; dispensator, spencer; asculto, escute, French; scout; exculpo, scrape; restoring l instead of r, and hence scrap; scrabble, scrawl; exculpo, scoop; exteritus, start; extonitus, atonitus; stond, stomachus; maw; offendo, find; obstipo, stop; audere, dare; cavere, where; whence aware; beware, wary; warn, warning. For the Latin v consonant formerly sounded like our w, and the modern sound of the v consonant was formerly that of the letter f, that is, the Aeolic digamma, which had the sound of Greek ph, and the modern sound of the letter f was that of the Greek ph, or ph. Ulsus, ulcere, ulcer, sore, and hence sorry, sorrow, sorrowful; ingenium, engine; gin, scalinas, leaning, unless you would rather derive it from Greek, klino, whence inclino, infundibulum, funnel, gagates, jet, projectum, to jet forth, a jetty, cuculus, a cowl. There are syncopes somewhat harder, from tempore, time, from nomine, name, domina, dame, as the French homme, femme, nom, from homine, fomina, nomine. Thus pagina, page, Greek proterion, pot, Greek kipella, cup, cantharus, can, tentorium, tent, precor, pray, preda, pray, specio, speculor, spy, plico, ply, implico, imply, replico, reply, complico, comply, sedis episcopalis, see. A vowel is also cut off in the middle, that the number of the syllables may be lessened, as amita, ant, spiritus, sprite, debitum, debt, dubito, doubt, comis, comitus, count, clericus, clerk, quietus, quit, quite, acquieto, to acquit, separo, to spare, stabilis, stable, stabulum, stable, palacium, palace, place, rabula, rail, rawl, rawl, brawl, rabble, brabble, quiseto, quest. As also a consonant, or at least one of a softer sound, or even a whole syllable, rotundus, round, fragilis, frail, securus, sure, regula, rule, tegula, tile, subtilis, subtle, nomen, noun, decanus, dean, computo, count, subitaneous, sudden, soon, superare, to soar, periculum, peril, mirabile, marvel, as magnus, main, dignor, dane, tingo, stain, tinctum, taint, pingo, paint, predare, reach. The contractions may seem harder where many of them meet, as Greek kyriakos, kirk, church, presbyter, priest, sacristanus, sexton, frango, fragi, break, breach, phagus, Greek phaga, beach, f changed into b, and g into ch, which are letters near akin, frigesco, freeze, frigesco, fresh, sc into sh, as above in bishop, fish, so in scapha, skiff, skip, and refrigesco, refresh, but viresco, fresh, phlebotomus, phlegm, bovina, beef, vitulina, veal, scutifer, squire, ponitentia, penance, sanctuarium, sanctuary, sentry, cassitio, chase, perquistio, purchase, anguilla, eel, insula, isle, isle, island, island, insuletta, islet, islet, ite, and more contractedly, ey, whence aunsi, ruli, Eli. Examinare, to scan, namely by rejecting from the beginning and end e and o according to the usual manner. The remainder, examine, which the Saxons, who did not use x, writ csamen, or scamen, is contracted into scan, as from dominus, don, nomine, noun, abomino, ban, and indeed apum examen. They turned into sciame, for which we say swarm, by inserting r to denote the murmuring. Thesaurus, store. Sedile, stool, Greek, hiatos. Wet, pseudo, sweat. Gaudium, gay. Jacus, joy. Sucus, juice. Catena, chain. Caliga, calga. Chose, chose. French. Hose, extinguo, stand. Squench, quench. Stint, forus, fourth. Species, spice. Recito, read. Adjuvo, aid. Greek, aeon. Avum, I, age, ever. Flocus, lock. Exserpo, scrape. Scrabble, scrawl. Extravagus, stray, straggle. Collectum, clot, clutch. Colligo, coil. Recaligo, recoil. Severo, swear. Stridulous, shrill. Procurator, proxy. Pulso, to push. Calamus, a quill. Impetere, to impeach. Augeo, oxy, wax. And venesco, venui, wane. Syllabary, to spell. Putius, pit. Granum, corn. Comprimo, cramp, crump, crumple, crinkle. Some may seem harsher, yet may not be rejected, for it at least appears that some of them are derived from proper names, and there are others whose etymology is acknowledged by everybody, as Alexander, Elic, Scander, Sander, Sandy, Sanny, Elizabetha, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Betty, Bess, Margarita, Margaret, Margot, Meg, Peg, Maria, Mary, Mal, Paul, Malkin, Mawkin, Mawks, Matthias, Matha, Matthew, Martha, Matt, Pat, Gulielmus, Wilhelmus, Girolamo, Guillaume, William, Will, Bill, Wilkin, Wicken, Wicks, Weeks. Thus Cariophilus, Floss, Girofalo, Italian, Giroflee, Gillofer, French, gilliflower, which the vulgar call July flower, as if derived from the month July. Petrosilinum, parsley, portulaca, purslain. Sidonium, quince. Sidoniatum, quidinly. Persicum, peach. Eruca, eruc, which they corrupt to earwig, as if it took its name from the ear. Annulus geminus, a gimel, or gimble ring, and thus the word gimble or jumble is transferred to other things thus interwoven. Quelque chose, kickshaws. Since the origin of these, and many others, however forced, is evident, it ought to appear no wonder to any one if the ancients have thus disfigured many, especially as they so much affected monosyllables, and to make the sound the softer, took this liberty of maiming, taking away, changing, transposing, and softening them. But while we derive these from the Latin, I do not mean to say that many of them did not immediately come to us from the Saxon, Danish, Dutch, and Teutonic languages, and other dialects, and some taken more lately from the French or Italians, or Spaniards. The same word, according to its different significations, often has a different origin, as to bear a burden, from fero, but to bear, whence birth, born, bairn, comes from pario, and a bear, at least if it be of Latin original, from fera. Thus perch, a fish, from perca, but perch, a measure, from pertica, and likewise to perch. To spell is from syllaba, but spell, an enchantment by which it is believed that the boundaries are so fixed in lands that none can pass them against the master's will, from expello, and spell, a messenger, from epistola; whence gospel, good spell, or God spell. Thus frieze, or frieze, from Fragesco; but frieze, an architectonic word, from Zophoros; but frieze, for cloth, from Phrygia, or perhaps from Fragesco, as being more fit than any other for keeping out the cold. There are many words among us, even monosyllables, compounded of two or more words, at least serving instead of compounds, and comprising the signification of more words than one; as, from scrip and roll comes scroll; from proud and dance, prance; from st of the verb stay, or stand, and out, is made stout; from stout and hardy, sturdy; from sp of spit or spew, and out, comes spout; from the same sp with the termination in is spin; and adding out, spin out; and from the same sp with it is spit, which only differs from spout in that it is smaller, and with less noise and force. But sputter is, because of the obscure u, something between spit and spout, and by reason of adding r it intimates a frequent iteration and noise, but obscurely confused, whereas spatter, on account of the sharper and clearer vowel a, intimates a more distinct poise, in which it chiefly differs from sputter. From the same sp and the termination arc comes spark, signifying a single emission of fire with a noise, namely sp, the emission, ar, the more acute noise, and k, the mute consonant, intimates its being suddenly terminated. But adding l is made the frequentative sparkle. The same sp, by adding r, that is, spr, implies a more lively impetus of diffusing or expanding itself, to which adding the termination ing it becomes spring; its vigor spr imports; its sharpness the termination ing; and lastly in acute and tremulous, ending in the mute consonant g, denotes the sudden ending of any motion. That it is meant in its primary signification of a single, not a complicated, exhalitation. Hence we call spring whatever has an elastic force, as also a fountain of water, and thence the origin of any thing; and to spring, to germinate, and spring, one of the four seasons. From the same spr and out is formed sprout, and with the termination ig, sprig, of which the following, for the most part, is the difference: sprout, of a grosser sound, imports a fatter or grosser bud; sprig, of a slenderer sound, denotes a smaller shoot. In like manner, from str of the verb strive and out comes strout and strut; from the same str and the termination uggle is made struggle, and this gl imports, but without any great noise, by reason of the obscure sound of the vowel u. In like manner, from throw and roll is made troll, and almost in the same sense is trundle, from throw or thrust, and rundle. Thus graph or groff is compounded of grave and rough, and trudge from tread or trot, and drudge. In these observations it is easy to discover great sagacity and great extravagance, an ability to do much defeated by the desire of doing more than enough. It may be remarked, 1. That Wallace's derivations are often so made, that by the same license any language may be deduced from any other. 2. That he makes no distinction between words immediately derived by us from the Latin, and those which, being copied from other languages, can therefore afford no example of the genius of the English language, or its laws of derivation. 3. That he derives from the Latin, often with great harshness and violence, words apparently Teutonic, and therefore, according to his own declaration, probably older than the tongue to which he refers them. 4. That some of his derivations are apparently erroneous. Syntax. The established practice of grammarians requires that I should here treat of the syntax, but our language has so little inflection, or variety of terminations, that its construction neither requires nor admits many rules. Wallace, therefore, has totally neglected it; and Johnson, whose desire of following the writers upon the learned languages made him think a syntax indispensably necessary, has published such petty observations as were better omitted. The verb, as in other languages, agrees with the nominative in number and person, as thou fliest from good, he runs to death. Our adjectives and pronouns are invariable. Of two substantives the noun possessive is in the genitive, as his father's glory, the sun's heat. Verbs transitive require an oblique case, as he loves me, you fear him. All prepositions require an oblique case, as he gave this to me, he took this from me, he says this of me, he came with me. Prosody. It is common for those that deliver the grammar of modern languages to omit the prosody, so that of the Italians is neglected by Buonamati, that of the French by Desmarets, and that of the English by Wallace, Cooper, and even by Johnson, though a poet. But as the laws of metre are included in the idea of grammar, I have thought proper to insert them. Prosody comprises orthoepy, or the rules of pronunciation, and orthometry, or the laws of versification. Pronunciation is just when every letter has its proper sound, and every syllable has its proper accent, or, which in English versification is the same, its proper quantity. The sounds of the letters have been already explained, and rules for the accent or quantity are not easily to be given, being subject to innumerable exceptions. Such, however, as I have read or formed, I shall here propose. 1. Of dissyllables formed by affixing a termination, the former syllable is commonly accented, as childish, kingdom, actest, acted, toilsome, lover, scoffer, fairer, foremost, zealous, fullness, godly, meekly, artist. 2. Dissyllables formed by prefixing a syllable to the radical word have commonly the accent on the latter, as to beget, to beseem, to bestow. 3. Of dissyllables, which are at once nouns and verbs, the verb has commonly the accent on the latter, and the noun on the former syllable, as to descant, a descant, to cement, a cement, to contract, a contract. This rule has many exceptions. Though verbs seldom have their accent on the former, yet nouns often have it on the latter syllable, as delight, perfume. 4. All dissyllables ending in y, as cranny, in our, as labor, favor, in ow, as willow, wallow, except allow, in le, as battle, Bible, in ish, as banish, in ck, as cambric, cassock, in ter, as to batter, in age, as courage, in en, as fasten, in et, as quiet, accent the former syllable. 5. Dissyllable nouns in er, as canker, butter, have the accent on the former syllable. 6. Dissyllable verbs terminating in a consonant and e final, as comprise, escape, or having a diphthong in the last syllable, as appease, reveal, or ending in two consonants, as attend, have the accent on the latter syllable. 7. Dissyllable nouns having a diphthong in the latter syllable have commonly their accent on the latter syllable, as applause, except words in AIN, certain, mountain. 8. Tris syllables, formed by adding a termination or prefixing a syllable, retain the accent of the radical word, as loveliness, tenderness, contemner, wagoner, physical, bespatter, commenting, commending, assurance. 9. Tris syllables, ending in OUS, as gracious, arduous, in AL, as capital, in ION, as mention, accent the first. 10. Tris syllables, ending in CE, ENT, and ATE, accent the first syllable, as countenance, continence, armament, imminent, elegant, propagate, except they be derived from words having the accent on the last, as connivance, acquaintance, or the middle syllable hath a vowel before two consonants, as promulgate. 11. Tris syllables ending in Y, as entity, specify, liberty, victory, subsidy, commonly accent the first syllable. 12. Tris syllables in RE or LE accent the first syllable, as legible, theater, except disciple, and some words which have a position, as example, epistle. 13. Tris syllables in UDE commonly accent the first syllable, as plenitude. 14. Tris syllables ending in ATOR or ATOUR, as creator, or having in the middle syllable a diphthong, as endeavor, or a vowel before two consonants, as domestic, accent the middle syllable. 15. Tris syllables that have their accent on the last syllable are commonly French, as acquiesce, repartee, magazine, or words formed by prefixing one or two syllables to an acute syllable, as immature, overcharge. 16. Polysyllables, or words of more than three syllables, follow the accent of the words from which they are derived, as arrogating, continency, incontinently, commendable, communicableness. We should therefore say disputable, indisputable, rather than disputable, indisputable, and advertisement rather than advertisement. 17. Words in ION have the accent upon the antepenult, as salvation, perturbation, concoction. Words in ATOUR or ATOR on the penult, as dedicator. 18. Words ending in LE commonly have the accent on the first syllable, as amicable, unless the second syllable have a vowel before two consonants, as combustible. 19. Words ending in OUS have the accents on the antepenult, as uxorious, voluptuous. 20. Words ending in TY have their accent on the antepenult, as pusillanimity, activity. These rules are not advanced as complete or infallible, but proposed as useful. Almost every rule of every language has its exceptions, and in English, as in other tongues, much must be learned by example and authority. Perhaps more and better rules may be given that have escaped my observation. Versification is the arrangement of a certain number of syllables according to certain laws. The feet of our verses are either iambic, as aloft, create, or trochaic, as holy, lofty. Our iambic measure comprises verses of 4 syllables. Most good, most fair, or things as rare, to call you's lost. For all the cost words can bestow, so poorly show upon your praise, that all the ways sense hath come short. Drayton. With ravished ears the monarch hears. Dryden. Of 6. This while we are abroad, shall we not touch our lyre? Shall we not sing an ode? Or shall that holy fire, in us that strongly glowed, in this cold air expire? Though in the utmost peak, a while we do remain, amongst the mountains bleak, exposed to sleet and rain, no sport our hours shall break, to exercise our vein. What though bright Phoebus' beams refresh the southern ground, and though the princely Thames with beauteous nymphs abound, and by old Camber's streams be many wonders found? Yet many rivers clear here glide in silver swaths, and what of all most dear, Buxton's delicious baths, strong ale and noble cheer, t'assuage bream winter's scathes. In places far or near, or famous or obscure, where wholesome is the air, or where the most impure, all times and everywhere, the Muse is still in Ur. Drayton. Of 8, which is the usual measure for short poems. And may at last my weary age find out the peaceful hermitage, the hairy gown and mossy cell, where I may sit and nightly spell of every star the sky doth shew, and every herb that sips the dew. Milton. Of 10, which is the common measure of heroic and tragic poetry. Full in the midst of this created space, betwixt heaven and earth and skies, there stands a place confining on all three, with triple bound, whence all things, though remote, are viewed around, and thither bring their undulating sound. The palace of loud fame, her seat of power, placed on the summit of a lofty tower. 1,000 winding entries long and wide receive of fresh reports a flowing tide. 1,000 crannies in the walls are made, nor gate nor bars exclude the busy trade. 'Tis built of brass, the better to diffuse the spreading sounds, and multiply the news. Where echoes in repeated echoes play, a mart for ever full, and open night and day. Nor silence is within, nor voice express, but a deaf noise of sounds that never cease. Confused and chiding, like the hollow roar of tides, receding from the insulted shore, or like the broken thunder heard from far, when Jove to distance drives the rolling war. The courts are filled with a tumultuous din of crowds, or issuing forth or entering in. A thoroughfare of news, where some devise things never heard, some mingle truth with lies. The troubled air with empty sounds they beat, intent to hear, and eager to repeat. Dryden. In all these measures the accents are to be placed on even syllables, and every line considered by itself is more harmonious, as this rule is more strictly observed. The variations necessary to pleasure belong to the art of poetry, not the rules of grammar. Our trochaic measures are of 3 syllables. Here we may think and pray, before death stops our breath. Other joys are but toys. Walton's Angler. Of 5. In the days of old, stories plainly told, lovers felt annoy. Old Ballad. Of 7. Fairest piece of well-formed earth, urge not thus your haughty birth. Waller. In these measures the accent is to be placed on the odd syllables. These are the measures which are now in use, and above the rest those of 7, 8, and 10 syllables. Our ancient poets wrote verses sometimes of 12 syllables, as Drayton's Polyolbion. Of all the Cambrian shires their heads that bear so high, and farthest survey their soils with an ambitious eye, Mervinia for her hills, as for their matchless crowds, the nearest that are said to kiss the wandering clouds, a special audience craves, offended with the throng, that she of all the rest neglected was so long, alleging for herself, when through the Saxons' pride, the godlike race of Brute to Severn's setting side were cruelly enforced, her mountains did relieve those whom devouring war else everywhere did grieve. And when all Wales beside, by fortune or by might, unto her ancient foe resigned her ancient right, a constant maiden still she only did remain, the last her genuine laws which stoutly did retain. And as each one is praised for her peculiar things, so only she is rich in mountains, meres, and springs, and holds herself as great in her superfluous waste, as others by their towns and fruitful tillage graced. And of 14, as Chapman's Homer. And as the mind of such a man that hath a long way gone, and either knoweth not his way, or else would let alone, his purposed journey is distract. The measures of 12 and 14 syllables were often mingled by our old poets, sometimes in alternate lines, and sometimes in alternate couplets. The verse of 12 syllables, called an Alexandrine, is now only used to diversify heroic lines. Walker was smooth, but Dryden taught to join the varying verse, the full resounding line, the long majestic march, and energy divine. Pope. The pause in the Alexandrine must be at the 6th syllable. The verse of 14 syllables is now broken into a soft lyric measure of verses, consisting alternately of 8 syllables and 6. She to receive thy radiant name selects a whiter space. Fenton. When all shall praise and every lay devote a wreath to thee, that day, for come it will, that day shall I lament to see. Lewis to Pope. Beneath this tomb an infant lies to earth whose body lent, hereafter shall more glorious rise, but not more innocent. When the archangel's trump shall blow, and souls to bodies join, what crowds shall wish their lives below had been as short as thine. Wesley. We have another measure very quick and lively, and therefore much used in songs, which may be called the anapestic, in which the accent rests upon every 3rd syllable. May I govern my passions with absolute sway, and grow wiser and better as life wears away. Dr. Pope. In this measure, a syllable is often retrenched from the first foot, as Diogenes surly and proud. Dr. Pope. When present we love, and when absent agree, I think not of Iris, nor Iris of me. Dryden. These measures are varied by many combinations, and sometimes by double endings, either with or without rhyme, as in the heroic measure. 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us, 'tis heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and intimates eternity to man. Addison. So in that of 8 syllables, they neither added nor confounded, they neither wanted nor abounded. Prior. In that of 7, for resistance I could fear none, but with 20 ships had done, what thou, brave and happy Vernon, hast achieved with 6 alone. Glover. In that of 6, 'twas when the seas were roaring with hollow blasts of wind, a damsel lay deploring, all on a rock reclined. Gay. In the anapestic, when terrible tempests assail us, and mountainous billows affright, nor power nor wealth can avail us, but skillful industry steers right. Ballad. To these measures and their laws may be reduced every species of English verse. Our versification admits of few licenses, except a synalepa, or elision of e in the before a vowel, as the eternal, and more rarely of o in to, as to except, and a syneresis by which two short vowels coalesce into one syllable, as question, special, or a word is contracted by the expulsion of a short vowel before a liquid, as avarice, temperance. Thus have I collected rules and examples by which the English language may be learned, if the reader be already acquainted with grammatical terms, or taught by a master to those that are more ignorant. To have written a grammar for such as are not yet initiated in the schools would have been tedious, and perhaps at last ineffectual. End of Part 4 of A Grammar of the English Tongue, by Samuel Johnson. Read by Bill Borst.